Give me a thumbs up if you hear me.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Uh, uh, well, I would like to welcome everyone, and I first like to ask the Director uh, General of the Tourism, Mr. Rudy Kimbo, lawyer, Rudy Kimbo, to introduce all the folks that we have invited previously and the new ones that are here so that we can properly administer the oath right away.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Currently present are from the Department of Health, Dr. Francisco T. Duque, Secretary. Along with him are Dr. Leopoldo Vega, Undersecretary. Dr. Mirna Capotaje, Undersecretary. Maria Rosario S. Vergere, Undersecretary. Dr. Roger Tong-an, Undersecretary. Dr. Abdullah Dumama, Undersecretary. Dr. Enrique Domingo, Director General, Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Nestor Santiago, Assistant Secretary. Maylene Beltran, Assistant Secretary. Soledad Antonio, Director 4. Vergere, Undersecretary. Dr. Roger Tong-an, Undersecretary. Dr. Abdullah Dumama. Dr. Enrique Tayag, Director 4. Dr. Angeline Del Mundo. Director Leonita Gorgolon. Attorney Paul Gimbarda, Director 4 for Procurement Service. Dr. Gloria Balboa. Dr. Rio Magpantay. Dr. Corazon Flores. Dr. Eduardo Janairo. Dr. Mario Baquilod. Dr. Joshua Brillantes. Dr. Roselia Cuna. Dr. Annabel Yumang. Dr. Aristides Tan. And Dr. Ruby Constantino. The last 7 or 8 are regional directors. We also have, Mr. Chair, from the also from DOH, Caraga, ARD, Saday Laraki, DOH Budget Chief Agnes Marfori, DOH Accounting Chief Filipina Velasquez. From the IATF, we have Secretary Carlito Galvez, Secretary Vince Dizon. From the DOH technical team, they're not arrived yet. Sorry, sir. From the Department of Budget and Management, Undersecretary Kim Robert C. De Leon, he represents Tina Rose Maricanda, OIC, who has sent an excuse letter. We also have from PSDBM, Executive Director Jason Merwayan and Director Ryan Lita. Mr. Dixon Panti, Chairperson Bids and Awards Committee 1. We have also Mr. Mervin Tangkintik and Mr. George Mendoza. From the Office of the Ombudsman, we have Honorable Warren Rex H. Leong, Overall Deputy Ombudsman. From the Commission on Audit, Attorney Michael G. Ganaldo, Chairman. Together with him are Ms. Rodora Ugay, Ms. Maria Carmelita Enriquez, Mr. Edgardo Rivera, Ms. Cheryl Tabangcura, Ms. Thessalonica Cabeliza, Mr. Jeffrey Roque M. Roe Sardinia. From the President, we also have from the Presidential Management Staff, Undersecretary Anderson Lo. From the Bureau of Customs, we have Lieutenant General Retired Ray Leonardo Guerrero. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Commissioner Cesar Dulay. From the Securities and Exchange Commission, representing the Chairman, Mr. Attorney Emilio Aquino, our Attorney Gerardo Del Rosario, and Attorney Emmanuel Artiza. From the GPPB, Government Procurement Policy Board, we have Ms. Rowena Candins Ruiz. From the PhilJeps, Ms. Rosa Maria Clemente. Formerly from the Food and Drug Administration, sorry, I already mentioned the name of Dr. Domingo. From Philippine Health Insurance, we have Attorney Dante Giran and Attorney Jose Marie Tolentino. From the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, Dr. Richard Lirio. From the Philippine Hospital Association, Dr. Jaime Almora. From the Philippine Nurses Association, Melbert Reyes. From St. Luke's Medical Center Employees Association, Pau Clubnia and Jesus Obien. From the Philippine Association of Service Exporters, Ms. Raquel Bracero. From Cosmic Technologies Incorporated, Mr. Maynard Ngu, President and CEO. From Criotech Philippines, EMS Components Assembly, EMS Land Services, EMS Resource Technology, EMS Services International, EMS Services Philippines. We have Ms. Maria Veronica Adriano, Mr. Emmanuel Barcelon, Mr. Raymond Barcelon, Ms. Trinidad Binwa, Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer, Mr. Fernando Ferrer, Mr. Jose Vicente Jimenez, Luis Lezano, Quincel Segunyal, Melva Valdez, and Mr. Norberto Vieira. From Health Wellness Lifestyle, we have Mr. Randolph Nazal, Treasurer, and we have Mr. Abrigo Merin, Mr. Walfrido Francisco Sun, Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal. From New Life Pharmaceuticals Inc., we have Mr. Girish Sitaldas, President. From Pharmally Pharmaceutical Corporation, we have Mr. Huang Tzu Yen, Chairman and President, and we also have Ms. Iluminada Sebyal, a Certified Public Accountant. From Philippine Pharma Wealth, we have Attorney Maylene Villanueva. From the Philippine Blue Cross Biotech Corporation, Mr. Benito Techico, CEO President, Mr. Steven Techico, Chairman, Mr. Wilson Techico, VP Operations, Ms. Ami Wiwayman Techico Cham, Treasurer, VP Finance, and Mr. Stephanie Techico C, VP Marketing. Others who are present as well, Mr. Chair, are former Secretary of the DBM, Wendell Avisado, Christine Marie Suntay, former Director Administrative and Finance Group of PSDBM, Attorney Samuel Dagpin, Chairman Governance Commission to GOCCs, Dr. Gerardo Legaspi of the Philippine General Hospital, Mr. Raymond Abrea, CPA MBA, President and CEO, Asian Consulting Group, Attorney Adel Abbas, City Administrator of Calapan City, Oriental Mindoro, Attorney Joselito C. Castro, City Legal Officer of the City Government of Tarlac, Dr. Anthony Tony Liachon, Attorney Lloyd Christopher, former Undersecretary Lloyd Christopher Lau, Attorney Paulo Teston, formerly of FDA. Those are the people who are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbo. Would you like to administer the oath to those who have not been deposed?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please request those who are here for the first time?
Before that, Mr. Chair, before that, parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Joanna?
Yes. We would just like to know, we noted that Mr. Huang Chu Yin was mentioned as one of those present. May we know if he is in Manila or within the jurisdiction of this committee, or is he abroad?
Mr. Wang Shulin, please answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm currently abroad in Singapore at the moment.
Okay, now, we have a very peculiar situation here where an oath is administered on a person who is outside of the jurisdiction of the country. The only remedy that I can think of is probably Mr. Huang stating on the record that he is willing to reaffirm whatever his testimony will be in these proceedings and go to the embassy and submit that statement in affirmation of his statements here in order that he can be bound under oath by the statements he makes. Otherwise, in my mind as a lawyer, there is an issue as to whether or not he was effectively placed under oath as he is not in the country. My
Indeed, that is the law. And the resource person, who is one of the officials of Farmali, will not be giving us anything word other than spit unless he is willing to reaffirm it before an official or before the Philippine Embassy in Singapore. Will the gentleman please answer? Are you willing to reaffirm your oath afterwards? Otherwise, where are you in Singapore?
I'm in my
Exactly.
place of residence in Singapore, in my home. I'm a Singaporean by nationality.
Yes, but you are in Singapore right now.
That's correct.
All right. Are you willing to reaffirm your oath before the Philippine Embassy?
Yes.
Yes, I'll be willing to reaffirm my oath in the Philippine Embassy.
In which case, the Director General of the Blue Ribbon is instructed to call the Philippine Embassy right now and to proceed where Mr. Wang Lai or Wang. I'm sorry. Let me just be sure.
Wang Tzu-yen.
Wang Su-yen, so that the proper oath can be given. Director General,
Yes, Your Honor, we will make the call.
I suggest you call through the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, Your Honor.
I-update mo ako dun sa ano ha, yung aatenan natin.
Somebody
sa
please
Senate.
mute. We can hear the discussion that is not that is alien.
Oh,
Well, somebody didn't bring the breakfast this morning. They're still arguing. Please unmute yourself. Thank you. In the meantime, with the permission of Senator Duran, all these people, are there any other aliens here present from Foreign Mali? Mr. Wang, do you have anybody else with you?
I have with me legal counsel with me, Attorney Don Kapunan.
Will you please introduce him if he's there?
Attorney Kapunan, Don, please introduce yourself.
Is he right beside you?
He's not beside me. I'm the only one abroad.
All right. Well, we will wait until the communications with our Department of Foreign Affairs is undertaken so that the embassy could properly be informed through channels and try and get in touch with you so you can establish the place where you will reaffirm everything that you've said under oath in the embassy. Having said that, are there any other comments with respect to this witness for the moment? In the meantime, we will not ask them a question until we get confirmation from the Department of Foreign Affairs. All right. First, I'd like to get some housekeeping done. We sent some subpoenas, Director General. Can you please inform the committee to whom these subpoenas have been properly sent?
Yes, Your Honor. Subpoena. The subpoena were sent to Engineer Ernesto Ilagan, Chief Inspection Division of the Operations Group of PSDBM, Mr. Mervin Ian Tangkintik, and Mr. George Mendoza. They're all here. We also sent subpoena from Cosmic Technologies Incorporated, Mr. Maynard Ngu, Mr. Ginalin Tan, Mr. Roger Chu, Michelle Marie Cinco, Edward Chu, and Milton Ngu. So far, what we have is who we have is Mr. Maynard Ngu, who is President and CEO. From EMS Corporations, Maria Teresa Veronica Adriano, Emmanuel Barcelon, Raymond Barcelon, Maria Teresa Bermudez, Miss Trinidad Binwa, Barbara Marie de la Cruz. They're all here, Your Honor. Also included are Mr. Fernando Ferrer, Mr. Jose Vicente Jimenez, Mr. Luis Lizano, Quincel Segunyal, Melva Valdez, and Norberto Vieira. So confirmed are Mr. Jose Jimenez, Luis Lizano, and Quincel Segunyal. But from the Health Wellness Lifestyle, Mr. Randolph Nazal, Mr. Abrigo Merin, Mr. Walfrido Francisco Sun, and Miss Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal. From New Life Pharmaceutical, Mr. Girish Sitaldas, Miss Karina Sitaldas, Miss Pamela Utam Chandani Sitaldas, Mr. Arti Sitaldas, and Mr. Ram Sitaldas. They are represented basically by only Mr. Girish Sitaldas, who is president. He sent us a letter saying that he will be representing or appearing on behalf of all the other members of Health Wellness. From
Is that
New
again?
Life,
Excuse me, Director General, who was that? Who was going to be appearing in behalf of all the others?
Mr. Girish Sitaldas. He is president of New Life, Mr. Chair.
Is that better known as Ram Sitaldas?
No, Ram Sitaldas is another person, Your Honor.
That's why I'm verifying. RT Sitaldas, Director New Life Pharmaceuticals. Is that correct? And Karina Sitaldas.
Yes, sir. A
Pamela.
subpoena were sent to them, but
Yes.
only Mr. Girish Sitaldas is present right now, Mr. Chair.
All right, let the record so state then.
From Pharmaceutical, we sent subpoena to Mr. Wang Tzu Yen, Mohit Dargani, Twinkle Dargani, Justin Garado, Lincoln Ong, Grizel Grace Mago, and Miss Iluminada Sebial, the CPA. Present are, Mr. Huang Tzuyen from Singapore and Miss Iluminada Sebial. Others aren't here yet, Mr. Chair. From Philippine Pharma Wealth,
Excuse me, Director Kimbo. Are others are where?
are not yet here, Mr. Chair. They
My
have not
information
appeared.
is that you sent something to Mohit Dargani, a subpoena, correct? And
Twice, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dargani, as of last information given to us by the Bureau of Immigration, is that he left on August the 18th in the evening for Dubai.
that's correct.
We have no report of his return yet.
That's correct. And Miss Twinkle Dargani, was she served? Is that the wife?
I don't know, sir, if she is the wife or the sister, but yes, it was served to her, Your Honor.
And did she receive it? Or was there any comment made by her?
It was received by the subpoena duces tecum and subpoena ad testificandum addressed to the members of Pharmaly, Ms. Grizel Grace Mago, Ms. Twinkle Dargani, Wang Tzuyen, Mr. Justin Garado, and Mr. Mohit Dargani were not served according to J.V. Malata, property manager of Fort Victoria. Pharmaly had moved out of their establishment last year. So,
And do we know where they had moved out, if any?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is there any information where they had moved out?
No, Your Honor, we don't have that information yet, sir.
Mr. Wang, do you know where your company has moved out from the Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, our company has not moved out of the premise. We have a lease contract, and the registered address is the same as the record in Flex.
Can you please state to us which address it is?
The address is Unit 8 and 9, 22nd floor, Fort Victoria, Tower B, 5th Avenue, Bonifacio Global City, Taguig City.
Your Honor, there is a certificate of non-residency from Fort Victoria condominium it states this is to certify that Pharmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation was a previous tenant of Unit 22082 and 09.
That is why I
Property
asked that
management.
question.
Sorry, sir.
It was an occupant before, but now it's no longer an occupant. Is that correct?
That is the certification, Your Honor, of Fort Victoria Condominium Association, and this report is prepared by Brian Santos, Administrative Assistant, and noted by JV Malata, Property Manager.
So it's not operating there anymore. Is that correct?
The certification says that they are not a resident anymore of that condominium, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wang, what do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, due to the COVID situations, our staff have not been coming into the office because we are working remotely. However, we have a lease contract with that specific unit in question, and that is all.
All right, we will take that statement for what it's worth right now, which is not much.
Your Honor, as an addendum, they have February 18, 2020, they were issued a move-out clearance by Fort Victoria, Your Honor.
Mr. Wang, what do you say to that?
I need to check the record on that move-out clearance on that part, but we do have a lease contract with the unit in question. But we were again to ask to move out as of 27 or 28 of August this year due to this Senate hearing. So we are asked to vacate by September 30.
Well, I'll have to go by what we see. And these are government officials who are presumed to have done their duty properly. And they're saying that they got this and that your company is now, according to the property manager there, has moved out. So we will take that for the moment and we will ask you questions about that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Kimbo.
Mr. Chairman, from Philippine Pharma Wealth, the committee has issued subpoena to.
So we will take that for the moment and we will ask you questions about that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Kimbo.
Mr. Chairman, from Philippine Pharma Wealth, the committee has issued subpoena to Ms. Diana Biron, President, Mr. Hernan D. Biron, Senior, CEO, Mr. Hernan G. Biron, Jr., Treasurer, and Mr. Jason Valdez-West, Director.
And
they have a representative here in Attorney Maylene Villanueva, VP for Legal Affairs and Human Resource.
We will not accept a representative.
Yes,
we
sir.
want their presence here.
From Philippine Blue Cross, the committee issued subpoena to Benito Techico, Steven Techico, Wilson Techico.
Excuse me. Will the gentlemen or ladies that are referred to please raise your hand so we can see you? Mr. Benito Chico, I can see you. I have a name there. Can you raise your hand? I just want to confirm that you're the one and the same person. Mr. Benito Chico. Mr. Benito Chico, you faded out. Go ahead. Mr. Chico. Raise your hand, please. You're on mute. I'm just asking you to raise your hand. Okay, yes. You confirm that you're Benito Chico.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Director Kimbo.
Yes, well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the Techicos are here.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
The committee issued a subpoena to Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hong Ming, former presidential economic advisor. And we have a report on the return, Mr. Chair.
And what is the report? You've told me, but I want you to tell the committee what the report is.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hong Ming, the first attempt to serve the subpoena on September 2, Thursday, was at 1 Neo, wherein the receptionist through the security guard on duty gave our server a telephone number to call for any Philippine Full Wind Group of companies transaction. Upon calling, a certain Mr. John answered and informed our server that Mr. Yang is no longer connected with Full Wind Group of Companies, Inc. The second attempt to serve the subpoena on September 3, 2021, Friday, was at number 19 Nara Street, Forbes Park, Makati City, wherein a certain Romley Leondia, driver, refused to receive the subpoena and informed our server that there is no Michael Yang residing in the said address.
You're talking about the address in Nara Forest Park, are you?
So, I'm sorry, sir.
Yan ba yung sa Nara Forest Park?
Number 19, yes, Your Honor, Nara, Forbes Park.
Yes.
The driver, Romley Leondia, said that there is no Michael Yang residing in the said address. While talking with Mr. Leondia, an insurance company courier arrived with a document for a certain Nancy Yang. Mr. Leondia told the courier that there is no Nancy Yang in the household as well. Our server left a copy of the subpoena with Mr. Leondia.
Did you not tell this representation that somebody brought a package or a letter? Is it a package or a letter?
This was a delivery from an insurance company, and the courier arrived with a document for a certain Nancy Yang. But Mr. Leondia, the driver, told the courier that there is no Nancy Yang in that household as well.
Is Mr. Leong, is he Filipino or is he Chinese?
Mr. Leondia, Your Honor?
Yes.
He is a driver. I think he is a local, Your Honor.
Well, we got to confirm because otherwise you should instruct the USA to further investigate or bring him here if we have to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
we
Mr.
don't have
Chairman.
Mr. Michael Yang. Yes.
An administrative matter, Mr. Chairman.
Who is yes,
Yes.
Senator
Yes.
Pangilinan?
Just an administrative matter. Mr. Leon Diaz should be subpoenaed so that we can bring him in. Well, the other administrative matter, Mr. Chairman, is that when subpoenas, one or two subpoenas have been ignored or have not been, have been disregarded, that the next step is to issue a warrant of arrest, Mr. Chairman, as you know, and therefore we will tackle this later on, Mr. President, just for the record.
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Pangilinan. Yes, Senator Poe. Happy birthday, Senator Poe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that I heard from a source that perhaps the Yangs are just leasing in Forbes. So maybe we can subpoena a copy of the lease agreement, whoever really owns the property, if there is one. That's all, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
I'll ask Frank Dillon, then the chair will, Senator Dillon, and the chair will rule. Go ahead. Senator Dillon, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of the lease agreement on 19 Nara Avenue, South Forbes Park. That lease agreement states that that the lessee is a corporation and that the lease premises will be used by Michael Yang.
Yes, that was Mr. Tagle, right, who owns the lease.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, Tagle owns the leased premises.
It's not related to me.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct, sir. But the lease contract expressly provides that the residence will be used by Mr. Michael Yang Hong Ming.
We have a copy of the same. Isn't that right, Director General?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the same copy, Your Honor.
Okay.
And indeed, you confirm what Senator Dillon says, as we've seen it before, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that provision is stated in clause number 5 of the lease contract, Your Honor.
And we
Mr.
said
Chair, does it state what the lease amount is? I'm just curious.
it says that the well, let's Director Kimbo say so because he's got the contract. Go ahead, Director Kimbo.
It's about $500,000 a month, Your Honor.
500,000 a month. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, about 500,000 a month.
In other words, about 6 million a year.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the contract is for how long?
5 years, Your Honor.
And the contract was dated when?
2017, Your Honor. We're looking for the exact date, but it was
2017. That's about the date that Mr. Yang brought Farmali to Davao to see the president. Is that correct? Same year?
Yes, Your Honor. The contract starts April 2017, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It expires
and,
on April 2022.
Yes. So that was before or after they went to Davao?
After, Your Honor, because the trip to Davao was in March of the same year.
I thought so. March 17, if I'm not March 19 or March 17 to be exact.
Sir, we will confirm. I'm sorry, I don't have the date right
We'll
now.
find out later on. Anyway,
So, Mr.
I think
Mr.
we have a
Chairman,
copy of the contract that I can show on the screen. Can you see the contract, folks? Have we
Mr.
shared?
Chairman, that means
Yes, go
if their lease began in 2017, that means if they left earlier than that, they didn't actually end their lease. They ended their lease earlier than what's stated in the contract for 5 years.
Well, it says that the leased premises were to be occupied specifically, and I'll try to read it to you. Can you scroll down, please, to the part where it is supposed to be assigned to? There you go. Section 5 of the contract says, use as residence rules and regulations. It is understood and agreed that the leased premises na itong nirerentahan lugar ay hindi gagamitin ng lessee, shall not be used by the lessee as its staff house, but shall be used exclusively by the lessee for residential purposes only. That is an official residence of Pai Lee Holdings Incorporated stockholder, referring to Mr. Michael Yang Hong Min and his family, and for no other purpose, and subject to and in accordance with the covenants, restrictions, and stipulations contained in this contract. And the lessee further binds itself to observe good conduct in the use and enjoyment of the leased premises, and to refrain from engaging in any activity therein that will in any manner work harm, to damage, or prejudice the good name and reputation of the lessor and his property, and to refrain from creating racket. I don't know what they mean by racket. Is it a racket as in crime, or tennis racket, or noise, and loud noises?
Maybe
that disturbs
businesses,
the neighbors
Mr.
and the
Chair.
tranquil atmosphere in the village premises. I'm sure that everybody's seen a text message circulating that says the neighbors have been complaining, and even a cancer patient there has been complaining about the noise that is being perpetrated by bodyguards, or who appears to be bodyguards of the occupant of that house. Did you get a copy yourself of that text, Senator Poe?
Yes, I did, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
And Senator Pangilinan, did you get a copy as well? I see a thumbs up, and I'm sure Senator Drilon doesn't miss a beat. I'm sure Senator Drilon has also received a copy. So really, it cannot be denied that he lives in that
Mr. Chairman.
and he paid for the amount concerned. Yes, go ahead. Who's asking for
Yes,
the floor?
Mr. Chairman. Just a point of information. How many subpoenas have been served on Mr. Michael Yang?
2 already.
Including 2 already.
Yes.
So, just a parliamentary inquiry. What does the rules of the committee say in this regard?
The rule
It
says
yes. Thank you.
the rule says that if a subpoena is served and they refuse, and we have reason to believe, and that's not in the rule, reason to believe that he stays in that area, and he doesn't show that we can now send him a warrant of arrest to appear before the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and I already heard Senator Pangilinan indicate that he wants him brought to the Blue Ribbon Committee under arrest if necessary. Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Together with Sen Kiko and Sen Ping, it also has really caught my attention that this is at least the second time that the Blue Ribbon Committee, through our chairman, has issued an invitation or a subpoena to Michael Yang or Yang Hongming. And so in the spirit of what Sen Kiko said also about preparing to issue a warrant of arrest, may I move, Mr. Chairman, to cite Michael Yang or Yang Hongming in contempt of the Senate. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I will consider that motion to have him in contempt pursuant to the rules as originally presented by Senator Pangilinan, in fairness to him, and I understand even Senator Lacson in the previous hearing made mention of that, and there seems to be no objection. It's properly been sent by, all we need is one senator and Senator Dillon, and then we can proceed to send it to the Senate President.
Just a point, Mr. Chairman. I'm submitting a proposal to the chair. We are compelling Mr. Michael Young to appear, I suppose, in the next hearing. May your order of may the order of contempt. Should we not give him an opportunity to explain? Should we immediately proceed to arresting him? I'm just raising that question. I have no position, sir. Is it consistent with due process that he will be required to explain?
He and I are both lawyers. Subpoena has been served, and there have been lies perpetrated. Don't you think so? The persons there say, and that nobody by that name is there. There was a witness that came in. I hope that this Usaha was able to get an identification. I'm sure there will be CCTVs there, and the chair orders that if there is any CCTV by the Forbes Association, that we get a copy of that CCTV to show that the subpoena is being served. And I gave instructions that we should have at least the service videotape if that is important. If that has been done, and if that has been done, in addition to that, meron pa tayong contract na sinasabi siya ang titira doon. So talagang mukhang hindi talaga susunod. At having said that, I would like to say that the motion for contempt has been set and the chair has no objection to it. And the next step is to submit it to the Senate President so that he could sign this time no longer an invitation but a warrant of arrest to come over and represent himself to the Blue Ribbon Committee at its next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Having said that, the Director General is instructed. I think the Senate President is here. Senate President. Yes, go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly. I understand from previous hearings and issuances of warrants of arrest that we did not cite him in contempt to issue a warrant of arrest. The fact that the two subpoenas have not been served or have been served but has not been complied with. I understand in previous hearings in previous Congresses that is already basis to move for the issuance of a warrant of arrest without having to cite the individual in contempt. I believe our legislative precedents will bear me out.
Is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman.
Remember, we had somebody in the case of, I think, of Jimmy. Can you help me out? Paule.
Paule, Your Honor.
That's right, and we brought him here to the Senate.
And therefore, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
And therefore, we can actually reconcile the points raised earlier by Senator Vilon that we issue the warrant because of the non-compliance with the subpoena, and when he faces us, assuming he does face us, we can actually reconcile the points raised earlier by Senator Vilon that we issue the warrant because of the sorry, and therefore have him, as he appears, explain why he should not be cited in contempt. I think that would be an option that the Blue Ribbon Committee can consider.
What would you have the chair do? You suggested that there have been 2 occasions when he has refused. There has been a motion formally stated by Senator Ontiveros, and all these questions, including Senator Poe, Senator Drilon, and Senator Lacson, is addressed to that rejection of the subpoena, and that it seems that he is in flight right now. We've been to his office. He's not there. So it would indicate that the gentleman concerned, and we have all the respect that should be issued to him, should be formally accorded an invited person to come. He's been given all the chances, and therefore we are already in the process of making sure na umabot dito sa kay Senate President Tito Soto, who will sign the orders. Would that be correct, Mr. Senate President?
Yes, absolutely correct.
Thank you.
We'll
So
defer to the ruling and the decision of the Senate President, Mr. Chairman, and the chairperson.
thank you. So the motion to cite for contempt, that is the parliamentary situation. It has already been approved. There are no objections. And as directed, the Director General should now send formally to the Senate President, and the process should start to make sure that a warrant of arrest is issued, and that the USA be asked to formally serve it, and to all law enforcement authorities that they be made aware that there is such a warrant of arrest issued by the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines, part of a co-equal branch of government. Thank you. Director General.
Yes, Your Honor, we will draft it now. Yes,
Yes. Director General Kimbo, you've been so ordered. Please proceed and continue. Let's make it a little faster.
Sir, the next item is the...
Let me cut to the chase because this is very important. We issued a subpoena duce secum, and I think an ad classificandum to customs authorities with regard to import duties that were supposed to, or importation by Farmally and by other corporations involved. Have we done that already?
Your Honor, we have sent. It was received by the Bureau of Customs September 6th, Your Honor. Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes, at 12:42 p.m.
And is there any return for that?
Only that it had been received, but the Bureau of Customs, at least until now, has not made a submission yet.
Well, let me push the envelope. Could you instruct some of our folks at the Blue Ribbon to follow up with the Customs Commissioner what their disposition of this subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, the Customs Commissioner is present, Your Honor.
Good. That would be Commissioner Guerrero, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner Guerrero, please. Would you?
Yes,
may we
Mr.
respectfully
Chairman, yes,
request
Your Honors.
yes,
Director General, we confirm that we have received the notice. However, the notice that we received lacked specific details as to the information being required. May we just ask for the exact information or data required from the Bureau of Customs so that we could submit them as soon as possible.
Director General?
Mr. Chair.
Director General, go ahead and reply, please. I will go to
Your
Senator Marcos
Honor.
immediately.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the subpoena duces tecum reads, the authority of Section 17, etc., to email immediately to Blue Ribbon the following information. Number 1, documents relating to importation and proof of payment of importation duties on supplies of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation and Suzhou Construction Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 2, records of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation total importation for year 2020. Number 3, name of the customs broker who facilitated the importations of Pharmaly Pharmaceuticals Corporation, and number 4, importation records of vaccines.
Chair?
Sounds simple and direct, Commissioner. What you're
Mr.
thinking
Chairman,
about-
yes, this is the first time that we have been informed of subpoena ducis tecum. The latest communication that we received from the Senate is dated September 5, inviting us to attend this meeting, sir.
According to our records, the subpoena duces secum was sent to you yesterday, September 6.
Anyway, sir,
It was received at
just coordinate
12:42
with the
p.m.
Director General to get the details so that we could provide it immediately, sir.
The details have been read to you. We will use the internet to make sure that your office has it right now.
Yes, sir.
We'll confirm that, and I'm sure you have records that you can send by way of the internet if that is possible. If not, we will get the hard copies as well.
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You're a general in our armed forces. In the past, you were a chief of staff, and I know that you're a decent man and that you will comply with the lawful orders of the Senate. Thank you, sir. Senator Marcos?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to inform the committee that I sent a similar letter to the subpoena to the BOC urging that they supply the following information of compliance of the various companies under investigation, including the ITR for 3 years, the usual requisites for an import permit, the CPRs of the company, the proof of financial capacity, the bank certificates, the proof of lawful occupancy and office address, including warehouses, as we discussed earlier, and the certificates of registration issued by the AMO of the BOC, the Accreditation Management Office, as well as the reference of values on the imported goods. Kasi we can tie that immediately with the BIR, which unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, was similarly unresponsive. So I'm certain the General Jagger will supply the necessary information forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May I respond?
Yes, Commissioner, go ahead, please.
Yes, we confirm that we received the communication from the office of Senator Amy Marcos, and we have already submitted our reply, sir. I will check who from the office of the senator received the reply. If not, we will resend it again, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm not yet in receipt, but I will await your reply so that we can compare these requisites and their compliance with the BIR and other documents. Thank you very much.
All right. Will the gentle lady from Ilocos, Slovakia, please send us a copy? Should she to make sure that you already received a copy? And that's good that you also wrote the letter. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, just a quick administrative matter on the matter of issuances of warrants of arrest. Can the chair also consider the issuance of warrants of arrest to the members of the board of Pharmaly who have been issued 2 subpoenas and have not appeared since these 2 subpoenas were issued? That would be Gargani, Twinkle, and the other Gargani, Mort, and the others who have already received 2 subpoenas, Mr. Chairman.
To do so because I think we should really get them in here. And like I said, one of them, Mujib, I think is in Dubai, and we can even request the embassy there to the DFA, of course, to find out what he's doing there, and maybe he can come over right away back. And this should be Mohit Dargani, Twinkle Dargani, of course, Wang Suyan is here. Miss Crisel Grace Yu Mago, not served. It says not served. Justin Garado, not served at Fort Victoria. Mr. Lincoln Ong, Pharmacy Pharmaceutical, not served. Miss Iluminada A. Sebial, these are Filipinos, certified public accountant. I think Mrs. Iluminada Sebial is here. Is that correct, Director General?
Yes, Your Honor, she is.
Ms. Sebial, will you please sound off? Are you here? And raise your hand right away. As you raise your hand, I will consider that a motion. I would like to appreciate a second from any senator.
Yes, we second.
All right, it's been duly seconded, and that will again go the course of Michael Yang's warrant of arrest, and the Senate President is here, and I think he will do the same exact thing without me telling him what to do, because he knows better than I do. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I saw a thumbs up, and I saw a thumbs up there, and from the Senate President, that the record states that the thumbs up was made. So, so ordered, Director Kimbo.
Mr. Yes, Your Honor. Your
yes.
Honor, just for certainty, may I be allowed to read the names? Read the names.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Mohit Dargani, who is abroad, Miss Twinkle Dargani, Justine Garado, Lincoln Ong, Grisel Grace U. Mago. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4. Five names, including Mr. Mohit Dargani, Your Honor.
All right. So ordered.
Yes, Your Honor. Will do.
And for the record, wasn't Twinkle, did Twinkle Dargani, I don't know her, did she refuse to accept the subpoena last time?
Sir, it's the same problem that the service was in
Victoria?
Was in Fort Victoria, a place that they had already left and ceased to occupy.
Consistent with the answer of Mr. Wang in Singapore. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Inconsistent, Your Honor.
Thank you. Inconsistent. That's correct. Go ahead. And are there any other things that any people that you've subpoenaed that have not appeared? Who have subpoenaed, as well as documents?
So far, we're okay, sir. So far, we've completed the enumeration, Your Honor.
Should issue a subpoena also to the BIR to send us a testificandum records of operations of this group, Farmali?
Yes, Your Honor. We sent a subpoena duces tecum addressed to the commissioner, asking him to submit to the committee number 1, income tax return and other tax records of Farmali Pharmaceuticals Corporation. Number 2, income tax return and other tax records of Suzu Constructions Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 3, tax clearance, registration, and other tax records or certificate of non-registration or similar document of Farmali Pharmaceuticals Corporation and Suzu Constructions Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 4, records of Farmali Pharmaceuticals Corporation on the following: A, summary list of importation, SLI; B, summary list of purchases, SLP; C, summary list of sales, SLS. This was received by the Bureau of Internal Revenue on September 06, Your Honor, 2021 at 3:04 in the afternoon.
The BIR here today?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Yes, good morning. Yes, hail Caesar, BIR Commissioner. I'm just putting a little bit of humor here. Your name is Caesar. It's a very historic name. Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We confirm receipt of the subpoena duces tecum at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And if you allow us to time to collate these documents, earlier Senator Marcos wrote us asking for the same documents. And we have replied to her, I don't want to go legal on this. I want to cooperate with the committee. But I think you are well aware of our constraints under Section 270 of the Internal Revenue Code regarding the confidentiality of information. There are only 3 exceptions, and we can release that upon order of the President or upon a subpoena and request from the committee sitting on executive session. And third, of course, the representative of Farmali is here. If they waive the right to this information. The last option would be easier for us. If they waive, then we can release the documents.
Well, we've been so informed by you, and we are aware of those provisions for matters of national interest and security. If my memory serves correct, national security would mean that the interest of the state, there are certain secrets that that cannot be revealed, and executive session is a very delicate move by the Senate because as far as this representation is concerned, there should be transparency. And I am aware of the gentleman's from the BIR. I know of his good reputation. I just want to point out that these are matters that are part of the submissions made, especially by a new corporation who is going to apply for an import permit, that under the rules should show that he has been practicing for 3 years. And apparently, we just want to know whether he has, in fact, because he just filed for certificate of incorporation in September of 2019. And this is very crucial to us. You will understand para maintindihan tayo ng publiko. Nagtataka lang po ang mga senador na September 9, na 2019, nung magbidding po in about March or April, ay nakapasok ho sila na at apparently hindi naman makakapagdala kaagad dito yan ng mga ganyan na mga bagay-bagay na binibidding, and we want to be sure that that all the dots are placed and all the T's are crossed. Yun lang po. Kaya I may disagree with you peremptorily, but we will give you the proper respect that you so richly deserve. And I don't know why this has to reach the president, and I would not want the president embarrassed by this because it's so easy to say i-release yan. Kaya ng presidente i-release yan sapagkat hindi naman po involving national security. And the more the public feels na merong ilag na ginagawa or iwas na ginagalaw, lalong mawawet ang appetite ng publiko, and I do not want to have that happen to our country. Yun lang po. So, the subpoena has been issued. You may reply to it in accordance with your processes. Maybe we can do that insofar as the issuances are sent to us. The ones the issuance of the subpoena has been undertaken, and the documents can be, of course, under secrecy. We do not want to reveal the secrets as well as the personalities of the individual right away unless there is ground to do so, and we will follow the law. And perhaps, when you send it to us, please grant us the courtesy that we are people that we are not here to aggrandize ourselves here. We just want the truth.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
yun lang
Mr.
po
Chairman,
gusto ko sabihin sa inyo.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tolentino, what is the pleasure of Senator Tolentino?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I just want to inform this body that I'm physically present here,
I can see you.
attentively
Loud and clear.
listening. I may want to,
Hear you loud and clear, rather.
Mr. Chairman, I may want to agree to the request of the good commissioner if he can provide this committee well-connected reasons that would invoke the national security proviso mentioned by the good chairman. Is there any compelling reason why an executive committee session should be conducted that would not impinge on the functions of the Bureau of Internal Revenue? Siguro, Mr. Chair, pwedeng pakinggan natin kung ano yung dahilan without necessarily exposing the importance of the documents or revelations that may be made by the good commissioner. Just one reconsideration for this, Mr. Chairman, if we can allow Commissioner Dulay to explain why there is a compelling reason to go into an executive session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me reply to that quickly. The chair will be liberal with your question because we have a lot of things to cover, and I'd like to have the answer from the BIR in connection with the observations of Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just quoting the provision of Section 270. With due respect, I do not see any issue on national security because the provision simply says that any officer or employee of the Bureau of Internal Revenue who divulges to any person or makes known in any other manner than may be provided by law information regarding the business, the income, or state of any taxpayer, the secrets, operation, style, or work, or apparatus of any manufacturer or producer, etc. Your Honor. I don't want to. I want to disabuse the mind of the committee that the BIR is not prone to submit all these documents. I just want to follow it. But as a last statement, maybe the chair, Mr. Chair, since the representative of Farmali is here, maybe we can ask them if they're willing to waive this provision and agree for the BIR to submit all these documents.
Because we still have to confirm that he can do so under oath. But what is the pleasure of the committee? By the way, Commissioner Dulay, I would appreciate if you'd address the chair as Mr. Chairman. I still am a human being. I'm not a chair. I'm not made of wood. I have a wooden heart. Thank you. That is just a request. I'm glad that you're
corrected, Mr. Chairman. My stand corrected.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Not a big thing, but I mean, yes, go ahead. I saw Senator Pimentel raise his hand, Senator Pangilinan, and then Senator Marcos. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have some concerns about the BIR asserting that they are not allowed to divulge such information or data. And the provision cited refers to a provision, or I'd like to believe, a business that is conducting its businesses appropriately and in compliance with the respective, corporate and tax obligations, tax liabilities, etc. But this is a different case. I beg to disagree. We are not operating. We are not looking into a company per se, but a company that is now being dragged into a billions of pesos worth of possible corruption. And so I just want that on record, Mr. Chairman. And of course, we have a dilemma here. If we ask the chairman and he refuses, then our hands are tied. I mean, not necessarily, but our hands could be tied, and therefore we go by the argument being raised by the BIR commissioner that he is constrained by the law or their regulations not to release the information without the consent. Which, to my mind, yes, it may be simpler, but if we go that route and the chairman refuses, then we're back to square one, Mr. Chairman.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Precisely why I did not ask him directly. I don't want him to have an out. Go ahead, Senator President.
Yes. With the statement of the BIR, yung number 2 nila, what does he mean when he says subpoena duces tecum in executive session by the committee? Does it mean that if we call ourselves into an executive session and ask for these documents, you will be giving it? Or our subpoena duces tecum stands and you can submit it to us, but we consider it submitted in executive session? Which is which?
Commissioner Dulay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My own interpretation of the law is that we are supposed to keep confidential the records of any taxpayer so that if we submit the documents and it will be considered by the Committee on Executive Session, then they are protected. It is not public like what we're doing now. So my reply, Mr. Chairman, is that we can submit the documents and the committee can consider the documents in executive session, right?
I think
that's
facilitate the matter, Mr. Chairman. Ano, de tanggapin natin and then we can consider it in executive session at saka natin basahin.
Well,
Yes.
that sounds like a very good compromise, but I have a statement to make, but let me hear Senator DeLons first.
Well, yes, the Senate President is correct. What the Senate President stated is the law, and what Commissioner Dulay said is the law. And therefore, Commissioner Dulay submits to us the document. We'll consider it an executive session. So that's the law. We have no choice now. Of course, the issue is when we go into executive session and we consider the documents, there are certain rules in the executive session. So we leave it at that. Let us have the documents as suggested by the Senate President. Let's consider it in executive session as required by the law, and from there we can make decisions on other points. So just to cut short with due respect to the chairman, let Commissioner Dulay submit that as suggested by the Senate President, and we can proceed on the other points.
My comments are simple. I like what the Senate President said, and I'm willing to do that. But I also would like to have my 2 cents worth, if I may. This is a matter of vital interest. These are documents that are supposed to be public. When somebody applies to get an import permit, he must submit all these documents to the BIR, especially in the case of Farmali, that is a prima para or first-time importer of tremendous proportions. 8.7 billion pesos to be exact. And I would not want the committee to be accused na nagtatago tayo ng dokumento rito or ayaw nating makita. Kung nakapag-submit sa dati, at bakit tayo dadaan and why do we have to jump through hoops to get it? But I will leave it at that. That is my comment, and I do not want the president of Farmali to comment. I do not want to be caught in a bind later on. But, okay, we will follow what the Senate President in his wisdom suggests. That's a good point that we can get the documents, and will the gentleman from the BIR, Commissioner Dulay, please comply, and we will take it up and executive session as suggested, and we will decide what to do when we get there. Thank you very much. Secretary, Commissioner Dulay, would you comply, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. We'll just request for a few days to compile all these documents that are needed.
The chair will give you until the chair was hoping that we could do a hearing right away on Thursday, but we will do it right away. We will want to do it at the earliest by Thursday, if that is possible. It's now Tuesday. You have 2 days, I think. I'm sure you're computerized already, and I'm sure the conference information can be undertaken. No more than Friday, because we would like to finish this scenario, and we can have a hearing on Friday if you are not able to do so. But preferably, as a favor, would you like to give it to us by Thursday? Yes. So the chair instructs that. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Dulay. I did not. You made that statement, Commissioner Dulay?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just said that we'll comply with the order.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Senator Pangilinan?
Just very quickly, we likewise associate ourselves with the manifestation earlier made by the Senate President and the Minority Leader and the Chairman of the committee. But I'd like to place on record that the competing interests here would be the privacy issues of the corporation, Farmally, and of course public interest and the right of the public to know whether or not a huge corporation like Farmally was involved in billions of pesos worth of overprice. And therefore, we do have our rules on executive session, but we also have our rules, Mr. President, that we may decide as a Senate as to what information may be made public or not. I think that that can be debated in plenary. But in the meantime, we will accede to the earlier manifestations of the chair and the chairman, the minority leader, and the Senate president.
Like I said, I only agreed so that we can move on. In reality, napakalaki nitong nangyari. Kahindik-hindik ang mga lumalabas na facts ngayon na talagang isang korporasyon na batang-bata pa nakakuha ng permit kagad within wala pang 3 taon na nire-require para makakuha ka ng import permit. Inaaral yan maigi pero nakakuha sila at gusto ko rin malaman kung paano nilabas yan. Kaya gusto ko malaman kung yan ay dapat malaman ng publiko kung ano yan. Because nang lumalabas yan, some are more equal than others. But that having been decided, we shall continue with that. Director General, Senator Amy, did you want to make a comment? Go ahead. I didn't
I
interrupt you.
just wanted to share in the opinion of my chairman, as well as the Senate President, the Minority Leader, and my other colleagues, that the submissions of the BIR are essential and pivotal. In this case, where price gouging has actually been charged. I also confirm, as the commissioner said, Commissioner Dulay, that I sent a letter to them, and until today, have not received the answer referred to. I'm assuming that it will make similar reference to Section 270. But nevertheless, since overpricing is critical in this case, we would like to know about the undervaluing, the usual undervaluing of product, the profit margins, the output VAT, the gross income, and so on and so forth. And certainly, as the members of the Senate have said, these are pivotal in a case of overpricing and price gouging. Thank you.
Amy and Senator Amy and Chair comments your aggressiveness in notes your aggressiveness in trying to get this information as any senator in this Senate has been trying to do so. Yes, Commissioner Dulay, let us be quick because we have to allot.
Yes, sir. I would just like to address briefly that the following day, from the letter of Senator Marcos, I sent out a letter. I just checked out yesterday because she followed up by email. And this was released September 1. But let me check that again and make sure that she receives my reply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Let's proceed. Director General, please proceed post-haste on the rest of the report on the subpoenas, etc.
Sir, we have finished reading all the subpoena issued, and I think the next is to administer the oath to those who are here for the first time, Your Honor.
Proceed. Will all those who are taking their oaths here, please stand up and we will take a photograph, and you cannot speak unless you're under oath. Mr. General, go ahead and take control of the proceedings of the oath taking.
Yes, Your Honor. For those who are here for the first time, kindly
I
raise
would
your right
appreciate
hand.
it very much if we could cite them. I think the following people have stood up, and I would like this on the record. From EMS, Luis Lizano.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Dulay, will you affirm that what you've stated here will be covered by your oath right now? Commissioner Dulay? Commissioner Dulay? What you have previously stated here shall form part of your affirmation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do affirm it.
Sure, thank you. And the others, pardon me, I have to take a look at your name, Mr. Lizano and Girish Citaldes of New Life. What about the other gentleman? Blue Cross. Is that Mr. Amy Cham? Please reply. Mr. Amy Cham, is that you? One with the glasses and the vest?
Papa.
That's you. You're a lady, right? Amy, is that, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Papa, sir.
Salamat po. Thank you. Sino pa po? Pagkataas lang po ang kamay. Anderson Lowe. Undersecretary Anderson Lowe. And who else is there? Paulo Teston. not mistaken, you're from the office of previous office. Where are you connected now, Mr. Paulo Teston?
I'm connected, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, in a law firm in Taguig, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
A law firm. You don't want to mention your law firm?
The law firm is M&A Associates, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
MM Associates. Okay, right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Guerrero, are you raising your hand? Again, I raise question, same question to you, that you're affirming what you previously stated under oath.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And who else is there?
Mr. Ferrer.
Brico Merlin? Yes. Go ahead. And who else? Mr. Techico? Benny Techico? Yes. Who else? Quickly, please. Augusto Ilagan? Inspection Division?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rudy, can you see them as I cannot see them here very well. Can you just go ahead and say who they are? Emmanuel Artiza. And who else? Emmanuel Barcelon. Have you taken your oath before? Emmanuel Barcelon.
Mr. Ariel Valencia, Your Honor.
Yes. All right. And who else?
Mr. Ferrer. Ferdinand Ferrer.
Eddie Ferrer, is that you?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Ferdinand Ferrer. All right. And
Your Honor, Mr. Warren Rex Leong.
Warren Leong? Where is Warren Leong?
Here, Your Honor. Here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I can see you now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Leong. Go ahead. Who else?
From the SEC, Your Honor, Attorney Del Rosario.
SEC, Attorney Del Rosario? Where is Attorney Del Rosario?
Yes, sir. It's here.
Attorney Artiza.
Okay. Gerardo Del Rosario? Yes.
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
And Attorney Manuel Artiza, Your Honor.
I'm here, yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Rudy. Kimbo, you're in charge. Go ahead.
GPPB, Ms. Rowena Candince Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, are you there? Rowena? Ruiz, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Please identify yourself.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. This is Executive Director Rowena Candice Ruiz of the GPPB Technical Support Office.
All right. Go ahead.
From PhilJeps, Ms. Rosa Maria Clemente.
Ms. Clemente?
Here, good morning. I'm Rosa Maria Clemente from the Procurement Service PhilJeps.
Thank you, Rosa Maria Clemente. Thank you.
From the Philippine Association of Service Exporters, Ms. Raquel Bracero, President.
Please sound off. Ms. Bracero? Ms. Bracero, are you there? We cannot be too careful. I don't want to be accused that we already made some mistakes here, that statements have been made that I have to be reaffirmed. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir. Raquel Bracero from Pasay.
Raquel Bracero?
From Pasay. Yeah, Philippine Association of Service Exporters.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bracero. Go ahead.
Okay.
Rudy?
From Cosmic Technologies Incorporated, Mr. Maynard Ngu, President, CEO.
Maynard Ngu?
Present.
Okay, I can see you. Yeah, go ahead.
From the EMS companies, Maria Teresa Veronica Adriano, Emmanuel Barcelon,
Mr. Barcelon, I saw you earlier.
Raymond Barcelon,
Raymond Barcelon, are you there? Mr. Raymond Barcelon. He does not answer. Put it on record that he has not answered.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be careful, we might order a contempt if you do not answer right away.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it's important that we know who you are and you're here. Mr. Barcelon, last call. Go ahead. Mark him absent.
Trinidad Binwa.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I am here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. From EMS. Go ahead.
Sir, I can see Mr. Barcelon right now, but I don't know why he's responding.
Maybe he has to unmute.
Our server says he has low bandwidth.
Vicente Barcelon, is that it?
Raymond Barcelon, Your Honor.
Raymond Barcelon. Can you raise your hand, please, Mr. Raymond Barcelon? Can you put
Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Sasha?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with the internet. I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah. So are the kids up in Mindanao that they don't have internet sometimes and they cannot study well. So you're not alone. Go ahead.
Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer and Mr. Fernando Ferrer.
I saw Ferdinand Ferrer earlier. That's Perry, I suppose.
Yes, I am here.
And Don Fernando Ferrer?
Fernando Ferrer here, Your Honor.
You look like brothers. Are you your father and son, right?
Brothers, sir.
Oh, brothers. Okay. That was right. Thank you. All right.
Vicente Jimenez.
I saw Mr. Jimenez earlier.
Present, Your Honor.
Yes,
Luis Lizano.
I'm sorry.
Present, Your Honor.
I have to make sure that you're all properly administered. Go ahead.
Quincel Segunyal.
Present, Your Honor.
I saw her earlier. Go ahead.
Melva Valdez.
Present, Your Honor.
Take a glass of water. You're losing your voice. Go ahead. Thank you.
Norberto Vieira.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
From Health Wellness Lifestyle, Mr. Randolph Nazal.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Abrigo Merin.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Walfrido Francisco Sun.
Present, Your Honor.
Miss Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal. Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal.
Maria Teresa Nazal. Maria Teresa Nazal, are you there? Okay, mark her absent. Go ahead.
From New Life Pharmaceutical, Mr. Girish Sitaldas.
Mr. Girish.
Girish Sitaldas.
Girish.
Present, Your Honor.
Hello, Girish. How are you? Thank you.
Yes.
I know Ram, I think. Go ahead. Karina Sitaldas, is that it?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Rudy.
Formerly Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Wang Su Yen and Miss Ilimonada Sebial.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
We also have Attorney Maylene Villanueva, VP for Legal Affairs representing Philippine Pharma Wealth.
I'm here,
Attorney
Mr.
Villanueva? Yes, thank you.
From Philippine Blue Cross, Benito Techico, Steven Techico, Wilson Techico, and Ami Uimay.
I would like to see the Techicos raise their hands, please. All right. Ami Techico pala yun, si Ami. Maiden name mo, Ami, no? Techico. And who else? Benito, Ami, and who else?
Benito, Steven.
Steven Techico?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Amiya.
Sayang naman eh. Andiyan na kayo. Raise na yung hand nyo para makita kayo ng mga kamag-anak nyo.
Wilson Techico.
Wilson Techico. Present. Wilson, magpakita ka. Baka maubisto ka ng asawa mo. Kunwari, nandito ka pero wala ka. Go ahead.
Stephanie.
I don't know you. I'm just fooling around here now because I want everybody to know that we have to get your here. Go ahead.
Stephanie Techico C.
Stephanie Techico C. I cannot see you, Stephanie. Stephanie, are you there? Sound up.
I'm here.
Where are you?
I'm here.
There you go, Stephanie. Go ahead. Thank you. Napakainhin mo naman. Go ahead. Next.
Miss Christine Marie Suntay, former Director, PSDBM.
I'm here po, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, can you raise your hand? Because I can't see. Saan ba? Hindi lumalabas dito sa akin. Miss Suntay?
I'm here po.
I know you were there, but I can't see you. But anyway, let the record say that there's a voice coming out of the wilderness. Go ahead.
Attorney Samuel Dagpin.
You're being photographed. Go ahead.
Attorney Samuel Dagpin, Chairman, Governance Commission for GOCCs.
Go ahead, Samuel. I would appreciate very much when you hear your name, lagyan nyo na yung finger nyo doon sa unmute para makapagsalita kayo. Samuel, are you there? Samuel? Lampin? Okay, let the record say that he does not respond. Go ahead.
Your Honor, he can be seen, but he's on mute.
Oh. All right, say that for the record. Go ahead.
Dr. Gerardo Legaspi, PGH.
Let's go, Gap Legaspi of PJH. Go ahead. I saw him earlier. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Mr. Raymond Abrea, President and CEO, Asian Consulting Group.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Somebody, please unmute. I can hear your conversation. There are ambient sounds coming from you. Go ahead. Next. Who else?
The last, Your Honor, is Attorney Paulo Teston.
Attorney, you already called him, Paulo Texon, di ba?
Teston.
That's
Tango
lawyer, right?
Ecosierra.
Yes, from M&M, right?
Formerly with FDA.
Formerly with?
FDA, Your Honor.
Ah, you're the gentleman with Miss Puno, right? At that meeting in Davao. Okay, thank you. I saw you earlier. All right, raise your right hands and follow the guy, gentleman who's going to make a joke about Rudy. I will not. Go ahead, Rudy.
Do you swear or affirm? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? We will take pictures, so please don't put your hands down yet.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
I do. Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Taking photographs, Mr. Kimbo.
Your Honor, photographs are being taken page by page.
Please raise your hand so we can see you in the photograph.
Bakit ang layo ko?
Will somebody unmute, please, because we can hear you. Mute pala, mute nyo. Are we done, Rudy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please bring your hands down, and we'll now proceed. Finally, this will be our fourth hearing, and I'd like to thank you all for coming.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Yes,
Senator Lacson.
this is very quickly, Mr. Chairman. This is regarding the person of Wang Chu-yen.
Yes.
I understand he's attending this hearing virtually from his home in Singapore, but
That's
he
correct.
did not state for the record his address in Singapore, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I was leaving that to the embassy because I don't even know if that's Wang Chu-yen. For all you know, it might be somebody else. But
yes, just for the record, maybe find out from him where he is at.
Wang Chu-yen, please. I asked him that question, but I kind of mumbled the address. Please state it slowly, not without the law. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What is
I'm
your address?
currently at 23 Marina Way, unit number 30-34, Singapore,
Slow down, please.
018.
What is the first? Was that the number you said the first time before Marina Way?
23 Marina Way.
23.
Yes, correct.
Your son, 23.
Yes, 23 Marina Way.
Marina Way. And continue.
Unit number 30-34.
Unit number
30-34.
30-34.
30. Yes.
All right.
Singapore zip code 018979.
018
979.
979.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old this year, Mr. Chairman.
31 years old. And your father is where right now?
I have to do not know where the whereabouts of my father.
And just for the record, you do have a warrant of arrest from Taiwan. Is that correct?
I only received news of this supposed warrant arrest from my online searches. I've contacted the authorities with understanding of this since June. I've not received a reply as of today.
All right. The Director General
Mr.
has already
Chairman.
contacted the DFA.
So we're drafting the letter and we're sending it today, sir.
Maybe
Shortly.
Chairman.
We're sending it
faster
shortly.
if we call have someone in my staff that was belong to the former DFA. Will the gentleman concerned please try to call your connections at DFA to see whether our request is proper? And please inform us later on. He's a
Mr.
former
Chairman.
officer in the service of our
Yes, Your Honor.
yes. Attorney Risa Ontiveros, Senator Ontiveros, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, it really invites incredulity, the statement just made by Mr. Wang Tzuyan that he is not aware of the warrant of arrest in relation to stock manipulation because, Mr. Chairman, it has been posted on the website of the Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau of Taiwan since December 2020. For the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what he said,
Chairman.
and he's trying to find out. Is that correct, Mr. Wang?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm only made aware of this website
When were you made aware of this, to be precise?
in March 2021.
Oh, you were aware of it since March.
Yes, and I've been waiting for the formal subpoena to be issued to me in relation to this, and I have not received any.
And you didn't think it appropriate to have somebody contact the Taiwanese government?
Yes, I did. I've employed Drew and Napier LLC of Singapore to contact the Taiwanese authorities, and as of today, I have not received any replies from the Taiwanese authorities.
And you're not aware of the whereabouts of your father?
I do not know where my father is since.
Why is that?
We have been estranged since early 2020.
You've not seen him since early 2020.
I have been estranged from him since early 2020. I have not seen him.
I'm very concerned about the safety of your father. Don't you think you should be worried?
I'm worried, but
since it's a warrant of arrest
he's
for stock
disappeared.
manipulation in Taiwan.
I
mean, angry people will be angry. People will be angry because they lost their money. So you should know where your father is. Anyway, just say I'm not going to argue with you about that. I'm just stating something that that I think is capable of being what is expected of a human being. All right. With the permission of the body, I'd like to proceed so we can go very fast. The chair again would like to thank everyone, and this is our fourth hearing. Kaapat na pong hearing ito. And what is shocking is that there seems to be planned plunder so far. That is what we're looking at. Planned plunder. Hindi nyo masisisi ito sapagkat mukhang pag pinagdikit-dikit ko yung all the dots, as I've said previously, mukhang lumalabas na hanggang sa bandang huli, and I may be unfair here. I hope I'm not being unfair. Hanggang sa huli, meron na kayong mga tao sa mga government authorities that may investigate. And however, I cannot say that cannot escape the notice of this representation. There are commonalities that I've already stated before. You're all from Ateneo de Davao, the three L's. I'm glad Mr. Anderson Law is here. He can reply to it later on. Mr. Lau, is Yusek Lau here, by the way? Former Yusek Lau, are you here? Director General, is Yusek Lau here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am present, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And let me just ask you, where exactly are you right now?
At home, Mr. Chairman, Davao City.
Home is many places. You have a home in Tagaytay. I asked you about that. It says you belong to your father. You have a home in Green Hills in a condominium, right?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm in Davao City. My house in Davao City.
No, you didn't answer my question. You have a home. That's why I asked you where exactly you are. You are in exactly what number is your home there?
I only have one house. My house is in Davao City. I only have one home.
Here we go. This is my problem with you. Why are you evasive? I asked you last time and you didn't even know who you're leasing your condominium from. Do you know now whose condominium you were leasing last time?
I have it already, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me?
I already have it, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you already have it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Congratulations.
It is with Miss Rebecca Garcia, Mr. Chairman.
Becca Garcia, you say?
Rebecca Garcia.
Rebecca.
And
And what is the address there in that condominium?
Again, Mr. Chairman?
What is the address in that condominium?
Goldland, Mr. Chairman. Goldland Plaza.
Goldland
Plaza.
Yan or Goldland?
Goldland Plaza po.
Gintong lupa.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the exact address in Green Hills?
Annapolis Street.
Annapolis?
Annapolis Street.
Annapolis Street. There's you have a number? Try not to be evasive. You're a lawyer and a professor at that, yes, you claim.
No, I'm not.
Anong number?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not being evasive.
I'm
memorizing.
When you're asking an address, you will say, my number is...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm memorizing.
No, answer the question, please.
I only leased the property last year. So I'm memorizing it because I used to live in Pasig. So I'm just memorizing it. I'm not from Manila, Mr. Chairman. So please give me time.
It's not a crime if you're not from Manila. I'm just asking a simple question. I will not argue with you. Let the record state that the chairman has asked him for the exact number, and the first time the chairman asked him, he said he didn't know who he was leasing to, and now he doesn't even want to say what number. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to ask you any more questions right now. Allow me to proceed. So there seems to be a planned plunder of 42 billion. The question of Senator Drilon to Secretary Duque was why he transferred it. There was an answer, and again, what has happened since then has been, continuous effort at making sure that we have a situation where there were purchases of face masks, face shields, and PPEs that did not seem to follow the rules, the proper protocols, and to safeguard the interests of the people and of this country. So far, that is what we're seeing. We could be wrong or we could be right. The purchase of the said medical equipment or paraphernalia were transacted with a small and dubious company na ngayon ni hindi alam nung kanyang anak na si Juan, yung kanyang lugar, kung saan ang tatay niya, na kung saan ito ay may address na sinasabi walang tao doon. Narinig nyo na sabi nila, walang tao doon. Hindi makita yung mga tao doon sa Victoria Court. At merong kasama sila na si Michael Yang na sinasabi wala doon. At ang sinasabi ay hindi na raw nakatira doon pero may nakita ang usaa na dinala doon yung subpoena at sinabi hinahanap yung si Nancy Yang at dinala doon ng isang insurance company. So talagang hindi kayo masisisi kung ang committee ay talagang nagtataas ng tumataas ang kanilang doubts dito sa mga umaharap dito sa atin. And the company, to be exact, Farmally, is owned by foreigners na it would appear may mga kaso sa Taiwan at mga serious cases amounting to $50 million ng stock manipulation. Hindi maikakailayan sapagkat hindi ko maintindihan kung talagang tutuusin. Tinatawagan ko lahat ang nanonood na nakikinig. Pindutin nyo yung button ng computer nyo, ilagay nyo yung Farmally, lalabas doon yung kanilang kaso sa Taiwan. At makikita nyo kaagad doon. So talaga may duda na napakalaki dito sa lumalabas. Especially, ang halaga ng purchase price itong mga binili, ng mga face mask, at yan malalaman natin kaagad ngayon, ay talagang super taas at more than double ng mga presyo ng ibang mga nagbibid. And ang masasabi ko lang, kung talagang nangyari yan, sinasabi ko dito na dapat yan ay pwede sanang napakinabangan ng mga nag-aaklas ngayon, ng mga nurses, ng mga healthcare workers na nahihirapan na hindi mabigyan at mabayaran ng SRA, kahit na sinabihan na ng COA na dapat isali sila sapagkat nagbago na ang situation dito sa Delta variant na kapag ikaw nasa hospital, you are in a hazardous situation. Ang binibigay lang dati ay nasa COVID ward. Pero nung nakaraan hearing, especially the first hearing, lumabas na ganun. And fairness to Secretary Duque, sabi niya hahanapan ng pera at lumalabas, medyo nakakuha sila ng pera ng 881 million pesos dito sa DBM at 888.12 million pesos sa DBM. At in the meantime, ang inyong abang lingkod at si Senator Angara ay nag-file ng bill na talagang isali na sapagkat may duda at may na sinasabi ni Secretary Duque kahit na sinasabihan ko na siya na mag-take ng risk because papayagan naman siya ng COA apparently ay yun ay para lang may cover si Secretary Duque, and I appeal to our colleagues to put a little bit of urgency dito sa final bill namin ni Senator Angara para yung mga tao natin ay hindi mawala, lalo na ngayon tumataas ang COVID at dumadami. At kung iiwanan tayo mga nurses, kung lalabas sila, ay talagang nasa bingit tayo ng alanganin ang ating mga kababayan na papasok dyan. Kailangan mabayaran yung mga, and in fairness to this representation, nang ako'y nag-umpisa, yan ang una kong sinabi sa committee na unahin natin muna yung mga healthcare workers natin. Marami na nangyari pagkatapos lang. Ang nakakalungkot po dito ay nagkakaroon ng ibang mga issue na nire-raise at hindi ko nasasagutin dyan sapagkat there is a proper time for it. Gusto ko lang malaman ng mga kababayan natin at lahat ng mga senador ay foursquare na sinasabi natin, ito muna ang tupagin natin, huwag natin ibahin ang topic sapagkat ang pinaglalabanan dito ay hindi between the parties concerned, yung mga na pagbibintangan dito o nasasabi yung mga pangalan nila o ng ating Pangulo. Hindi po yun ang laban. Ang laban dito ay bakit masyadong garapal ang pagtaas ng presyo at dahil dyan nahihirapan ang mga kababayan natin, yung mga tao ay hindi nababayaran nga, katulad ng sinabi natin, at yung mga tao natin ay nagugutom dahil hindi makapagtrabaho, yung iba nakakasakit and are dying, walang ayuda, kulang ang ayuda at marami pang iba. I have to say that. I'm not grandstanding. And nakakalungkot lang na ulitin ko lang yung sinasabi natin, ako ay nag-hearing dito, motu proprio, at nalulungkot ako na ang ating mismong Pangulo, galing yung hearing na ginawa natin, galing sa Commission on Audit, at ayoko narinig sino mga Pangulo na huwag makinig ang tao sa COA, sapagkat dapat pakinggan ng COA. Ako rin na-COA na. Matagal na rin ako nagsilbi sa gobyerno, na-COA na ako, pero hindi ko sasabihin huwag makinig sa COA. Sinasagot natin lahat yung sinasabi sa COA. Hindi naman nangagulugan na guilty kayo kaagad. Sagutin nyo lang. Kayo, Undersecretary Lau at ang inyong mga kasama, sagutin nyo yung mga tinatanong ng COA. Hindi ko pinagtatanggol ng COA, kaya na lang pagtanggol nila sa sarili nila sapagkat yan ay nasa konstitusyon natin. At ganoon rin ang pagyuyurak sa Senado na sinasabi tayo yung mga nag-grandstanding. Hindi ko naman matiis na hindi sagutin. Kaya sinagot ko, harap-harapan sa hearing, sinabi ko, ang Senado ay co-equal branch at hindi pwedeng pagsabihan na tumigil at ang Senado ay merong kapangyarihan na magkaroon ng tinatawag nating legislative oversight, lalo na ang Blue Ribbon. Kaya iniimbestiga natin yan at huwag naman pong sasabihin sapagkat nakakatakot yung sinasabi ng mga kinaukulan na sa huwag makinig at sinasabihan pa ang mga military, wala pa naman tayo pinapatawag ng military dito na huwag susunod at huwag sumunod sapagkat yan ay nakalagay sa ating batas na almost talagang yan ay inciting to sedition. Huwag sundin ang mga local authorities at yan ay nagdi-disturb ng legislative proceedings na dapat irespeto at to be very sure ay sinasabi dyan na dapat huwag pakikialaman yung ginagawa ng isang legislative authority na nakalagay dyan ay hindi dapat sinasabihan ng tao. At ito ay paglabag sa oath of office nating lahat. At makikita natin dyan na talagang ang pangasinumpuan natin lahat ay talagang lalo na ang Pangulo, he must execute its laws, do justice to every man, preserve and defend the Constitution, execute its laws, do justice to every man, and consecrate himself to the service of the nation. Yan ang sinasabi po niya. Ngayon, nandito na po tayo ngayon sa sitwasyon na talagang pag pinag-aralan po natin ito ay talagang mahirap itago na talagang lumalabas may mga evasion ng mga sasagot at ito ay nagigimbal ang buong mamayang Pilipino na hinahanap natin accountability o pananagutan at saka ang transparency ng ating gobyerno na isang unit ng DBM, PS. Hindi siya nanagot doon sa Secretary of DBM na nalagay yung mga tao dyan na talagang bilyong piso ang nauubos at hindi natin namamalayan. At ngayon ay di na ako magpapakahaba. Tutuloy na po tayo kaagad sapagkat binigyan ko lang po ng overview yung ating pinag-uusapan para ito ay malaman ng ating bansa para tayo ay hindi tayo tumitigil. Ngayon po ay
Mr. Chairman.
yes, let me just continue please, Secretary Senator Hontiveros. I would now like
Yes,
to
Mr.
call
Chairman, just a brief opening statement also, if the chairman would allow.
if you don't mind, Senator Hontiveros, allow me to get to the chase because you've allowed a lot of people here, and you will get your chance. As you know, we already have called everybody, and as soon as I do not want to tarry a little anymore, I would like, with the permission of everybody, to call the Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer and Fernando Ferrer of EMS because pag tinignan nyo yung report dito, hindi lang yung mga sobra ang pagsisingil, pero makikita nyo, nag-supply ang kumpanya ng EMS ang umaabot, kung pwedeng pakita lang dito, ng 100 million na supply na ang presyo ay 13 pesos and 50 centavos kung di ko nagkakamali. At kung ikukumpara yan, ito makikita natin, kung pwedeng pakita, kung kukumpara nyo sa iba, New Life Pharmaceutical, 16 pesos at 50,000 quantities. Pharmaly Pharmaceutical, 22.50 on 16 April. Cosmic Technologies, 22 pesos and 50 centavos at 300,000. Philippine Pharma Wealth Incorporated, 27.49, 100,000. Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation, 27.72, 500,000 quantities. At Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation na naman na 10,000. Ito ay bukod doon sa nakuha nilang 8.7 billion kasama na dyan. Pero ang EMS components, nagtataka kami nakapagbenta ng 1350 na 100 million at ang Health Wellness Lifestyle Incorporated ay 1750 at 600,000. Ito ay nung May 20, yung Health Wellness, yung EMS April 27. Hindi nagkakalayo ng isang linggo halos ito mga ito. Kaya tinatawag po natin si Mr. Perry Ferrer na marap at kung pwede matanong po ng chairman, mabilis lang po. Mr. Ferrer, are you there already?
Good morning, Your Honor, Chairman Senator Gordon. Yes, I am here.
Your name is Ferdinand Ferrer, and you are with a very reputable company in the Philippines that has been supplying these products for how long?
Your Honor, we have only started producing medical grade face masks in 2020.
2020?
Yes.
At kayo pumasok dyan? Bakit?
In 2020, we were requested, several companies were requested by our Department of Trade and Industry, or the DTI, if local companies can repurpose their factories in order to augment the supply of medical products, PPEs, and medical grade face masks.
Alright. At nakapag-supply ba kayo? Nanalo po kayo? Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We were awarded April 27. April 27.
Computer may market.
The signal is can the technical people fix the signal because it's a very, very important testimony. Can you come closer to the microphone, please, Mr. Ferrer?
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor, Chairman. Our company, EMS Components, was awarded April 27th, 2020 at the unit price of 13 pesos 50 centavos for 100 million medical grade face mask. But Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify earlier, the document that was shown at the screen earlier, 100 million at 13 pesos 50 centavos. Yes, that is true, but we were only able to ship 25% or 25.8 million of that 100 million contract at 13.50.
In fact, after the firm was ready to ship out its first batch of surgical masks, pag naman ready na kayo, on June 1,
Yes.
Anong nangyari?
Yes, Senator. Per contract with the DBMPS, our shipments would have started in June at 8.5 million per month.
8.5 million per month. Nangyari po ba yan?
That's correct. Not entirely, Your Honor. We were able to ship only 5.3 million in June, and the balance was delayed.
Bakit ho hindi kayo pinayagan mag-ship? Pinayagan ba kayo o hindi kayo pinayagan?
We were not allowed because every time we ship, we need to get a request for delivery from DBMPS. So as our finished goods or stocks were available to ship, like what I mentioned, we were able to ship in June 5.2 or 5.3 million, and the rest was we were not given authority to ship and was delayed.
Ano raw ang rason kung bakit ayaw kayo pagpa-deliverin?
Inventory.
Hindi na. Walang kailangan.
Director General, your microphone is on, and you're disturbing the proceedings.
No, Your Honor, it's not mine, Your Honor.
Okay. No, there were reasons that were given to us that the warehouse had enough inventory.
Sobra-sobra na ang inventory na or enough lang?
They had enough inventory.
And were you able eventually to fulfill it? Did you try other dates na magpapadala kayo?
Yes, we would request DBM warehouse. Our logistics team would request DBM warehouse if we could continue shipping. So eventually, like I mentioned earlier, we were only able to ship 25.8 million at 13.50, and that only lasted until November 2020.
So halos 6 na buwan bago kayo napayagan na nakapag-ship lang nung ilang percent? 25%.
That's correct, Your Honor. We were able to ship 25% of the contract until November 2020 only.
Ano po ang nangyari doon sa 75 million?
We were put on hold. There was a communication to us that our shipments were put on hold and not to deliver.
Were you aware that other suppliers had already won the bid na marami na silang sinusupply doon? Were you aware of that?
No, Your Honor. No, I was not aware. No.
Alam niyo ba na namili ang Farmally? Kailan niyo nalaman na kung hindi niyo alam kung kailan niyo nalaman na ang Farmally ay nakakuha ng napakalaking contract, napakalaki di hamak sa inyo?
Actually, all the information, all these contracts that I've seen, I only heard it this year, Senator, that there were other suppliers.
You are a Filipino corporation, correct?
That's correct, sir. 100% proud Filipino company.
Kung di ko nagkakamali, nakausap ko rin si Secretary Lopez ng DTI, sabi ko, ba't hindi tayo kumuha at mag-umpisa na tayong tangkilikin natin at bigyan pa natin ng pera yung mga korporasyon ng Pilipinas para makagawa sila. Right now, makahabol tayo makagawa ng tinatawag nating mga face mask. Napakasimple lang naman ng teknolohiya yan. Tama po ba yan? na dapat kaya ninyo.
That's correct. Kaya po ng Filipino, yes.
At kinaya nyo, nanalo kayo ng 100 million, pero ang lumalabas dito, ayaw kunin yung mga ginagawa nyo.
Your Honor,
kayo mag-produce. Gumastos kayo. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct. Yes.
Nag-import po kayo ng mga raw material. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mga magkano ginastos nyo para sa raw material lamang?
My investment was close to 200 million in equipment, raw material, and refacilitation of our factory to get into the medical face mask manufacturing.
In other words, para makalaban sa giyera, nag-retool kayo. Nagbago kayo. Kumbaga nung World War II, yung Detroit gumagawa ng kotse, gumawa ng tangke, gumawa ng mga baril para makalaban tayo sa giyera, makalaban sila sa giyera. Dito naman, ano ba talaga ang ginagawa nyo bago itong face mask?
Before doing medical grade face mask, we are an electronics assembly facility primarily for export. We support the automotive industry, the aerospace industry, consumer and industrial industry.
Internationally.
We produce it here in the Philippines, and we also do a lot of subcontract work for local foreign exporters here. And then all for export.
So pumasok kayo dito bilang isang entrepreneur na nakita nyo kaya ng Pilipino at kaya nyo makipagsabayan. At nakipagsabayan nga kayo. 13, 15 kontrata nyo, pero yung Farmally nasa 27, nasa 22. Di hamak na mas malayo sa binibenta ninyo.
You know, Your Honor, Senator Gordon, when the DTI approached us, and it took me 3 weeks to really created a technical working group to review how to build medical grade face masks. I believe it was our duty as a Filipino company because it is the government who requested. The employees, our employees here, like what you mentioned earlier, we didn't know how far this COVID was going to go, but we knew we were entering into a war, like what you said. And it is our duty as a Filipino company to contribute even just a little bit. And our management team and our supportive board of directors agreed to repurpose, like what you mentioned, retool a section of our factory close to 1,800 square meters, 1,800 square meters to produce medical grade face masks.
And of course, that entailed great risk. Napakalaking kasapalaran ang ginawa nyo.
Yes, yes. It was a risk, but like what I mentioned, it was our duty to produce. We wanted to produce. We had a bad experience in Taal a few months before March and April because Taal erupted in January of the same year, 2020. And I saw the devastation and the need. That's why we decided on face masks because we were affected right from January, the shortages of face masks. So we decided amongst all the different medical supplies that we could produce, we informed the Department of Trade that EMS components will produce and support the government in producing medical grade face masks.
Kapuri-puri naman yung ginawa nyo. 13 pesos and 50 centavos. Nag-risk kayo. Sabi ng DTI, pumasok kayo dyan. Nanalo kayo. Pagkatapos manalo na kayo, hindi na kayo nakakuha ng ibang kontrata. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct. That is our first and last contract. I just wanted to clarify. We shipped 25.8 million at 13.50, and then we shipped the balance. We were able to ship the balance. We shipped 74.1 million at 2.35, 2 pesos 35 centavos, Your Honor.
At Yung 100 million na nakuha yung supply ng Farmally, magkano kayo inabot doon? Magkano ang total nun? Ilang million yon? Ilang daan million? 1 point plus billion yan, di ba? Billion ba yun o million?
I don't know what Farmally got. I really don't know.
Yung sa inyo, yung sa inyo.
For our contract, it is 1.3 billion pesos total original contract. But at the end, after shipping 100 million units of face mask, the total sales only was 523 million.
Kalahati lang.
It was far from the 1.3 billion.
Do you think that there's some reason bakit kayo pinipigil nitong DBMPS na mag-supply kayo?
At least
sa kontrata. Di ba sinusuba kayo ng gobyerno? Tama po ba yan? Mabigat na yung salita ko. Sinusuba kayo, nanalo kayo, pero pinapahirapan kayo samantalang yung Farmally, hindi mo alam yan, pero maluwag na maluwag makakuha, maluwag sa pag-import, walang you've been importing, di ba? Para maka-import kayo, dadaan kayo sa 3 taon, dadaan kayo sa Butas ng Karayom, magpapakita kayo na 3 taon na kayo nag-ooperate, magbabayad kayo ng taxes. Tama po ba yan? Ano pa ba ang sinisingil sa inyo pagka mag-import?
Oo, parang gano'n.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay, I heard. No, that is correct. Well, from just looking back, when we communicate with the PSDBM that they do have inventory and there is a lot of issues on space in the warehouse and they're doing inventory, we took it at face value because I believe last year there was a lot of procurement happening. The country needed it. So we took it at face value that our deliveries and the inventory of face masks was probably enough the DBM. But in our case, I just want to mention this. During the start around April and May, I believed in the government. There was a lot of government coordination, and as proof of government and private collaboration, the DTI, the BOI, the Bureau of Customs, FDA, PEZA, the DOH, and the DBM all helped to make us into reality and be able to produce medical grade face masks. In a matter of 7 to 8 weeks, which our company has never done before, even with our expertise in electronics, but on a new product, in a matter of 7 to 8 weeks, all these agencies were able to help us at the height, not at the height, at the onset of this COVID. It shows that if government and private companies work together, we can achieve. And we are the example na kung gugustuhin talaga natin, we were able to produce medical grade face mask and to the capacity of around 12 capacity. This is capacity 12 million per month.
Marami kayo lang pumasok dyan, di ba? Marami kayo pumasok. Di ba may asosasyon kayo na nag-commit na magagawa kayo? Tama po ba yan?
Yes, that is correct. And I met a lot of different companies and the local manufacturers. We formed a coalition of PPE manufacturers of the Philippines. And they too, the other companies from different industries, I was pleasantly surprised that we were following the same track. I didn't know what they were doing, but we were parallel in also repurposing. So they were repurposing for different
Ibig sabihin repurposing, kumakambyo kayo. Kung ang ginagawa nyo dati ay electronic, kumambyo kayo, katulad ng ibang kumpanya, kumambyo sila para kayo makapag-supply bilang Pilipino, makapag-supply kayo dahil tukulin nyo yan at kaya natin gawin yan at una makikinabang ang mga Pilipino laborer. Tama po ba yan?
That is true. That is absolutely correct. We wanted one of the CPMP, Coalition of PPE Manufacturers, the Philippines. One of our objectives is really to provide medical grade PPEs, including face masks, as well. The number 2 is to be able to preserve Filipino jobs and generate employment in the Philippines.
Yung PESA, yung mga DTI, talagang ginagampanan nila ang tungkulin lang hanggat kaya. Pero mukhang hindi ginampanan ang tungkulin ng gobyerno dito sa pagsusupply ninyo. Hindi kayo sinuklian ng tiwala. In fact, ang nangyari, tama ba yan? Hindi kayo sinuklian dahil hindi tinatanggap yung dinideliver nyo. Sumugal kayo, nagpasok kayo ng pera, nanalo kayo, pinakamababa kayo, pero nung magdi-deliver na kayo, inipit-ipit ang delivery. Tama ba yan?
We were not given, our deliveries were pushed out and delayed. Yes, that's true.
Were what? Excuse me?
It was our deliveries were pushed.
Your deliveries were not
Were
accepted because they had too much inventory, correct?
The reasons were inventory, not enough space in the warehouse, and they were doing inventory.
Well, looking at it, pagkatapos niyan, nakita natin ang laki-laki ng binigay, halimbawa sa isang kumpanya, katulad ng Parmali. Papakita ko sa inyo ngayon yung ibang binigyan, ano? At para, nasabi niya, hindi nyo alam. Halimbawa dito, etong surgical mask. Ito, Parmali ba ito? Parmali ito, no? April 14, 20. Surgical mask, ang quantity 2.4 million, 2250. Ang total 54 million. Negotiated yan. Yung ba sa inyo, negotiated rin?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good.
Our contract was under Bayanihan 1. Yes.
That's good. All right. Now, ito, April 16, nakikita niyo ba? Nakikita po ba niya?
No, I cannot
sorry,
see.
I'll try to show it to you. Ayan na po. Ito po, nakikita niyo na.
Yes. Yes.
Ito po, April 16, 2020. Nakakuha uli ng 500,000 quantity ang Parmali at 27.72. No? Or 13.86 million. Negotiated yan. So, pag sinuma total niyo yan, umabot na sila halos ng 67.86 million, 54 plus 13.86. Nakita niyo po yan?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Ituloy po natin. April 20, surgical mask na naman. 10 million at 22 pesos. Umabot na sila ngayon ng 287 million, 0.86 million. Tama po ba yan? Nakikita nyo?
Yes. You can see it, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos bigla ngayon, bumuluwak, ito, BGI real time, 8,000, 75,000, ano po? At pesos, ito, iba na itong sinusupply natin to, mga test kits na ito. No? Malaking pera lang ang sinasabi. I'm not going to ask you to compare apples and oranges, pero kayo nasa surgical mask. Pero nakakagulat, umabot na sila ng 887.86 million. Sige, baba natin. April 23, A-Star Fortitude Kit para sa RT-PCR test. Parmali yan, ha? Hindi face mask yan, to be fair. 344,000 pesos. Ang quantity ay 2,000. Naghahalaga ng 688 million. So, pag sinuma total niya yan, umabot na po ng 1,575 million ang nabili sa Parmali. Nakita po niya yan?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ito ulit. April 23. Wala hong yung lampas sa isang linggo dyan, no? 3 million ang quantities. 100,000, 100 pesos. Lumalabas 300 million ang binayad. 1,875 million na po yan. Tapos sumunod, May 4, sumunod na yung isang buwan, after mga 2 weeks, nag-order naman ng surgical gown na 10,000 at 288. Ang binayad ay 2.880 million. So tumaas na yung nabili, 1.877 billion. On May 8, 4 days later, namili sila ng PPE. 2 milyon. 1,910 at 3.82 billion. 1,910. Napakita ko na ho ito noong nakaraan. Nakabili sila, may nag-supply sa kanila at pinagkumpara namin ang presyo sa ibang supplier. Maabot ng 994 pesos. Yun ang sinasabi ng Department of Trade na SRA, 994 pesos, pero binili na lang 1,910. Umabot na ang binigay sa Farmali ng 3.82 billion or 5 billion 697 billion suma total na nabili sa kanila. And then June 9, 20, BGI again, Farmali pa rin yan, 41,400, 69,500. Umabot na sila ngayon ng 2.87 billion yung sinupply nila yan. Umabot na sila ng 8 billion 574 million pesos. Tapos ito MGI Easy Magnetic June 10, pakitaas lang please, at 787.9. Finally umabot ng 8.8 billion ang inabot nila. At mga preps kit yan, kit lahat yan. So a subtotal so far under the administration of Secretary Lau, 8,899 million pesos. Kayo nakapag-supply, pakitaas nga kung meron pa. Wala na, okay. 8.89 billion, ano po? Lumalabas na kayo nakapag-supply ng 1.3 billion, pero sa suma total, ang kinuha nila sa inyo ay kalahating bilyon. Hindi na tinanggap yung iba. At hindi po ba totoo, binaba nyo pa yung presyo nyo? Gipit na para makabawi kayo. Binaba nyo ang presyo nyo ng 2 pesos and kayo na magsabi, ilan ho ang binayad? 2.35 per piece?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we received a letter from DBMPS earlier part of this year. It is part of the contract that we have to match lower prices, and because we do have inventory, and we did 2 pesos 35 centavos.
Hindi na nasunod yung 13.50 sa ganun, sa madaling sabi.
That's correct. 74 million 125,000 of the 100 million was delivered at 2 pesos 35 centavos.
So lugi kayo. 13.50 nyo kayo nag-bid, fair and square. Negotiated bid. Tapos bigla na lang kayo napilitan na, sige, sinulatan kayo. Bibili kayo kami sa inyo. Para bang panakibutas lang kayo kunyari para lang masabi nakabili sila ng mababa. Pero tinira kayo ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos per price. Tama ba yung conclusion ko? Nakamali ba ako doon na napilitan kayo magbaba ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos? Nilinggis kayo ng sawa, so to speak. I know of any analogy. Nilinggis kayo na pumayag kayo na 2 pesos and 35 ang i-deliver nyo. May katwiran po ba ako doon o wala?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We delivered 74 million out of the 100 million at 2 pesos and 35 centavos. And I want to always fulfill my contract. In the past 17 years that we are in business in electronics and semiconductor services, we always fulfill our contract. And this time is no exception that we will fulfill our contract. At 100 million units we delivered. It wasn't the original contract, but we completed our contract.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, very quickly, nalugi ba sila o hindi?
Yes, Senator, good morning. Senator, yes, nalugi kami.
So nalugi yung Filipino Corporation na nakipagsapalaran.
Abang tiba-tiba.
Tiba-tiba, kaya nga. Ano? Matira ang masiba. Kaya nga. Hindi matibay. Matira ang masiba. I have to make that comment because nakakasuklam ang ginagawa nito mga taong ito. Lumalabas, hinikayat kayo at ibang korporasyon, pagkatapos bandang huli, tinira kayo, yung 13.15 nyo naging 2.35, talagang nalugi kayo. Pero yung kabila, ngayon nahihirapan ba tayong kunin kung paano nila in-import o kung paano nila nilabas uli yung pera. Now, kayo, nung nag-deliver kayo, alam nyo ba kung umabot yung deliver nyo sa probinsya o sa mga kailangan natin? Sapagkat hanggang ngayon may nagsasabi sa akin, hanggang Cotabato, meron mga ospital, hindi pa sila nakakatanggap ng face mask o PPE.
Your Honor,
yan ang susunod na gusto ko matalakay ng Blue Ribbon kung umabot yan.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, when we deliver, there is always a source inspection. When we deliver to PSDBM in Paco, I call it the Paco area.
The bodega nila nasa Paco.
Yeah, the inspectors, our goods are inspected at the DBM site.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when we also deliver direct to the Department of Health, DOH in Marikina, in Taguig, those deliveries are inspected in Pampanga. Those deliveries before they leave our factory are inspected by DBMPS at our factory. So there are two modes of inspections and clearances at the PSDBM at Paco, or if it is delivered to DOH and Camp Aguinaldo, they are inspected and cleared for shipment in our factory.
So dinadala nyo sa DOH, bahala na si Batman sa DOH, bahala na yung Camp Aguinaldo. Ang nasa Camp Aguinaldo, ang pagkaalam ko, ay yung tinatawag nating disaster, yung civil defense at national disaster risk reduction. Di ba? Andun yun?
I am not quite sure. We only had one delivery. We only had one delivery in Camp Aguinaldo, which was August 2020.
Can you tell us kung kanino nyo dineliver doon? I'm sure yung mga tao nyo masasabi kung kanino, sino tumanggap doon.
I do not have that detailed information, but yes, of course, we do have all the documents. That was the receiving documents of in Camp Aguinaldo. Yes.
So masasabi nyo later on, siguro in about tatawagan nyo yung kumpanya nyo, pwede nyo sabihin na saan nyo dineliver sa Camp Aguinaldo.
That's correct. Yes, we can get that information.
Well, you have staff there, you have a conference there from your company. Pwede mo pakiusapan na natin sila Mr. Lizano ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Lizano will get that information. Yes.
Yes, I would appreciate it very much, Mr. Lizano, if you can call your company now and find out kung saan nyo dineliver doon. Kung alam mo ngayon, sabihin mo na.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. The delivery in Camp Aguinaldo is in OCD, Office of the Civil Defense.
So tama ako, Office of Civil Defense. Tama po ba yan?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now,
question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Let me just say, na dineliver nyo doon, hindi na natin alam kung pinadala pa nila sa probinsya yan. No? At katulad nga na sinabi ko, hindi natin alam dahil sabi nyo, limpak-limpak yung mga bodega, puno na. I would like, therefore, to subpoena the records, and I think I've already ordered that. Director General Director General Rudy Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nasubpoena na ba natin yung delivery records?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung DOH, yes, Your Honor. Yesterday.
What about
inventory, receipts, tsaka delivery. Yes, Your Honor.
Related to that, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Related to that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Of the 42 billion the transfer to the PSDBM, have they submitted to your committee the breakdown?
The breakdown of the PSDBM?
42 billion.
Yes.
They have submitted the breakdown.
Director General Kimbo?
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
All right.
We will supply the Senate President with the
we can present
information,
that.
Your Honor.
Then the next question then is, nasaan yung inventory? Nasaan na ngayon? Yung lahat ng nabili nila sa 42 billion.
Tama po yan sa tanong nyo. At yung doon tayo patungo eh.
Ayun, anyway.
Natin kung saan ang kundi, kung deliver, kalahati lang ang delivery. Notorious tayo dyan. May short deliveries, hindi po ba?
Thank you. Yeah, it was related to your point. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, sir. And that's a very good point you
Mr.
made. And you've helped me a lot because yes, go ahead, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the chairman's question, I have a copy here of the contract or purchase order to Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation
Yes, ma'am.
dated May 8, 2020 for the 2 million units of PPEs worth 3.8 billion pesos. Written right here on place of delivery is the AFP Logcom warehouse, Camp Aguinaldo, Quezon City. So I'm sure we can also fully answer the chairman's questions about the inventory at the AFP Logcom warehouse. So this contract or purchase order, Mr. Chairman, was authorized by then USEC Lao. So for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Authorized by Undersecretary Lau.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Na, alam nyo, para akong nahihirapan talaga na magtanong dito dahil alam ko na kung ba't saan ang patutuwa. Hindi ako natutuwa para sa mga nanonood. Hindi ako natutuwa na nangyayari sa ating bansa ito dahil alas namimilipit ako sa hirap dito na nakikita ko na parang talagang plunder ito halos eh. Just for the benefit of the Senate, I think it can be a public notice, judicial notice na kasama dyan sa tinatawag natin sa Camp Aguinaldo, dyan nalipat si Captain Paeldon na nilagay dati sa customs. Nung inimbestiga namin yan, may litrato pa siya doon sa nag-smuggling ng drugs. Nilipat ng ating Pangulo sa Muntinlupa. Nagkaroon naman ng GCTA, yung mga binababaan ang mga sentensya. Nilipat uli siya, nawala siya sandali at nag-surface siya sa Camp Aguinaldo sa Office of Civil Defense. I want to know if the Senate is aware of that. Are you aware of that, Senator Ontiveros? Just I know that I'm not the only one who knows that.
Thank you for reminding us, Mr. Chairman. Although I'm also keeping an open mind that I don't know, Mr. Chairman, maybe because Secretary Galvez is the chair of the IATF, that there were certain designated delivery
I don't
places
think that has got to
in
do with
Camp Aguinaldo.
Secretary Galvez.
So
I'm
we
just
can answer the question of
following
the chair.
the trail. I'm just following the trail. And,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wala pang IATF dito. Ang hinahanap ko, hindi IATF. Ang hinahanap ko, yung nag-order, i-deliver nila yan sa probinsya. At kung hindi mabibigyan yung mga PPEs, we're putting our healthcare workers in harm's way. Unless Secretary Galvez says kayo ang nag-order niyan at kayo nagpadala doon.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I think we have to put context on the designation of LOGCOM, AP LOGCOM as our warehouse. During the time of the pandemic, Mr. Chairman, we don't have any warehouse at all.
I'm aware of that, sir.
We know LOGCOM. We have a lot of sitting warehouse there. So we have 2 warehouses there. So it was converted to DOH warehouse. So there is no sinister spot to to relocate those PPEs, because there are instances that the PPEs the PPEs cannot be accommodated to different logistics cells. So the AP LOGCOM, considering that this is an NDRMC, it is a pandemic, it is just only inherent that the LOGCOM can be a designated warehouse for DOH. So it was converted, the 2 warehouse there was converted to DOH warehouse.
To be fair to this representation, Secretary Alves, and you know I'm a fair man, I did not say the AFP was involved. The LOGCOM warehouse was used, and you heard Mr. Lizano say it was delivered to civil defense. I don't think civil defense is under the armed forces of the Philippines. Nakikigamit lang sila ng warehouse ng military. Would that be correct, sir?
Actually, sir, the NTF chairman is the Secretary of National Defense. And OCD is under National Secretary of Defense. And considering that we wanted to mobilize our warehouses there, it is very incumbent that the NDRMC have that warehouse control. So considering that the AFP is also under the NDRMC, so we collocate the warehouse of the DOH warehouse to the AFP Logcom because that's the only available logistic warehouse that we have because the PPEs are very bulky.
I accept that, sir. I accept the explanation. Pero hindi ko sinasabi na AFP or the Secretary of Defense. Ang sinasabi ko lang, sinabi Civil Defense. Ang may warehouse ang AFP. Pinapahiram sa DOH, maaaring pinapahiram sa Civil Defense. Pero ang hinahabol po natin, we're just following where all itong lahat ng limpak-limpak na in-order na ito, saan napunta. And that's why we would have to subpoena all these records and find out all the way. And we have already done that, sir. And please pardon me if you think I'm making any accusations upon anybody. I'm just saying, nagtataka lang ako, circumstantial connectivity ang pinag-uusapan natin. Sa Civil Defense, naandun si Captain Faildon. And may I show a picture right now? You show the picture please, agad. I will get to you, General Alves. I will get to you, sir.
Yes.
You have it? I'm really stretching myself, and believe me, I'm not happy that this is the case. I'm talking about Michael Yang attended the baptism of Nicanor Faeldon's son. And we have a picture here. Pakilakihan lang yung picture. Pakita nyo na dito sa TV. Ayan po.
Thank you very much.
Wala po ako sila sabi dito, nakasama lahat yung mga tao dyan. Ho. Nasabat lang na si Michael Yang na hindi nagpapakita, nandiyan sa litrato at binyag ng ating kaibigan, si Captain Nicanor Faeldon, kaibigan ng Blue Ribbon. At dahil naimbestiga yung customs ng araw, nalipat siya sa Muntinlupa, naimbestiga rin ng Blue Ribbon yon. At nilipat siya at diyan siya napunta sa Civil Defense. At diyan si Yusek Halad, ng head ng Civil Defense, kung di ako nagkakamali. Andyan sila, lahat, andyan na lahat. Ayoko na magsalita because a picture speaks for itself. Yan lang ang gusto ko sabihin dahil sa paghahanap po natin, naghuhukay po tayo, hinuhukay po natin kung ano mga koneksyon dahil dikit-dikit eh. Sa umpisa pa lang, andyan na si Michael Yang. Hanggang sa bandang huli, huwag naman po magagalit ang sino man, hinahanap lang po natin ang katotohanan dito kung bakit nawalan ng pag-asa ang mga kababayan natin na yung mga binabayad natin na taxes ay dapat umabot doon sa tinatawag natin mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan ng mga gamit na yan. Kulang ang bakuna dahil sabi wala raw tayong pera pero alam ko ginagawa ng IATF yan. I have no problem with the IATF about that. Alam ko nagpapakasakit silang lahat pero ang nakakasakit lang dito pag umorder tayo may mga nakapasok ata na tinawag na ng isang reporter natin dito na Batikan ng Business Week na si Tony I forget his name right now, kilala siya na sinabi niya na may Davao Mafia. Kaya hindi po ako ang tumawag dyan. At lumalabas nga hindi lang si Antonio Montalvan ang sinasabi, meron siyang article dito sa isang na sinasabi kung saan malalapit yan, papasok ko yan sa committee. Pero si Tony ng Business Week, Antonio Lopez, sinasabi nga, pakita mo nga yung article. Ano naman ho kung nilalabas dito na wala akong hinahabol na dokumento eh. Ayan o, hindi po ako nagsabi dyan. Duterte's Davao Mafia, the fiesta can only go on for so long. Sana tumigil na. Ang natasagasaan dito ay mga Pilipino katulad ni Ferdinand Ferrer na matagal lang nagsiservisyo sa kanilang kumpanya paying their taxes religiously. Pero nangyayari, nakipag-bidding, nagpakitang tao lang ata ito, lumalabas sa akin, pero talagang walang intensyon na bayaran yung 1350, ibinaba pa, pero yung formally, bayad totally. Tinatanong kanina ni Senate President, saan napunta yung 8.7 billion? Hindi ko sinasabi niya napunta yan, pero ang nagsasabi niyan ay yung mga paper trail. Okay po? Nabalikan po natin si Ferdinand Ferrer.
Sir, can I still comment?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Secretary Galvez. Go ahead.
Sir, I think it is the public should know that the organization of the National Task Force is the chairman is the Secretary of National Defense as the head of the NDRINC. The NDRINC is an interagency, and during the organization of the NTF, as myself as chief implementer, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, can you speak a little louder, sir? I cannot hear you, halos.
I'm also in charge of the procurement, wherein we organize the TG resource management and logistics, wherein the procurement has been given to OCD and also to PSDBM, and also the OCD will be the distributor, meaning it will distribute all the PPEs to 699 hospitals nationwide, and we accounted all the PPEs that had been released in the AEP GHQ Logistics Center. So the in charge of that is Director Rapi Alejandro. Alejandro is the one in charge of the distribution, and all the distribution has been accounted for because initially the PPE is being ferried by the C-130, 43 sorties to China, to the different areas in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And our logistic hub, major logistic hub, is in AEP Logistics Center. So I believe the connections of a certain personality here in GHQ is, I believe, Mr. Chairman, we have to correct it because our primary purpose then is to save lives. There are 17 doctors that that have been dead during those times, and we wanted to make an immediate deployment of the PPE. We don't have any intention to plunder, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just state for the record, sinusundan ko lang ang paper trail. And I have not included IATF. I have not even Secretary Juan Duque, I'm giving him umaatras ako. Pero pinafollow ko lang yung kung anong lumalabas sa mga dokumento. I have the highest respect for Secretary Lorenzana, for you, for Vince Dizon. Alam ko, nakikita naman natin, magkakasama tayo, nagpapagod araw-gabi. Pero gusto lang natin malaman kung paano. Ang hinahabol natin kung na-deliver. Now, sino yung pangalan na Secretary Galvez na sinabi niyo? Rafi who?
Sir, the organization of the TG Resource Management is composed of DOH, the PSDBM, the OCD, and the DTI-PITC. The procurement of the large-scale PPEs is being undertaken by PSDBM. And the local production is...
Ano yung PSDBM?
PSDBM under Yusek Lau. Yusek Lau is under me, and also Director Alejandro, being the chief implementer.
Director Alejandro is the implementer?
No, as chief implementer, Director Alejandro from OCD is under me because he's the one briefing us every day on the status.
Defense ano po?
Opo, he is from the OCD under Yusek Halat, and Yusek Halat is also knowledgeable of that.
Opo, tatawagin po natin sila para mapaliwanagan dahil hindi naman tayo nag-aakusa dito na wala pa naman ako sinasabi. Sinasabi ko lang, natapat lang na lumalabas nga na gano'n na pag sinundan mo yung papel, eto na nga at lumalabas na mukhang napagbibigyan yung ilan doon sa bidding at ang laki ng paghahawak nitong si Yusek Lau. Pagkatapos yung mga Filipino company like Ferdinand Ferrer na matagal nang negosyo EMS. Yes, Senator Lacson, go ahead.
Yes, very quickly, since I thought I heard Secretary Galvez mention C-130 flights. Ito yung merong goodwill flight through Xiamen Airways to deliver the second batch of the items procured from China. Nagamit po ba rin yung ating C-130?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, during those times that we have met with the ITF, with the directive of the president, that we have to know, we have to produce all the PPEs. That was at the time of April 2, and the first sortie that we had is April 6 with 12,000, because 1C-130 is 12,000 PPE, and then
Our own C-130. This is the Philippine Air Force C-130.
We have three flights of C-130, 6 flights of PAL, and 12 flights of Cebu Pacific, with a total of 288,000 PPE. And it was delivered to the different. I have the record, Your Honor. I can submit it.
So from China, lumipad yung C-130 ng Philippine Air Force to ferry ito mga PPEs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have 3 destinations in Xiamen and Changsha. I'll get the other one, sir. We have
Question.
Yes, sir.
Question. Was the Philippine Air Force compensated? Kasi this is part of logistics ito eh.
Malinaw ba?
This
Malinaw?
will be part of the responsibility of the supplier, di ba?
Sir, no, sir. Actually, during the first contract, I believe, the arrangement is not CIF. Meaning, CIF meaning, the turnover of the supply will be at the different ports of the Philippines. The arrangement then is considering that we have a lockdown then, sir. They don't have any flights, because the different ports of the Philippines had been shut down because we have a total lockdown then. So
Now, I'd like to shift to Mr. Ferrer. Were you given the same accommodation by the Philippine Air Force to transport yung mga raw materials nyo para sa mga PPEs? Mr. Ferrer?
Good morning, Senator. We imported our raw materials ourselves and cleared it through the BOC. And we also deliver our finished product ourselves to the designated delivery points given to us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly my point. Bakit ang accommodation sa foreign firm, parang higit pa kaysa sa accommodation sa sarili nating kababayan, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. President, can I interject? Mr. Senator, Sir, Your Honor, during those times, we don't have supply. Even the private sectors doesn't have the PPE that time. That was April 4. I think the delivery of MS started on August. We don't have any supply then. We don't have PPEs. We don't have surgical masks. Nothing, sir, nothing. And we need
Mr. Ferrer. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ferrer, di po ba nagsimula kayo mag-ship ng mga raw materials niyo mga April?
Senator, we had inventory. We started to ship June 1st. We had inventory.
Yeah, June 1st.
End of May. Yes, end of May.
Yeah. Pero may mga dumating, dito kasi may mga code, and I'd like Bureau of Customs to confirm this, ano? Kasi tatlo yung pinagbabagsakan eh. Isang MOP, POM, yung isa MICP, yung isa NAIA. Sa NAIA, which is coded PO3, marami pong shipments ito ha. June 3, June 3, June 3, June 3, June 4, and so forth and so on. So, I'm just wondering why we cannot accommodate a Filipino entrepreneur who's willing to help because of the pandemic. Tapos hindi natin nabigyan ng ganong accommodation na binigyan natin sa Parmali. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
I principally agree, but let me just say something, Senator Lacson, on behalf of the IATF and our Air Force. Our men in uniform have done a fantastic job, and I've been profuse, including the Coast Guard, profuse in letting you all folks that they help. For example, nung inassign kami ng IATF na mag-test, we had the occasion to, with the help of Secretary Lorenzana, na madala yung mga test kits at saka yung mga equipment by Philippine Air Force. But we also chartered our own flights. We chartered Philippine Airlines. We chartered Cebu Pacific. And mercifully enough, we were able to do so. We got 2 flights, I think, from the Air Force. Nakakalungkot nga yung isang C-130 bumagsak doon sa Sulu. And that's why talagang nakakaraing dahil mga men and women of the armed forces and men and women in the government, karamihan, katulad nga nung DTI, pinipilit ng mga kababayan natin mag-produce. Pagdating na sa implementation, wala talagang suporta. Sinubo nila yung mga katulad ng EMS na mag-supply tapos hindi na bayaran ng husto yung dapat bayaran. Nakakalungkot lang po. Yes, go
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, hindi ko po ilalagay sa spot ng ating armed forces. Ang tinatanong ko lang, bakit iba yung accommodation sa formally compared to sa ating kababayan? Hindi ko po sinisisi yung armed forces because once they are instructed, yeah, I acknowledge the heroism of our armed forces personnel. There's no doubt about it. Ang tinatanong ko lang, yung bakit iba yung treatment sa formally kaysa doon sa kababayan natin? Hindi po kasabang
Are you saying, Senator Lacson, you have information that Farmali used the C-130?
I think they don't think so. Di po nila ginamit po siya ng sir, ang C-130.
Can you let Senator Lacson answer because Senator Lacson usually has very good sources. Senator Lacson?
Yeah, we have that information. Now that Secretary Galvez is denying it, then so be it, Mr. Chairman. But we have our own sources.
Yes.
Sir, can I answer? The initial.
Secretary Galvez, I will recognize you right away. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Secretary Galvez.
Sir, I would like to put a proper context on the deliveries of the PPEs. First, the initial delivery of the PPEs. I don't know if I'm not aware who is contracting because that's the DBM. My mission is to produce the PPE and deliver it to all the hospitals. During the time that the president gave the order on April 2, we immediately get the available PPE in China. And those PPE, I believe, is different procurement, not formally. But when formally get the contract, all the PPEs had been delivered CIF, meaning CIF, to the shores of the Philippines. In the Philippine port in Naiya and also in the Pier 13 in the Manila port, meron din sa Cagayan de Oro, meron din po sa Cebu port at meron po din po sa Davao port. And I believe ang ginamit lang po natin C-130 is kailangan po natin ng PPE. So yung mga tinatawag natin na mga extra na available na nahandun sa China, kinukuha po natin po yun para at least magamit po natin kaagad. Because there is an urgency for that. But we never intend to provide any contractor the special special treatment. Ang ng intention po namin is to get all the available supplies and get it immediately here and distribute it immediately. That's the context po namin, Mr. Chairman.
I can attest to that the IATF has done a good job. And you're not under the carpet here, Secretary Galvez. We're just following kung na-deliver lahat yung ng family, yung sinasabi nila, at nadala ba yan sa mga probinsya. And you said about how many hospitals, sir? 671 ba? 571 hospitals? Sir? Secretary Galvez?
Sir, the total of the hospitals that we have is 669.
Yes, sir. Kayo nag-deliver po? Kayo, dineliver nyo doon sa kung saan yung mga hospital?
Yes. Actually, sir, as of May 13, we have delivered 603,500 to different 699 hospitals, including the different regions for Luzon. We have 389 hospitals.
Yes,
for Visayas, we have 85 hospitals. And then for Mindanao, we have 225 hospitals. And on May 31, we delivered 779,100. And on July 20, the PPE that we have delivered to the different hospitals is now 22,201,530. And then on August 25, we were able to deliver 3,829,962 PPEs to the different 699 hospitals nationwide. It includes national offices, regional offices, also to LGUs, and government hospitals, and also private hospitals.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Marcos.
Yes, following up on Senator Lacson's interpellation as well as the responses of Secretary Galvez, may I know if in addition to the flights basically commandeering the C-130s of our armed forces, were there also Navy ships utilized to your knowledge?
Yes, madam. We utilize Navy because the C-130 only carries 12,000. Napakahirap po 'yun at kailangan po namin yung ano po. So nung May 1, we dispatch our BRP Bacolod or yung LS 550 to China.
Yes, I understand it left on the 21st of April under Commander Rogelio B. La Chica. One of our lead logistic supports vessels in the Philippine Navy was also used to pick up from Xiamen and deliver to Sasa Port. Is that correct? On May 8th?
The date is May 1, madam, to make it
May 1
correct.
was the delivery or the departure for Xiamen?
Departure for Xiamen because it's 9 days. The delivery arrived at May 9, madam.
I understand that there were several of these voyages in April and in May. If our chairman will allow, perhaps we can derive the sale plans of all these vessels, their manifests, their radio logs, so that we're in complete awareness of actually what went on. Marami po bang mga lakbayang mga yan? Ilan ba ang ginamit maliban sa BRP Bacolod?
Ilan po BRP Bacolod, madam? We use C-130 43 sorties po, madam. We can give the details po, and including
BRP Bacolod went to Xiamen how many times? And was it always to Sasa Port in Davao?
Only one time po, madam, because we need the deliveries in Mindanao that time. So we delivered 200,000 PPEs through BRP Bacolod, LS 550, madam.
Thank you very much. If we could have some detailed information so that we can put all the deliveries together. Thank you, po.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, with the permission of the chair, to Secretary Galvez. Earlier, you mentioned that you were not familiar with the nature of the first items that were picked up because that was DBNPS. Is that right? If you're not aware now, can you find out as chief implementer? But first, can you answer that question? You said the PPEs that were delivered or were picked up by the C-130s was not the Parmali, but you're not aware of what it was. Is that right?
I think it is a different contractor. I think this is Chansen. Isang company po dito na po. I believe.
Yes. So in other words, it's not Parmali, but it's another company using the C-130 of the armed forces.
Yes, actually sir, ganun po sir ang ginagawa po sir natin, na ganun din po ang ginagawa natin sa vaccine, na we are using...
Kung ibang kumpanya yon, ang tanong kanina ni Senator Lacson, binayaran ba yon ng Chansen?
That's in our expense, considering the contract is not CIF. Meaning, if you say CIF, it will be delivered to the Philippines.
So who entered into that contract?
PSDBM, sir.
So, in other words, PSDBM entered into this contract with Chansen and agreed that we will use government C-130 planes as we pay you. Parang gano'n na lumalabas, di ba? Sige, bibili kami sa inyo, pero isasama na namin yung C-130 para kami na ang pipick up.
Sir, the situation then is we don't have some sort of logistics means for the company to deliver it to here in the Philippines.
Well, whatever the reason is, the point is DBMPS entered into a contract with a private company and agreed that that private company can use AFP, Philippine, di ba? Armed Forces airplanes, air cargo, and it's to our expense.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, just one administrative matter. In the previous hearing, we asked for materials, reports on the quality inspection because earlier Mr. Ferrer was saying DBMPS went to their entity to their offices, their warehouses, and conducted the inspections. We requested for these inspection reports because we had reports, and I think one of the colleagues of Mr. Ferrer, Mr. Carillo or Miss Carillo, said publicly in a public statement that they receive information of Chinese-made PPEs that were of poor quality. So we'd like to know: are those poor quality Chinese-made equipment the poor quality the PPEs that were purchased or not? We don't know. And that's why we want the specifications or the technical reports on the quality. Have they been submitted by the DBMPS? Because we'd like to go through that, Mr. Chair, because we want to make sure that the products that are being distributed by IATF are quality standard products and not inferior products that expose our frontliners to even more danger.
Senator Pangilinan, thank you for your point. The quality inspection people are in the hall, are in the loop, no? Right now here, and we may ask them directly. But I'd like to stick to the point muna, and then you can ask all your questions because I just wanted to lay the predicate to prove the point na masyadong paborable sa Parmali. Halos yung local producers na nagpagsapalaran ay hindi na pagbigyan. So I will ask you to direct your questions right away to the inspectors because they're here. In the meantime, let me just finish with Mr. Ferrer, and you can all take a crack at him because yes, go ahead. You're on mute, Brad. You're on mute, Senator Kapangilinan. You're on mute.
We just want to know if the Blue Ribbon Committee received the documents that we requested, at least initially, so that and then we can raise our questions later.
Yes, we did. I just want to be sure about that. Mr. Kimbo, did you send the notice to the inspectors?
We just sent notices for the inspectors to come to the hearing, but we have not sought a report from them yet.
All right, then let the record state and let the orders be given to you to ask them to submit a better report on what is happening, and then that report will be the basis for their examination in the next hearing.
Yes,
That'll be
Your
all right with you, Senator Pangilinan, sir?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, with your permission, I'll finish already. Senator, I'm sorry, Mr. Ferrer, I thank you for coming here today. Papasalamat kami sa inyo dahil nalinawan ng marami na nag-try ang local. So marami ho ba kayo nag-try na naggagawa ng produkto na kailangan natin sa pandemic? At hanggang ngayon, gumagawa pa po kayo, di po ba?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a handful of companies locally, local companies that have repurposed. Regarding the face mask, medical grade face mask, in our coalition, there are only two. I'm one and there's another company. On the PPEs, I believe there are also two that have repurposed, as well as on the raw material, there was, past tense, an Australian company that wanted to produce the filter material, which is the critical part in the face mask here in the Philippines, but I believe it has now been postponed.
So nakikita nyo na kayo, pag sinabi nyo repurpose, kumambyo yung kumpanya, kaya naman pala ng mga Pilipinong gumawa niyan. Pero kahit na kumambyo na kayo, nakapag-supply ba yung mga sinasabi mong kasama ninyo, yung sa coalition ninyo?
I believe they were able to towards the later part of the year. I do not know exactly how much they were able to supply, but I just wanted to also mention, Mr. Chairman, that part of the objective of the Department of Trade and Industry is to be able to create a PPE industry here in the Philippines.
That's correct. I confirm that because I talked with Secretary Lopez, who's a very responsible individual. And we were talking about bilisan na natin. In fact, I asked, ba anong ginagawa ng PITC? Ba't hindi sila may pera sila? Ba't hindi sila mag-encourage na magkaroon tayo ng sources right here in this country? Di ba? Bino mo, gagamitin pa natin ng mga aeroplano, magbabayad tayo sa ibang bansa. Tuloy nagkakaroon ng talagang discrepancies at mga alinlangan. No? Now, how do you feel now?
Mr. Chairman.
May I just finish, please? May I just finish?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Ferrer, as a businessman, and you are with the Chamber of Commerce, I spoke in your organization the other day, and di ba sabi natin doon, kailangan may predictability ang gobyerno? Para pag sinabing ganun, bibili tayo, ito ang patakaran, di ba dapat consistent yung rules na yan susundin? At hindi ba dapat, hindi babaguhin yung batas o yung rules in the middle of the game? Nababaguhin nila. Katulad sa inyo, binago yung order, binaba nila yung presyo. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct.
Hindi na kayo tinangkilig at binababa yung presyo.
Yes. How do I feel now? I always look at the positive side of things. I feel for our employees, the one who worked last year, the one who, despite the lockdowns in the quarantine, slept in our factory to be able to produce the medical grade face mask. We have over 300 that slept in our factory to produce it.
Well, my point is simply, you know, nilako ko yung Subic ng araw nung pumutok ang pinatubo, umalis ang Amerikano. Nilako ko sa buong mundo yan. Ang sinasabi ko, there is a sincerely changed country na we are predictable. Pag sinabi namin itong patakaran, susundin namin. Hindi kayo magdududa. You remember, I was saying, nakafocus tayo, mabilis tayo, madali tayo maintindihan ng mga imbitahin natin, talagang flexible at saka forward-looking. Ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, sa experience natin, ang masasabi ko lang, ako na ang magsasabi, para hindi kayo, alam ko na alanganin kayo, and I admire you for coming out and stepping on the plate. Kumarap kayo, pwede kayong harasin ngayon, pwede kayong pahirapan, pero matapang kayo, and I salute you. And certainly, I'm sure the whole Senate will do its best to make sure that we encourage people like you. But ang sinasabi ko lang, para tayong parang inonse kayo na nagawa nga kayo, pampagubag loob, nanalo kayo, at tignan nyo yung, pakita nyo nga uli yung chart na yun. In the short space of 1 week, 2 weeks, pare-pareho. Palay ang order sa Pharmaly, palay ang order ng iba-iba. Nanalo kayo, pero makikita nyo dyan na linggo-linggo nagpapalit. Pero hindi pa rin sinunod kayo nung manalo na kayo, napilitan kayo ibaksak yung presyo nyo. Sinabi nila, kailangan babaan nyo yung presyo nyo. At sabi nyo nga kay Senator Pangilinan, nalugi kayo. Ako as a Filipino, nahihiya ako.
May I be?
Mr. Chairman.
Ganyan ang patakaran natin at lalo na nakaka-pandemya tayo, pagsasamantalahan pa, parang may patay, dinukutan pa. Talagang tinaksilan tayo ng ating ilang mga tao dito, hindi naman lahat, no? Pero pinagtaksilan ng bayan na yung dapat aabot sa tao, hindi mapaabot, ang laki-laking pera ang tinustos nitong nagpabid dito sa mga paborito, sa mga kaibigan nila na hindi dapat mangyari. Yun lang ang gusto ko. Tinatamaan na ako eh. Nakikita ko talagang kung ano lang pinagsasabi, pero yan lang gusto ko sabihin. Anyway, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Mr. Chair, point of information. that as early as September last year, 2020, we found out that the Philippine Board of Investments announced that IATF itself, also through the DTI and DOH, partnered with the Philippine General Hospital and the Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, yung CONWEP, to produce 10,000 PPEs per day. So, ni-recognize na po, Mr. Chairman, mismo ng mga government agencies natin in that partnership with IATF itself na kaya ng mga Filipino manufacturers to produce. And it was on the basis of that capacity, tulad ng sinasabi ni na Mr. Ferrer, that they offered proper contracts to government. Kaya sila nagtataka after dumaan sila, sabi nila, at ng CPMP, sa butas ng karayom, all the FDA permits, etc., hindi sila nakitanggap ng mga kontrata. Di tulad ng Pharmaly na the good chairman will recall in the previous hearing, sinabi na ang Pharmaly walang permit to import, for example, from FDA, at hindi ito kinontest ni dating Yusek Lau. So just for the record, Mr. Chair, to add to the current discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is
Secretary Galvez.
very quick, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, can I
Would like to join and associate myself to your sentiments, Mr. Chairman, especially with regard to our local manufacturers. Mr. Chairman, as mentioned by Senator Risa, nagkaroon na ng agreement, 10,000 a day. In fact, if I recall it right, the agreement was to produce 300,000 PPEs. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if this was delivered, ito ba ay natuloy. But let me point out, I think it's very important to picture, Mr. Chairman, gaano kalaki yung tama nito sa ating labor sector. Ilan yung mga trabaho dapat na nalikha, nagawa dahil dito kung talagang nagkaroon ng puso ang ating PSDBM at ang ating pamahalaan na tulungan ang ating mga local manufacturer. Because CONWEP, for instance, Mr. Chairman, already stated that they retrenched 25,400 workers from June to December of 2020. I don't know about CPMP, which EMS is also a member. Yung CPMP, I remember they were saying they are targeting an additional 7,500 employees, pero in total, but they were only got about 3,500 because of, again, local demand for their products. So again, Mr. Chairman, parang klaro dito na ang kontrabida sa mga manggagawang Pilipino at para makagawa at makalikha tayo ng trabaho, eh mismo yung PSDBM. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, can I correct the context?
Secretary Galvez, nagiging senador ka na.
Sir, can I correct the context? Because our demand is the 9th set PPE. Our demand is 9th set PPE, meaning from head to foot. EMS is only developing the face mask.
That's correct.
Our need then is the PPE, the full set. And we directed the PSDBM to produce immediately because that's the need. So we would like to correct the context that we never favored or never favored anybody, but we asked whose company can produce that 9 set immediately.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, may I allow to
I
speak?
think the point has been made.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Secretary Villanueva, did you want to follow up? Or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Ferrer of EMS about the effects nitong nangyari sa kanila doon po sa retrench ng ilang ating mga manggagawa at yung mga opportunity losses na nangyari only because hindi nga sila nabigyan ng pagkakataon na makapag-supply nitong mga alam na natin lahat na kaya nilang i-supply.
were you directing the question to anybody?
Sir, I believe
Mr.
To
Villanueva.
Mr. Ferrer, Your
Yes.
Honor. Yes, to EMS, Mr. Chairman, please, if we can ask Mr. Ferrer about that.
Yes, good morning, Senator Villanueva. Thank you for your question. And I also wanted to confirm from Secretary Galvez, yes, we only make face masks, medical grade face masks, not the complete PPEs. And you're correct, definitely. To Senator Villanueva, the employee headcount for producing the face mask was around 350. We were not able to execute our second shift because of some push outs in our delivery, which would have added another 200. But I believe on your on your uh, statements earlier, it's better that if you speak to CPMP, when it comes to labor, they had a bigger impact when it comes to headcount or job preservation or employment generation, the CPMP group. Thank you.
Ibig sabihin po,
Get you,
hindi
Senator
tutulong ang
Pangilinan. Just,
pamahalaan para makakreate tayong trabaho.
Mr. Lau wants to retort. Go ahead, Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, ano lang po, for point of clarification, the succeeding procurements by PMS, PSDBM on April 6, April 14, and April 16, and April 20 totaled at around 12 million. So yung binili natin early on April, naghahabol tayo noon. With the average consumption of face masks at around 5 to 10 million per month, we had an agreement or contract with EMS. The arrangement is, the question to him was, how fast can you assemble your factory with all the licenses and deliver? The commitment was by EMS was they can prepare on June. So when we had a contract with EMS already, we stopped procuring from any entity already except from EMS. So nag-antay kami sa kanila. June 1, nag-deliver sila ng 1 million. Ang problema, kulang yon. So kung kulang siya, nag-order kami ulit. Ang available stock was kay Health Wellness at 600,000. Kasi lahat ng ino-order namin, on-hand stock yan. Yung April 6, April 14, April 16, April 20, and April 27. Those were all consumed during the months of April and May. So nung papunta na tayo ng June, nagkakaroon na tayo ng shortage. So that's when EMS actually came into play when they started delivering. So these are the schedules of delivery by EMS. Actually, EMS was a big help. They started delivering on first delivery nila, June 1, 1 million, June 28, 8.5 million, July, 8.5 million, August, 8.5 million, September, 8.5 million. Si EMS lang po ang nagde-deliver ng local ng only surgical, medical grade surgical face mask sa PSDBM starting when we had a contract with them. We had a problem when it started on October kasi biglang nagpalabas si DOH ng price freeze at 9 pesos. Nung nag-price freeze si DOH ng 9 pesos, doon kami nagka-problema because we have to ask them, can we still deliver? Baka hindi kasi bayaran ng DOH. So we had communication. Ang problem doon is mababa na kasi ang price during that time, mataas ang contract namin. Pero we had a clause with EMS already when we started because I can recall the discussion with them during that time. I was also one of the people who assisted Peripheral and EMS together with DOI. We organized these groups of people para maintindihan nila ang bidding process and procurement process of the government and the licensing requirements. So during the time, when we entered the contract, nilagay namin for safety purposes for both sides, baka biglang tumaas ang presyo, mayroon tayong safety measure. Pag biglang bumaba ang presyo, mayroon din tayong safety measure. So ang sabi namin, if you are willing, pag biglang bumagsak yan, dapat pwede tayo mag-drop para hindi tayo ma-accuse. Umayag naman ang EMS. So that's when umabot ng December, nag-drop na talaga siya. Kasi on December, we were able to procure at least 200 million pieces, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 200 million pieces of medical grade surgical face mask. Pero, iba-iba to, si Hafid and Erasmus, UDC, WC, Medtex, joint venture, mga local din to sila. But si EMS kasi, we had a long-range contract with him. So to protect him, we asked him just accept the right to offer match. So mga nanalo para ma-continue siya mag-supply. Kasi pag pinilit namin na 1350, lagpas na kami sa price ceiling. But to set the context straight, when we had an arranged contract already with EMS, we already have the local supplier. We stopped procuring surgical face masks from other companies. In fact, the only reason we had to give EMS leeway of 3 months to really set up, kaya meron kaming stockpile to make sure that we will give him the chance. Kasi pag hindi siya nakadeliver on the time, mabablacklist siya. So that's the logic behind PSDBM. In fact, we were helping him. Day-to-day, monthly, nag-uusap-usap kami with DOH, how delivery. Ang problema talaga din namin doon, pumapasok ang PPE sets, pumapapasok ang ano tawag doon, surgical face mask, mga N95, wala talagang maglagyan. That's our biggest problem. You can look at our office, hindi naman ganoon kalaki. And in fairness sa inspection team namin, alam ni ng EMS yan, they count it by millions, and we have only at least 20 inspectors. But we do our job. Ano lang kasi yung timeline, we didn't deliver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the time.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. The fact remains that you bought face mask at 27 pesos and you allowed EMS to buy at 13.50, and the fact is clearly shown that EMS was not able to deliver everything, but Family at 27 pesos was able to deliver everything along with other things. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So there's a question
Chairman.
for the Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, just not a question, just a manifestation, Mr. President. We're talking here of context. And it's interesting that we're focusing on the context of the first 3 months when the pandemic has been around for over a year and almost 2 years. And truth to tell, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, meron pang 2.3 billion na babayaran pa sa Family for 2021. So wag natin nililihis naman yung usapin. Context is kung umpisa dalawa, tatlong buwan, yung unang tatlo, apat na buwan, siguro maintindihan ko pa. Pero meron pang gastos ng 2.3 billion for 2021. The second point, Mr. Chair, and a quick manifestation, is that, DTI, we spoke to DTI. They were saying that DOH and DBMPS was not responding for several months to the issue of PPEs. Parang merong nagdi-dribble ng bola. The same story for the testing kits, Mr. Chairman. Yung testing kits, merong Filipino testing kit na dinidribble na halos mas mura. Tapos ang dahilan, DOH na naman, tsaka DBMPS. Parang nga lumalabas dito, dinidribble yung lokal kasi nga merong favored na supplier. Tsaka yung 2 to 3 days na delivery, Mr. Chairman, and my last point, sa mga bidding na pabilisan, ang tawag ko doon ay lutong Macau. Mabilis dahil alam na nung favored supplier ano yung specs. Nauna na eh. Tinimbre na sa kanila ito ang hahanapin eh. Kaya mabilisan. Yun ang tawag sa, sabi nga, siste sa mga government procurement. Dati na. Pag sinabing lutong Macau, yung mabilisan, meron ng favored supplier, may advance notice na kung ano yung bibilin, para makapaghanda sila, para sila lang ang merong kapasidad. I mean, I'm not saying this is what happened here because we're trying to establish it, but we know that this practice has been done in the past.
Thank you. Senator Revilla?
Very short, very short.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, with due respect, just a short intervention. May we hear from COA their findings? They heard the explanation of Yusek Lau from DBMS, from IATF, from contractors like EMS. Can we hear kung ano po ang findings ng COA on this procurement?
With the indulgence of my distinguished colleague, Mr. Chairman, this is regarding the statements made by former Yusek Lau, Mr. Chairman. Just very, very quick. 15 seconds, Mr. Chairman, dear colleague, Senator.
You already question 15 seconds explaining yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so many statements being made by PSDBM, it cannot be denied, Mr. Chairman, that the PSA, and numbers don't lie, PSA noted an increase in total amount value for PPEs and medical supplies of 71.96 billion dollars, $1 million, Mr. Chairman. That's equivalent to 3.5 billion pesos as of June 2021. So, Mr. Chairman, it is clear, regardless context, Mr. Chairman, whether onset of the pandemic or at present, there is a bigger dependence or dare I say preference for importers. Nandun ho yung numero. Kaya ang mga local manufacturers natin hindi talaga natutulungan. Let me just place that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, maybe hear from COA, please.
Maybe hear from COA very fast. I know that you've already submitted the report, but just a reaction on what has been transpiring here. COA? Who from
Yes,
COA
Mr.
is
Chair. Good afternoon po.
Yes, Mr. Chairman Aguinaldo.
Chairman Aguinaldo, please go ahead.
What findings regarding this? Overpricing or para po doon, can we hear from you?
Chairman Aguinaldo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The findings of the audit team that handles PSDBM really pertained more to inventory management and not the overpricing. Kasi ang nangyari po, I think you were flashing the figures earlier. You had purchases of, for example, yung face masks, anywhere from 13 pesos to 27 pesos. And they procured quite a bit, and I think someone mentioned earlier na yung hindi nga natuloy yung ibang deliveries because of inventory and warehousing space, no? The problem was hindi po na-dispose kasi a lot of this equipment right away, so that nung dumating po yung September and the prices went down, yung mga regional offices and hospitals ng DOH ayaw nang bumili or kumuha from PSDBM kasi mahal. Kasi for example, yung face mask, anywhere from 13 to 27 pesos, pwede mo nang mabili ng 5 piso or even maybe 10 pesos. You just walk across the street doon sa hospital, makakabili sila ng ganun. So ayaw na nila kumuha, and well, you can't blame them kasi they also want to manage the funds that they have in their possession. And why pay 27 pesos for something worth 5? At the same time, yung recommendations naman had to do with marketing strategies doon sa inventory management. Ways of pushing it further kasi nga yung stock nga nung doon, kaya lang hindi na gumagalaw. And now they're faced with a problem with a lot of stock that no one wants to get because it's expensive. And so mapipilitan ang PSDBM to dispose of them at a discount. Yun po yung main observation doon, that there was a problem with inventory management.
So you're saying, Chairman Aguinaldo, sobra ang bili nila. In this particular case, Pharmaly and others, Pharmaly had the big bulk. Do you agree?
Yeah, medyo malaki. Although yung contract nung EMS was also quite huge.
Healthy. Pero nabili na nila yan. Pero parang, nung nabili na yung Pharmaly, puno na yung inventory kung talagang tutusin, kung dumating yon. Kaya nga gusto ko malaman kung dumating o hindi o napadeliver. Kaya nung pumasok yung Pilipino na kumpanya, sinani na sila, hindi na sila makabenta hanggang pumayag na sila na ibaba yung presyo nila ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos. Masakit yun, because pinapasok sila at 13, kahit natignan mo yung comparative rate, sila ang pinakamababa, which should be the case. Pero sa dami ng kinuha nila, at tandaan natin, nilipat yung pera ng DOH, yung 42 billion sa DBM. Don't you think that was really extravagant na bibigay mo yung 42 billion tapos ipapamahagi mo yung pera sa isang tao na hindi natin kilala, bigla na lang lumabas yung pangalan niya, si Yusek Lau, bili kaliwat kanan, tapos ngayon mafa-fine yung mga Filipino companies at pati yung mga Pilipino na dapat sinasabi ni Senator Villanueva, mga laborers na tamaan pa, talagang tinamaan dyan na kung yung perang yan ay hindi tinapong kaagad sa DBM, makikita natin na perhaps na-manage yung inventory at unti-unti bumibili tayo sapagkat marami na kagad kakaripas ng takbo dyan na namimili sila. Ang ginawa nila, pinaboran yung isang korporasyon o ilang mga korporasyon, to be fair, nangyari, bumaha ng produkto, kaya nalugi na yung mga tao sa pera na dapat umabot sa kanila na hindi umabot. Wala pa yung pera ng mga pinag-usapan natin ng isang araw na hindi mabayaran yung mga SRA, kinakapos tayo doon sa tinatawag nating babayaran para sa mga ayuda at pati na yung sa mga bata hindi makakuha ng module. Lahat yan, susun na yan di ba? So, talagang mali ang prioritization ng gobyerno. Yan lang sinasabi ko. So, ngayon, itong Filipino company, ini-encourage natin magawa, tapos ngayon sila pa ang nakatiwangwang. Lugi sila. Narinig natin, lugi. Kawawa naman, di ba? So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Senator Revilla, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman Aguinaldo, as to the price of the supplies, yung face masks, face shields, PPEs, ano po ang findings within the price range po ba ito considering the circumstances at that time? Yung panahon na yun, talagang kailangan talaga nating mag-purchase. Kung malibawa, for example, wala po ako kinakapihan dito, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Halimbawa, at that time, kung halimbawa biglang maubos yung PPEs, siguro panic mode ang ating gobyerno. Sa atin lang, yung patas lang na investigasyon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Patas ang investigasyon natin, ang pinapaliwanag natin ng gobyerno. Yan ang patakaran. Nakakita ang COA ng mga discrepancies, sinundan ng Senado bilang tungkulin ng Senado, magpaliwanag sila. Ang problema, hindi maipaliwanag na maayos. Okay, patas yan. Yes. Hindi ako sumasali kay kanina.
Yes, alam ko po.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, to the points made earlier by former Yusek Lau, I'm sure kaya ni Mr. Ferrer depensahan ng EMS. Dun sa listahan ng mga nabigyang kontrata na sinabi ni dating Yusek Lau, yung Hafid Erasmus lang, iisa lang ay Pilipinong kumpanya. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, for the record, let's talk about capacity of Filipino companies. September last year din, nalaman natin na as early as February 6, binalita na yung Bataan-based firm, Filipino firm called Medtex, ay kayang gumawa ng 2 million face masks monthly. Kasi since December, nababalitaan na natin yung namumuong pandemic. So a month before nag-lockdown tayo dahil sa pandemic, napag-alaman publicly, kaya ng isang Pinoy na kumpanyang Medtex based sa Bataan mag-produce ng 2 million face masks monthly. At meron din silang sister company under the Medtech group of companies na nagpo-produce ng PPE. So ibig sabihin, may capacity, Mr. Chairman, nung nanawagan ng gobyerno, nag-step up itong mga Pilipinong kumpanya. Bakit hindi itinuloy-tuloy yon para mas ma-survive natin ng mas maayos yung pandemya? Kasama yung mga Pilipinong kumpanya at lalo na kasama yung mga Pilipinong manggagawa. For the record, salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Dillon.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been waiting for an opportunity to ask a few questions. And
unless you raise your hand.
Yes. Well, I wanted to...
Because of your white mustache.
I'd like to raise a few questions to Mr. Lau, if I may. Yes. Is Mr. Lau still around?
Yes.
Is Mr. Lau still around?
Mr. Chairman, I am present.
There you are. Thank you. Mr. Lau, when did you start your career in government?
June 2016, Mr. Chairman.
June of
2016.
2016. Weren't you an arbiter for the regional field office of HLURB for Southern Mindanao region?
Yes, I think only for a period of 6 months, Mr. Chairman.
For 6
months.
All right. So your career started in August of 2016 or June of 2016.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you were Undersecretary of the President in the PMS of Presidential Management Staff, Office of the Special Assistant to the President. Is that correct, sir?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Under the Presidential Management Staff, under the umbrella of the Office of the Special Assistant to the President.
And after that, you went to the HLURB.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And how much was your salary as Undersecretary of the Presidential Management Staff?
I think roughly around 70 to 100,000 per month, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
I think around 700,000 to 70,000 to 100,000 per month, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, 70,000 to 100,000 per month. And as CEO and Commissioner in the HLURB, you were in salary grade, what, 30? Is that how I recall it?
Most likely, Mr. Chairman. Around.
And how much was your salary then? Just roughly.
Yeah, roughly around mga SG 30, I think, around, still the same, around 100,000 and up per month.
100,000. Now, and then you went from there in 2000, you were there in 2000, you were in HLURB in 2017, and you moved. 2019.
September 2019 yan eh.
August of 2019.
Yes,
And until when?
Ay, ako ng bond paper.
Mr. Chairman.
Until
Until December 2019. In 2020, I was designated.
When?
Tapos pabili na ng merienda.
Excuse me, excuse me, Senator Grande. Sharid Grande, please turn off your microphone. You're from the Department of Health and you're disturbing the proceedings. Kanina pa yan. Saka alisin mo yan, tara sa Bida Vaccination. Ilagay nyo may mukha mo dyan.
So,
thank you. Go ahead, Senator Kaka, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And you were there, you were in the USEC for DBM.
Yes.
USEC for DBM and PS starting when? August of 2019.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Until December 30, 2019. On January 2020, I was designated as Executive Director of PSDBM.
And how much was your compensation?
Roughly 100,000 per month.
I'm sorry?
So, at least roughly around 100,000 per month, Mr. Chair.
About 100,000. No.
75,000 per month.
Okay, 75,000 per month.
175,000.
How can?
175,000.
175,000.
Basic salary. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Lau, have you? I have with me. I suppose this came from you. Your salary for 2019 and 2020.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you please submit to the committee your salary from since you started with government in terms of being USEC from August of 2016?
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Can you submit that?
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Now, I was analyzing your what's available SALN, and we noticed that from your net worth in 2019 was 36 million per record.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
And this rose to about 41 million in 2020.
Yes.
And how do you account for the increase?
I think one of the reasons there was an increase because there was so many deaths on 2020, and I invested, I think 15 years ago, to buy 140 memorial lots, and I sold 40 memorial lots on 2020, Mr. Chairman. I think those are one of the reasons.
You realize cash there. You realize you said you sold.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you purchased that those lots already appeared in your assets as real property.
Actually, I did not purchase it. It was a fee as a lawyer when there was a transaction of my client's property being developed as a memorial park. The fee given to me by my client, I did not accept it as money. I accepted it as memorial lots. So they gave me 140 memorial lots. So it was, I think, in 2009 or 2010, somewhere around that time.
So, your attorney's fees were in the form of memorial lots.
Somehow, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, did you report that as part of your assets?
Yes, in the SALN, Mr. Chair.
In the SALN, what year?
I think since 2016 until 2019 until 2020. I think it's in 2019.
No, I'm just focusing on first from 2019 to 2020. There was an increase in your net worth of
That's 50 lots, 140 lots, 140 memorial lots. In 2019, in 2020, it's already 100 lots only, I think.
And that accounts, according to you, that accounts for the increase of your net worth.
Some of the reason.
And what are the others?
The other reason is this, Mr. Chairman. I sold some properties. One of the properties I sold is that in a golf course residences. The reason I sold it because the golf course was already operational. So when I bought it, I think around 12 years ago, I'm not sure, 12 years ago, rough, basta, it's more than 8 years, 8 to 12 years ago, the subdivision was still very young. I think last year or 2019, it was the time when South Pacific started opening up that subdivision into a golf course residence. It's a golf course residence, but they already opened it as the golf course was already open. So when it opened up, market shoot up. So the prices increased dramatically high. And I sold it for one reason. I sold it because I was planning to buy the property adjacent to my house in Davao City.
Yes, I have no problems. What I'm just saying is, I'm trying to trace where your how your net worth increased, and what you're describing are properties, are just the change in the nature of the property from real estate to cash. But that does not account for the increase in your assets because whether cash or land, those are assets.
Yes, it accounts for the change, Mr. Chairman, because the date of acquisition and the date of sale is significantly different. It was procured, everything that I bought that I sold on last year was at least 10 years old asset. So, like memorial lots, the value when it was given to me was roughly around 10,000, 20,000. But now it's the memorial lots now average just around 80,000 to 100,000. Second, some of the loan that I had, the loan collectibles I had was already collected in 2020. So everything was maturing. 2019, 2020. So I also have a school.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, I'm trying to figure out, as I said, okay, how your assets increased from 2019 to 2020 because I was trying to examine your SALN. It would appear that net worth in 2019 was 36 million. It rose to 41 million in 2020. You had about 21.2 million in real properties listed in your 2020 SALN. But before you joined government, your real estate only totaled 900,000.
No. Before I joined the government, I already had those assets, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
Assets that I gather are based on my based on my practice.
Also, okay.
That you have
Just places of record, and I'll give you an opportunity to answer that when you bring all your SALNs, because right now I don't have copies of your SALN. Now,
to make
you have also cash in your 2019 and 2020, you had cash assets of 15.78 billion pesos and 138 US dollars for a total of 20 million as of 2020. So, can you explain where all this cash came from? What's the source of this?
I already have, my dollar account is my account since before I entered the government. My peso account, it's being handled by my wife. We have I think we have 2 businesses and 1 school. So that's basically it, Mr. Chairman. And when I entered government, my net worth is already around 30 million pesos, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Undersecretary Lau, it's difficult to ask you questions because I don't have a complete set of your SALN. Can I request Mr. Lau if you can submit to the committee the SALNs that you have since you joined government in 2016 up to the time you left in 2000. Is it 2020 or whatever?
Yes, 2021, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, 2021. If you can submit that so that I can ask follow-up questions. So I'll defer my other questions once Mr. Lau submits this SALN copies. Now, may I know from Mr. Lau if when you going to the award of the supply of the face mask, etc., did you require formally to submit a tax clearance?
The list of the documents that we ask when we award are the following, Mr. Chairman. I think PSDBM has the documentary requirements. I think they
Yes, that is no. I'm asking a question of fact. Did you require a tax clearance for family, which is one of the requirements?
Yes, if it's one of the requirements, that it is asked, Mr. Chairman.
Or do you did you ask for it?
The procurement team, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're the head of the procurement team.
But I don't do the procurement.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Chairman. Because
I'll ask later on whether or not because that I don't see that in the file. The tax clearances of Farmally and Sutsu Machinery.
Sushu Machinery is a foreign company, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Now, did you who in payment of these goods that were paid for by PSDBM, did you collect VAT?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When it's a foreign company, we deduct outright 12% VAT on the basis that we might not be able to, the government of the Philippines may not be able to collect the taxes due to this foreign company. So our arrangement with them, since their standard format in selling is that the items will be sold, will be delivered only in the port of China, and that they will not handle taxes in the local in the country of destination. We already deduct it in advance from our payment. When it comes to local company, we use our standard deduction, which is, I think, let me check, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the records with me, but I'll check if what is our standard deduction. The standard deduction we do is we get 1% EWT and 5% FVAT. Then we have a retention money of 1% that we return to the supplier after the delivery, a full delivery of the items.
I'm sorry, but I find difficult trying to figure out what you're saying. But just a straight question. In the sale of these medical supplies to the government, was it subjected to an output VAT of 12%? These are Farmally. I'm just talking about Farmally because Farmally is a domestic corporation.
Formally, we deduct in other local companies. I cannot answer the question, but my answer is this: we deduct 1% EWT. I do not understand EWT and 5% FVAT because I'm not the one doing this, but our AFG, Admin and Finance, and our controller. So this is standard format and all the suppliers of PSDBM. So this is deductions.
Go ahead.
That's it. The three. We deduct 1% EWT, 5% FVAT, and 1% it's not VAT, but it's retention money, and we return this 1% retention money to the supplier upon after full delivery, after 3 months after full delivery, Mr. Chairman.
So you're saying that all the taxes were withheld, the appropriate withholding of taxes were done?
I'm not really very good in the computation of the controller, but my answer is affirmative on the deductions that we standardly deduct. We do deduct it, Mr. Chair.
All right.
The 5% and the 1%.
Yeah. Anyway, we will be asking for the records in the PS because it should be there. These are matters that are recorded. So I'll request later the committee to subpoena these documents on the tax liabilities of this company. So in the meantime, well, I have questions on Farmally executives, Mr. Chair, not on Mr. Lau. We will just request for the documents from PS DBM pertaining to the issues I just raised, and that's principally on the taxes. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll suspend my interpellation until also Mr. Lau would submit his SALN. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the chair directs Director Kimbo to make sure that the documents requested by Senator Dillon, as well as the SALN, the various SALNs of Mr. Lau, be sent and be obtained by us. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Senator De La Rosa?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One lang, housekeeping clarification, Mr. Chairman. Are we still going to follow the priority list of questioning? Dahil kami ni Senator Tolentino dito, alas 8 pa kami, andito na sa building, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Tolentino is listed number 6. I am listed number 7. At kung singit ng singit yung mga listed number 13, 14, 15, hindi aangat yung ating number dito. Wala mangyayari sa priority list natin, Mr. Chairman. Sa akin lang sana, kami rin naman gusto sumingit, magtataas ng kamay, hindi rin ma-recognize dahil ang nauna na-recognize yung virtually present, yung physically present dito, hindi ata nakikita sa screen. Kaya yun lang, clarification lang, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not see you raise your hands. You know, I always recognize our senators who raise their hands. And I'm sorry, as scintillating as your facade is, I did not see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to
hindi ako griping, Mr. Chairman, ha? Kuwan lang ako, nagugutom lang ako dahil mag-alauna na. Pero pinakain naman kami dito ng staff mo dito. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Hintayin na lang namin yung turn namin. Dito lang kami ni Senator Tolentino, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're recognized now. If you want to ask the questions, you'll wait until you eat. Okay, that's fine. Senator Villar, please, and then Senator Recto. Senator Villar. You need to ask your assistant to unmute, please.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay. I just want to know if I'm going to be listed, what number will I be? I'm just curious.
Actually, number 20. Actually,
20.
the number is really right now is Mr. Soto, Mr. Subiri, Mr. Dillon is finished, Mr. Recto, and should Senator Subiri ask questions, we will call him. If the Senate President wants to call him, of course, they have priority, you know that. And Senator, we recognize his presence earlier. I did not see Senator De La Rosa, and I apologize. Senator Villanueva raised his hand, and I recognize him. Senator Lacson has been recognized. After Senator I called you because you were raising your hand. Medyo marami tayo kasi. So,
Okay, just list me where I should be and then I'll wait. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Recto or Senator Subiri? Sorry, Senator Subiri? Okay, when Senator Subiri comes in, Senator Recto, you're recognized.
Mr. President,
sorry, Senator Subiri, go ahead.
questions are more on the vaccination. I can wait my turn and give my turn to the next speaker. It's all right, Mr. President. Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Senator Recto? Senator Ralph, please go ahead. If Ms. Vilma Santos will allow you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. Mr. Chairman, I was following the proceedings this morning, and I'd like to center on the role of the private sector. No? We've had deliberations in Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2, and the records will clearly show that we've been talking about producing our own PPEs. No? And it surprises me that there was testimony today that we had a local company or several local companies who could have produced this for us. Remember, in this pandemic, we are saving lives and livelihood, Mr. Chairman. No? So it pains me as well to know that hindi na ibibigay sa mga local suppliers natin, Mr. President. No? So, moving forward, how are we coming along as far as producing our local PPEs?
Who are you directing the question to?
Yes, to anyone in the government, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody take
or maybe from the private sector, the representative from the private sector.
All right.
Let me start with them. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer is from the private sector. Would you like to
Yes.
answer that?
Yes,
Anybody
Mr.
from the
Ferrer.
private sector, just sound off and we will recognize you to answer the question of Senator Recto. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Recto. When it comes to a PPE industry, there was an established PPE industry that can produce the complete set, except for the gloves, except for the surgical gloves that we almost had one, but has pulled out of investing in the Philippines. But we will have to relook again, Senator Recto, if we can again scale up to the requirements that is needed in the Philippines. But I would strongly recommend if we can put together and have support on local manufacturers. The Filipino companies can produce the required PPE for the Philippines. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer, isn't it correct that based on last year, no, based on the data that we've seen with COA, mas mura kayo kaysa doon sa mga binili sa Pharmally? Tama ba yun?
Based on Senator Recto, based on what I heard today, at least for the face mask, we are lower than the prices that I saw in the document I was presented this morning.
Yes, so mas mura kayo, almost half the price.
It seems that way, Senator Rector, yes.
Okay? So, half the price kayo pero hindi pa rin binibigay sa inyo ng gobyerno. Tama ba yun?
We were awarded 100 million piece contract at 1350. And again, I'd like to say that only 25% of that 100 million was shipped at 1350, and the 75% was shipped at 2 pesos and 35 centavos.
Okay. Magkano naman yung sinip ng Farmally?
That one I wouldn't have any information, Senator.
Okay, so question to PSDBM. Is Yusek Lau with us still?
Still present, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, the question is, naka-deliver ang EMS ng 1350. They won the bidding for 100%. Naka-deliver sila ng 250. Magkano yung delivery naman ng Farmally? Para maintindihan natin to.
The dates are very crucial, Mr. Chairman, because the deliveries of EMS started on June 1, June 28, July, August, and September, all in 2020. And the last deliveries I think they had was this year, January. However, Farmally has delivered 2.4 million and 10.
So let's keep it quickly because marami pa magtatanong eh. So magkano ang delivery ng Farmally?
Around 12 million pieces for the month of April and May.
And magkano yon? How much did it cost the government for them to deliver?
It's around 200 to 70, around 280 million pesos.
No, how much per piece?
Per piece at 27 and 22, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So sa local, 13 and 2 pesos. Doon sa imported, 27 and 22. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So hamak na mas mura yung local.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Pangalawa, let's ask the private sector, why is it that you do not know the prices quoted by Farmally? Meaning to say, hindi ba dapat transparent yung PSDBM? Nasa website dapat ninyo, nasa portal ninyo, so on and so forth, na ito yung presyo na binibili ninyo. Bakit hindi natin nakikita yon sa PSDBM? Bakit nakatago yung mga presyo? Bakit hindi alam halimbawa ng EMS?
From the private sector, from the EMS side, we do not look. We don't have any reason to look for what the prices of other suppliers, simply because we do have a contract to deliver 8.5 billion pieces for 1 year.
Yeah,
So,
no, I understand that. All I'm saying is that shouldn't there be full transparency,
Mr. Chairman?
As far as PSDBM is concerned? Yes, please continue. Mr. Cloud, yes.
I think EMS already knew about that because that was the basis of the negotiation. For us to give him a bulk purchase, I remember us discussing roughly when he was planning, when he was referred to us by DTI. I gave him the standards, the list of requirements to comply with, endorsements to be.
Yeah, US law, no?
Yes. We talked, Mr. Chair, ang sabi ko sa kanya is simple. Ang going rate ngayon is around 27, 22. You have to give us a good price para mag-stabilize ang price, but we will give you the best contract that we can give you para fair. The government will have stable supply.
Yusek Lau, the point that I'm driving at is transparency. My point is transparency in the website of DBM. In fact, it is listed as a major concern by the COA report.
We understand, Mr. Chairman.
That is the point. No?
Transparency is concerned. Mr. Ferrer was informed on that. That was the basis of the negotiation.
So it's not about Mr. Ferrer. It is about, let's say, my office looking at the PSDBM website.
It is how much are we purchasing this? Or when you bid, for example. And the COA report is littered with all these transparency issues. That is the problem. No? Okay. Unlike, for example, if it were purchased by the DOH, clearly that would be in their website. Pero pinasa sa PSDBM eh. That is problem number one. Okay, pangalawa. How much do you charge as fees in the PSDBM?
We charge around 4%, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so 4%. Why should a government agency charge another government agency 4%? Bakit kailangan kumita ang PSDBM ng 4%?
The salaries of the employees of PSDBM, Mr. Chairman.
Isn't it that the salaries of the PSDBM is already in the general fund?
We use revolving fund for our inventories and our salaries, Mr. Chairman.
Ulitin natin. Isn't it correct that the salaries of the PSDBM and everyone in DBM is in the general fund?
I am not as sure of that. I think it's
well, I am sure of it.
DBM would be able to answer that, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think. I am sure of it. Your salaries are paid. You are a national government employee. Is that correct?
I am, Mr. Chair, but the PSDBM employees are all contractual under PSDBM.
Iba yung contractual, but nevertheless, that is still in the general fund.
Maybe, Mr. Senator Recto, you use budget because
correct. It's the budget. Now, if it were a GOCC, that's another matter altogether. But the question here is accountability. The one really accountable should be the Secretary of DOH. Nandun yung budget sa kanila eh. Ilang taong ko nang sinasabi na mali itong practice na to na may pasabay. Pasabay meaning to say na pinapasa ng iba't ibang department sa PSDBM, sa PITC, para accountability mawala sa kanila at may pakita sa papel pag budget hearing na ito ay obligated. Na sa katunayan ay hindi. Every year, we take this up in the budget deliberations. And there are accountability issues involved. Di ba? Again, why are we charging government, taxpayers, an additional 4%? Palagay ko may mali dun eh. Ha? Nawala na yung accountability, may commission pa ang PSDBM na 4%. Kung ang DOH ang nag-bid niyan, meron bang 4% silang babayaran?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
May babayaran ng ang DOH na 4% sa PSDBM?
Service fee usually, Mr. Chairman.
No, when they use PSDBM, if DOH were to bid it out by themselves, may 4% ba?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chairman. I think
there is none.
Agency.
Yes, but you know better. There is none. Right? It is only the PSDBM that charges. Okay? And when you bid out the projects, who signs the notice of award?
It's common supplies, Mr. Chairman. It is the executive director, which is me during that time, Mr. Chairman.
So PSDBM ang notice of award.
Yes, common supplies po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi ba dapat pagka let's say DOH yan binigay sa PSDBM, may joint accountability dapat yan? Na you bid it out and it should be the secretary also. Or it should be the secretary of DOH who should sign the notice of award after the PSDBM recommends. Isn't that should be the practice?
If it's not common supplies, Mr. Chairman, it's a non-common supplies, and then usually it will be the what do you call that? The end user who will be signing the notice of award. The PSDBM will issue a recommendation for award.
Correct.
But if
so
it's
in this case,
it's PSDBM.
So in this case, with regard to what we're talking about, the Secretary of DOH did not sign any notice of award.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So only you signed the notice of award.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And where did you get the specifications for what to buy?
The agency purchase request, which is sent to us by DOH, it details all the standards and specifications of the items that they are ordering from our office.
So what does that mean? The standards and specifications
is set by
alam
the
nila.
Yes.
They're aware.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So if they're aware of the standards and specifications, why did they even download those funds to you? Why can't they just bid it out themselves?
I think the answer of DOH last time was that they lacked the personnel and the time during the time. In fact, it was a discussion with the I think IATF and NTF during the time that there was no source and they need to ask PSDBM to handle that particular affairs, Mr. Chairman. So I think that was the reason, Mr. Chairman.
Alin yung nauna naman, yung request nila sa inyo or yung download of the funds, or when did the government determine na common use supplies ito?
I think the declaration that it was considered as a common supply was made on, I think, in March. I don't know. It was declared as common supplies. I am not sure when it was declared as common supplies, Mr. Chair, but it was when is the specific date. But before the transfer of fund, it was already considered as common supplies, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so nauna yung determination of common use supplies. And who determined that?
It's the GPPB, Mr. Chairman.
So DBM pa rin?
I am not aware of, sure of the nature of the GPPB, Mr. Chairman.
Is it the GPPB under the Department of the Budget and Management?
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it is. Okay. So DBM lahat ito. Okay? Okay. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
do you still have any resources with the PSDBM today from different government agencies?
I'm not aware. When the time by the time I left, Mr. Chairman, yes, there were resources still available.
Still.
But I'm not present.
Yes, and which would be covering numerous years, is that correct?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
How long? Maybe 10 years? Meron bang 10-year-old? Wala naman.
We conducted our inventory. I'm not sure if it's up to 10 years, but I am sure at least there are 3 years old or 4 years old.
Okay. So what does that mean? If there were funds lying idle with the PSDBM for 3 years? Hirap din ng DBM magpabid ng mga project. Ganun ba yun? Ng PSDBM?
Usually, Mr. Chairman, the reason for some accounts there that are left when like me, when I arrived into office on 2020, some of the items or some of the accounts are left there. It was not bidded out because the specifications and the APRs of the agency, of the procuring, of the end user, which is the agency that transfers the funds to us, was still being crafted, not clarified.
Or incomplete, di ba?
Yes, or incomplete. So
okay,
that's the situation, Mr. Chair.
So look at this issue now, the accountability side. You're telling us that one of the reasons why hindi mabid out ng PSDBM yung iba is because hindi kompleto yung specification standards na binibigay ng agency sa inyo. Okay?
Yes.
So nagtuturuan kayo in effect. Di ba? Dinownload sa inyo and then you can now say, oh, nade-delay yan kasi you're not giving us the specifications eh. Right? So ngayon, nalilito na ngayon din ang Kongreso kung sino ba talaga accountable. Yung PSDBM ba o yung agency? Okay? Today, for this PPEs, We're saying alam ng agency yung standard at yung specs. At sinabi sa inyo, this is the quality we want. This is our standard. This is our spec. Okay? Kung alam pala nila yung anong kailangan nila, di dapat sila na lang ang nag-bid. Bakit pa pinasa sa PSBBM? That is the point.
Precisely,
Right?
Mr. Chairman. The reason they passed, that's why we were able to bid it within 1 year and award multiple awards within the year, because DOH was efficient in submitting to us the standards. The standards they sent to us.
Yes, that's the point. So ibig sabihin, alam nila yung kailangan nila. So my point, Mr. Chairman, is they should have bidded it out themselves and not pay PSDBM 4%. Diba?
Mr. Chairman,
Na short change ngayon, ang taxpayer din, doble-doble, nagbabayad na ng sweldo, magbabayad pa ng 4%. Tapos syempre, nagugulat pa yung taxpayer ngayon na doble-doble pa pala yung presyo. Remember, based on our records today, what did we talk about? Ang presyo ng lokal, 13 pesos at 250. Ang presyo ng imported, 27 at, or what was the number? 23 and 28. Thereabouts. Kaya nagtataka yung tao. And I think, let me again manifest, I've been doing this for several years now, questioning always government doing a pasabay. Ang tawag ko pasabay downloading funds para kunwari obligated to PITC, to PSDBM, at nawawala yung accountability on the bidding, nagbabayad pa ng dagdag commission, so on and so forth. Nalilito ngayon yung budgeting process din because of this practice. That is the point, Mr. President. So we're very much concerned with how this operates.
Excuse me, Senator Recto.
Yes.
Secretary Duque, did you want to
Yes.
react?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just want to put this thing in context. In the January, February, nung dumating yung COVID-19 sa atin at patuloy na tumaas na noong March, we were all concerned for the protection of our healthcare workers. And the President was very vocal about his concern for the protection of our healthcare workers. Wala tayong makuhang supply. Yan ang talagang malaking problema natin. Walang-wala po tayo. In fact, yung mga natira namin ng mga supplies naubos sa Taal Volcano. Binigay namin ng mga mask. So, talagang wala kaming makuha. And the President was telling us, no, you have to produce all these PPEs, all this life-saving equipment because we need to take care of our healthcare workers. Kung meron pang supply, bakit hindi na lang kami? Kami naman talaga ang gagawa nun dahil alam naman namin lahat ng mga technical specifications. But of course, kami, binigay namin sa PSDBM because kami yung amin procurement absorptive capacity was really very, very poor because unang-una, yung mga panahon na yan, ang dami na isolate, na quarantine na mga DOH employees and officials. No? Number two, yung balik-balik namin sinasabi na talagang walang-wala tayong makuha. Kung meron naman tayong alam na pagkukuhanan katulad nung sa Bataan, wala naman silang volume. Hindi naman sila daw makagawa ng sapat na mga PPEs o yung mga face mask. Nagka-problema din po sila sa raw materials. Sabay-sabay, yung global supply chain, napaka-acute ng shortage. Kanya talaga kami, minabuti namin, dahil nga sa direktiba ng ating Pangulo, you have to produce. Kanya yun po ang ginawa ng IATF, ng NTF, and we had to download these amounts not in one sitting. We actually downloaded this covering or spanning almost 1 year. And we have the documents to submit to the committee. Ano yung schedule of the agency procurement request that we downloaded to the PSDBM together with the amounts and quantities, the technical specifications, etc. Kompleto po yan. And lahat po may legal basis. So talagang walang-wala po tayo. Kaya talagang we were desperate. That's the word that I'd like to use. We were desperate.
Let me move on. So, if for example, so 1 year, maintindihan ko sa umpisa siguro. No March, April, maybe. O sige, kailangan bigla-bigla. O sige, medyo mataas nga itong una. Pero yung succeeding, mas mura na dapat. No? Pangalawa, palagay ko naman, hindi rocket science to produce these PPEs. Kayang-kaya na natin i-produce yan. If we cannot even produce PPEs, what else can we produce? What else? Dito sa Batangas, nakaka-produce tayo dito ng mga high-quality semiconductors din eh. And we cannot produce PPEs. Moving forward. Di ba? What is the policy today? Shouldn't we produce some of this locally at least? Shouldn't we have our own stockpiling of this? Many countries do that right now.
Mr. Chairman, let me just give my rejoinder. Yung policy naman po ay ang mga local manufacturing companies, they can. Nobody is stopping them. They're being supported naman and nakapaggawa nga sila. In fact, nakasama nga sila sa suppliers list, no? Is testament to that policy. Na they're all welcome to locally manufacture. And yun naman ang ginawa namin, nag-meeting kami nila Secretary Mon Lopez ng DTI, pinag-usapan po namin iyan, na bigyan natin ng pag-asa, bigyan naman natin ng oportunidad, yung sarili po natin mga manufacturing companies dahil yan po ay nag-employ ng libu-libong mga kababayan natin. So, we share with you that sentiment na if there's an opportunity for the private manufacturing companies to supply government, I mean, that opportunity has to be maximized. And that's what we did. Yung nga lang, syempre, yung PSDBM, may sarili naman silang proseso na hindi naman po kami kasama doon sa kanilang mga proseso. So I defer to the...
That's my problem, Mr. Chairman. Yung hindi kami kasama sa proseso, again, the accountability issue. Magtuturuan eh. Ang pera galing sa inyo, pero bahala sila. Sila yung nagbid dyan. Hindi ako nakapirma dyan. Yan ang nangyayari. That is the point I'm driving at. There must be clear accountabilities. Di ba? Okay, yan ang problema. Pag nagpapasabay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just comment very quickly? I just would like to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that perhaps it might be best to consider a legislating so that a legislation na hindi na pwede itong ganito para mas malinaw talaga. Kasi ito naman ay ginawa din ng batas. Okay. I would, just a humble suggestion, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and I will propose that in the General Appropriations Act for 2022. We can write special provisions to this effect, limiting the role of PSDBM and PITC. Or even clarify the accountabilities as well. Okay? Now,
Mr. Chairman, we support that 100%.
Okay. So I just wanted to make those manifestations, put that on record, no? And again, like I said, no, the COA report is littered with many transparency issues with regard to PSDBM. Hindi nakalagay doon yung purchases, what has been awarded, so on and so forth. Okay? And I will not take, I know a lot of senators will want to ask questions, so let me wrap up, no? And later on, I may participate again, no? I just wanted to zero in on this. So, hindi rin ho nakakatuwa o nakakabahala nga na malaman natin na yung local supplier natin could supply it for 1350, for 250, and yet binigay yung kontrata sa foreigner, Chinese, I don't know kung Chinese ba o hindi, what company it is, na at those prices, double the prices. Yun ang nakakabahala based on the testimony earlier. No? So I won't take much of the time right now of the committee. I'm sure that many of my colleagues will want to ask questions. If given the opportunity again later, I'd like to talk about another issue. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what is the pleasure of the gentle lady? From,
Thank you, good Chairman. I just like to request, since I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Huang Tzu-Yen will be with us in the next hearing, if the Chairman could allow me to ask him questions in this hour before we go into session, Mr. Chairman, just to begin to ask him quick questions that he can quickly answer for the information of our committee, Mr. Chairman.
We haven't gotten any word whether he's going to be deposed by the embassy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but he's here now.
Word, I will make sure, but he should be in the next meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Would the chairman kindly allow me to begin posing him some quick questions just to open up the topic, that the mystery that he can help shed light on for our committee, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Rizzo, we have a long list and I don't want to be blamed. You know, I've always been liberal with you when you ask and intervene. I will do that anytime you intervene. But Senator Tolentino and then Senator De La Rosa, Senator De La Rosa wants to be able to ask a question. I think by now he should have finished his lunch. But let me ask Senator Tolentino whether he wants to proceed with your permission, of course.
Then, of course, Mr. Chairman, then at least just for the record, still hoping that the chairman and the good gentleman from Cavite would allow me my request, that I just want to ask Huang Tzu-Yen, Mr. Huang, first questions about the actual business of Pharmally, and second, last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, also some quick, but I think mystery solving questions about their Pharmally's business practices in Taiwan, which they seem, Mr. Chairman, to be doing here too.
My
Thank you,
answer
Mr.
is the
Chairman.
same.
Yes, thank you,
It
Mr.
might be a
Chairman.
futile gesture because he's not under oath, and I'd like him to be under oath before we do anything. I will find out right now as soon as we, unless I'd like to call Senator Tolentino for the moment, please, if you'll allow the chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
This will be very quick. I promise Senator De La Rosa that he will be able to ask his questions. Bibilisan ko na po, Mr. Chairman. I would want to have Ms. Ruiz of the DBM GPBB, Yusek Lau, COA Chairman Aguinaldo, and then finally Secretary Tuque of the Department of Health. Mabilis lang po. Is Ms. Ruiz there of the GPPB?
Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
Yes, Ms. Ruiz, there is apparently, and this was asked by Senator Recto, a definition that should be coming from you, common use supplies and equipment. Kung wala po ito, hindi nakasama siguro yung face mask and face shield. So kailan po na-issue itong memorandum or circular na nakasama yung face mask and face shields?
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to respond?
Can you wave so I can direct my proper focus on, there are several faces here. Alin po kayo? Can you wave?
Sorry, sir. Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, may be allowed to
Yes, go
respond?
ahead, ma'am. Mamadaliin ko na kayo.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everybody. If you'd allow me just to clarify, the GPPB po, the Government Procurement Policy Board, is an interagency office. Hindi lamang po siya ang Department of Budget and Management. It is headed by the DBM. Nonetheless, The GPPB issued po resolution number 03-2020 in March of last year, declaring COVID-19 related items as requested by the Department of Health as common use supplies. So what happened po is that the Department of Health wrote the DBM a letter requesting that certain COVID-19 items be declared po as common use supplies and equipment. And for that reason po, the board approve the inclusion of the items endorsed by the Department of Health or recommended by the Department of Health to be declared as CSE in the resolution that I have earlier mentioned.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And apparently that that decision emanated from a letter, as you mentioned, coming from the Department of Health, addressed to DBM, and you replied affirmatively. But without that change, hindi po kasama yung face mask and face shields. Kasi correct me if I'm wrong, ang definition ng common use supplies and equipment, and ang acronym ko nga dito, KUSE, not Secretary KUSE, KUSE. Common use supplies and equipment refers to goods and materials that are used in the day-to-day operations of the agency utilizing public funds, etc., etc. So kung hindi, ang common reference po dito yung mga eraser, ballpen, pencil, bond paper, but because of the pandemic, talagang common use, kailangan talaga yung face mask at saka yung face shield. So kaya po sila napasama. Tama po ba yon?
That would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
And that is likewise in compliance with Bayanihan 1 na nabanggit yung face mask and face shield. Tama po ba yun, ma'am?
May I be clarified, Mr. Chairman,
Sino
of
ba
the
yung nauna
question?
dito? Sino yung nauna? Nauna ba yung pag-classify nyo ng CUSE o nauna yung Bayanihan 1 law?
Nauna po yung request ng DOH to include COVID-19 items, medical items as common use supplies and equipment. Last
Even
March
before
of 2020.
Bayanihan 1? Even before Bayanihan 1?
Based on my recollection, Mr. Chairman, yes, nauna po yung request po ng DOH.
So that is now the reason why PSDBM they were able to procure the billions involved because of this change or addition amendment in the listing, the classification of CUSE. So, ma'am, are you aware, and Secretary Chairman Aguinaldo is listening, you issued a joint DBM COA circular dated March 26, 2020. Apparently, at the same time when Bayanihan 1 was signed into law. So halos sabay po 'yon. So ano po ang purpose nito? To synchronize the movements, the procurement with the oversight of the COA. Tama po ba 'yon? And Chairman Aguinaldo, you can butt in.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the reason for the joint issuance po is to clarify that for the purchase of COVID-19 items specified under Bayanihan 1, maaari pong gamitin ng mga procuring entities natin ang emergency procurement modality. Para po nang sa ganon ay mas mapadali at mas mapaigi ang pagbili at pagresponda ng ating gobyerno sa pandemic na ito.
So hindi na po kayo pwedeng magkamali kasi kasabay na yung COA. Ang pagkakaiba lang po nito sa Bayanihan 1, sa Bayanihan 1 nakalagay expeditious procurement. Dito po sa nilabas din yung joint circular, efficiently and expeditiously. Matanong ko po, ano po yung ibig sabihin ng efficiently?
Ang ibig sabihin po ng efficiently, para na sa ganun ay mas mapaigi po yung pagbili natin. At the same time, para po
Cannot hear you, ma'am. We lost you. I'm sorry, ma'am. We lost you. Got cut off.
Mr. Chairman, do you hear me?
Ngayon lang. Can you repeat that for record purposes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I was saying earlier, ang ibig pong sabihin nun ay para mas mapaigi po ang pagbili ng ating mga procuring entities ng mga COVID-19 related items para po mas maigi natin at mas mapabilis tayo makaresponde sa ating pandemic na hinaharap.
Correct, ma'am. Emergency, procurement. So with the participation of the Commission on Audit, lock-in step na po kayo. dapat hindi po magkamali dito dahil nakasupervise na rin ang Commission on Audit. Is that a correct impression, Chairman Aguinaldo? Na hindi na dapat sila masyadong ma-flag down kasi magkakasabay na kayo niyan. Sabay pa yung this joint circular was signed 26 March, siguro dalawa po kayo ng GPBB and COA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sa Bayanihan Act po kasi, yung Bayanihan 1, the President was empowered to actually do away with 9184 altogether. The only requirement was yung advantageous to the government yung pag-procure. So we were actually surprised that DBM and I guess the OP and in fairness to them, they decided to apply pa rin yung rules on emergency procurement that you find under 9184. Para rin merong sistema rin siguro dun sa pag-procure and to ensure accountability as well. So nung ni-request ng DBM yung joint circular niya yan, I think part of the reason was also to put our auditors on notice na emergency procurement rules dun sa pag-procure nitong mga PPEs and the like. So I think that was the main purpose po.
So in effect, Chairman, nag-iingat din sila. They're aware of the existence of Republic Act 9184. They're aware of the consequences if they make some missteps relative to Bayanihan 1. And the same is true with Administrative Order 17, Series of 2011. So sa nakita po natin, Ms. Ruiz, you can answer, and Yusek Lau, you can butt in, napabilis yung pagbili nila, na-download yung funds. Nakikita niyo po ba, dahil ang definition nga ng common use supplies and equipment ay yung marami ang gumagamit para sa ahensya, nakikita niyo ba yung pagkakataon na pati itong mga vaccines natin, gawin na rin natin purpose nyo mabilis yung pagbili nang sa ganon magamit agad. Nakikita niyo ba yung darating yung panahon na alisin na natin yung tripartite agreement, ilagay na lang dito sa PSDBM kasi gusto nila mabilis at sinasabi niyo naman mabilis talaga sila. Nakikita niyo yun, Ms. Ruiz and Yusek Lau?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond. Concerning po dun sa vaccines, nagkaroon din po ng request ang Department of Health sa GPPB na gawing common use supplies ang vaccine. At that time po, ang nagne-negotiate na po for the procurement of vaccines would be the National Task Force. Kaya po nung nakuha namin yung letter from the DOH requesting for that, ay humiho kami ng clarification sa kanila kung ano po ang magiging role ng procurement service. Doon po kasi sa una nilang request for the COVID-19 items, klaro po na ang bibili, base sa kanilang request, ay ang procurement service, kaya po siya nire-request na maging common use supplies and equipment. However, on the other hand po, yung pong vaccine kasi, at the time po that the request was made, the vaccines were already being negotiated by the National Task Force. So aware po kami na meron na pong entity which is the National Task Force, base po doon sa mga press release na nakikita namin at the time, na siya po ang nag-negotiate for the eventual procurement at nag-enter po ng mga tripartite agreement. Kaya po namin tina-clarify lamang kung ano po ang magiging role ng procurement service kasi hindi naman po sila ang bibili. In this case po kasi, as you've noted, iikot po kasi yung proseso. Unlike po in the first case, na bibili na po diretsyo ng procurement service in bulk, so mas mapapabilis po dapat at dapat to mas mababa ang presyo dahil mas marami pong binibili. In the case of the vaccine, ang mag-negotiate po ay ang task force tapos po ipapasok po yung procurement service. Kaya po minabuti namin i-clarify ano po ba yung eksaktong magiging role.
We understand, ma'am, kasi itong face shields, face mask, and even testing kits na kasama sa common use supplies and equipment ninyo are considered medical devices, which under FDA law is even under the Department of Health. So, move na po ako doon. Si Secretary Duque, papayag po ba kayo na mapunta sa PSDBM ang purchasing, ang procurement ng vaccines? Briefly, isang tanong pa ako sa kay Yusek Lau before I turn this over to Senator Bato de la Rosa. Secretary Duque?
Meron na kasi tayo ngayon nakatalaga na proseso at maayos naman.
We stick with that. Siguro yes. Sa inyo. Kasi yung iba nababagalan siguro sa pag-procure, lalo yung mga local government units. So nakita ko lang na ito yung pagkakataon na baka pwedeng isama dito sa common use supplies and equipment category na kung papayag kayo, wala pa tayo nakitang other justifiable reasons except that there is now an existing practice. But the practice before, face masks and face shields were not included in the CE common use supplies and equipment. So in short, hindi kayo payag. Last two questions ako kay Yusek Lau. Yusek Lau, are you still there?
Still present, Mr. Chairman.
Yusek Lau, nung tinanggap niyo po itong mga papeles ng Pharmally, pumasok ba sa isip niyo na kahit walang requirement ang batas, dapat niyong hingin? Halimbawa po, hingin yung mga datos tungkol sa financial capability ng Pharmally. Pumasok ba sa isip niyo yun?
As an extra precaution po, it has been made a standard for our team to request certain documents, even if it's not required by Bayanihan 1, like the ITR, mayor's permit, omnibus sworn statement, and the compliance with the technical specification that we are actually items that we are procuring. So
pag satisfied na kayo, okay na sa inyo. Kahit lumalabas ngayon na medyo mababa yung capitalization. Requirement ba na kailangan mataas din yung capitalization?
Under Bayanihan 1 and under RA 9184, it is not required, Mr. Chairman. However,
you're a lawyer, Yusek Lau. There is such a principle in civil law, caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. So,
yes.
Hindi ba tayo nag-take ng konting precaution? Alamin, qualified ba to or sufficiente na yung natanggap mong datos?
Two things, Mr. Chairman. One, we ask for documents which is not required by law as a measure of diligence. Second point, we took additional precaution despite having these documents already on our hand. We also made sure to protect the interest of the Philippine government's money. We did not make advance payment when we procured this item. So under Bayanihan 1, we can actually pay in full, pay in advance, but we were so cautious that we added several measures in our practice to make sure na protected ang government. And like this one, Pharmally, and other, hindi na kasi sila, other local suppliers, we did not make advance payment. That is very crucial. Kasi in other contracts in the government, kasi when you put down payment ng mga bidding kahit saan, kahit sa DPWH, meron silang AAA, quadruple-A, nagbabayad ng 15% down payment, then biglang nagwawala kahit pa may office, may capital, may AAA license. So during the time, emergency, we were very cautious that that is a possibility na pag nagbayad kami, baka mawala ang pera. So what we did is, we don't give down payment. You deliver first. After you deliver, we inspect first. After we inspect, we ask the end user entity, which is the DOH, to accept it first. Pag na-comply nila ng tatlo, and pag na-comply nila etong tatlo, saka kami magbabayad. So with that,
if I may abruptly interrupt you, lahat ba ito na-deliver naman? Na-inspect naman?
Yes.
Kanina I heard the word quality. Was there a quality inspection done?
Yes.
In accordance with existing procedures?
Yes po, we have standard one, we have the quantity inspection, inibilang namin quantity. We also have the standards of quality. We also use yung mga testing requirements na required by law. And in fact, DOH does the test and inspection together with PSDBM jointly. I think, alam nyo naman, during that time, we were able to deliver those items through Secretary Dalvez and NTF, IATF to the doctors and the nurses. And we were so happy last year that they had a positive review and response to the use of the items that was procured by DOH through PSDBM.
Last question, Yusek Lau, alam ko lawyer ka, there is also such a thing, a principle as piercing the veil of corporate fiction. So kung hindi nyo trabaho na alamin kung sino yung mga incorporators, hindi karagdagan trabaho na yan, were there steps taken? And siguro looking forward, baka mag-propose na lang ako ng amendments na dapat magkaroon din kayo ng rating. Sino yung mga na-blacklist, sino yung 3-star, 2-star. So nagawa niyo pa to na taking steps beyond your functions, ni-review nyo kung sino yung mga incorporators nito, nasaan sila. Kasi nabalitaan ko, yung iba hindi makita yung address. Meron tayo ngayong kaharap, nasa Singapore. So, nagawa nyo ba yan?
Under Bayanihan 1, Mr. Chairman, during that time, it was not required by law, so we did not do it. However, we asked for basic requirements like the mayor's permit and yung ITR nila as proof of their existence and operations like the omnibus sworn statement. We took it on face value because these documents were issued by government agencies as well. As to what are behind those documents, wala na po kami oras and hindi po kasi sa required ng batas.
Because of the emergency. Because of the
Yes.
emergency. So, you complied what is being asked of you by existing regulations, bayanihan law. Ang nakikita ko rito po, Mr. Chairman, gaya po ng yung hindi ko po pagkagusto sa ilang mga implementing rules, siguro dapat tingnan din natin, hindi lang ang ilang ahensya, minsan nababago yung implementing rules, not in compliance with the existing law. So, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. I yield the floor to my seatmate here, Senator De La Rosa. Maraming salamat sa Yusek Lau, Ms. Ruiz, Chairman Aguinaldo, and Secretary Duque for your candid and honest responses.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick manifestation, very quick, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan, very quickly.
Just to place on record, Mr. Chairman, the earlier answers of Mr. Lau, he said that we were very cautious, and this is a 180-degree turn from his previous manifestation that perhaps there was a possibility that there was negligence on their part. Just for the record, Mr. President, nagbabago yung storya.
Mr. Chairman, in response, we just like to state that
That is already taken cognizant of by the chair and by the committee. Last time he said he may have been negligent or words to that effect. And today they were overly cautious. Go ahead. Let me call Senator De La Rosa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I direct my questions to the Secretary of DOH, Secretary Duque?
Of course, please go ahead.
Secretary Duque, good afternoon. For the record, for the record, Secretary Duque, tayong lahat dito ay naghahanap ng katotohanan. Kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng hearing dahil gusto natin matumbok yung katotohanan. Yung chairman natin, si Senator Gordon, gusto niya matumbok ang katotohanan, and I am with him in searching for the truth. Lahat tayo dito, si President Duterte gusto rin malaman ang katotohanan dito sa mga issues na ito. Kaya wala akong pakialam kahit na sabihin ninyong ako'y kaalyado ni President Duterte at ikaw ay very close kay President Duterte. Kung ang lalabas na katotohanan ay dapat ikaw ay managot, then dapat pananagutan mo. Pero kung ang lalabas na katotohanan naman ay you are wrongly accused or you are wrongly crucified, andito rin ako para dumipinsa sa'yo. Basta sa atin lang yung katotohanan. In fact, Secretary Duque, for the record, I was one of the senators who signed the resolution for urging you to resign from DOH during the initial stage of the pandemic, because I was very much dismayed with your initial response to the contact tracing of the two Wuhan couple, yung mag-asawa, first COVID cases dito sa Pilipinas. So, for the record lang, Secretary Duque. So, my first question na Secretary Duque. Totoo ba na may biniling PPE sets noong 2015 at 2016? 1 week bago magtapos ang term ni dating Pangulong Aquino at na-plug ba ito ng kuwa as overpriced?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer to that is yes. At yun po ay na-procure ng DOH for CY 2015 and 2016. At ito po ay nabili through public bidding with a contract price of 11.4 million thereabouts and 15 million respectively. So, yun po.
Ano ang mas mataas na presyo? Para tuloy-tuloy tayo. Yung PPE na binili noong 2015 at 2016 or yung nabili noong 2020 nung merong COVID-19 pandemic at kulang na kulang ang supply at napakataas ang demand? Anong mas mataas ang presyo?
Yung pong binili natin na PPE na mga mababa sa 2,000 piso kada PPE set ay may kasama pong 9 hanggang 10 na mga components. At ang mga components na ito in terms of quality and specifications halos pareho din naman nung mga PPEs nung binili 2015 and 2016.
So yung diferensya ng presyo, magkano bang diferensya?
Halos lampas mababa sa kalahati kasi kung mga 1.9 at saka yung unang binili na 3,500 per PPE set of 8 components compared to the 1.7 or 1.9, basta less than 2,000 po yun na PPE binili ng kasalukuyan administrasyon na may 9 hanggang 10 na bahagi. So, yan po, malaki po ang diferensya, 3.5 compared to about mga 1.9. Thank you.
So per your knowledge, kung hindi na flag na overpriced yung 3,500 at 3,800 noong 2015 at 2016, hindi din dapat sabihin na overpriced yung presyo na mas mababa ng kalahati dyan sa presyo na yan na may pandemya pa.
Mr. Chairman, mahirap pong sabihin na may overpriced noon kasi iba-ibang panahon, iba-iba ang supply chain adequacy. So, masasabi lang namin na sa panahon na iyon, yun lang ho yung presyo. At kung ito ba ay overpriced, ay kinakailangan magkaroon kami ng ebidensya para sabihin na ito nga ay overpriced at bukod doon, ang COA, wala din naman silang findings. Tinignan namin na nagsasabi na ito ay overpriced. Salamat po.
Kaya nga, gusto kong ikumpara. Dahil ngayon, you are being accused of overpricing. Nung bumili kayo ng mga PPE at the very start of the pandemic, kung saan nagkandarapat tayo ng supply, ang demand napakataas dahil sabay-sabay ang pandemic, buong mundo, tapos ang supply ay napakababa dahil nga nabigla tayo at biglang nag-lockdown, walang nagtatrabaho sa mga factory, bumaba ang supply. So, the law of supply and demand applies na talagang tataas ang presyo sa panahon na yon. Then later on, the law of supply and demand naman also dictates na kapag mataas ang presyo, dadami ang supply. Kapag dumami ang supply, bumaba na naman yung presyo. So, may kanya-kanyang interaction po yan. Kaya, kinumpara ngayon yung presyo ng initial ng pandemic at yung later na naka-recover na yung mga factory na kapag-produce na, bumaba na yung presyo, kinumpara kaya sinasabi na overpriced kayo. Kaya nga, ikukumpara ko naman ngayon, yung panahon nung walang pandemic, na 3,500 at 3,800 yung isang unit ng isang set ng PPE. Kumpara ngayon, magkano presyo ng nabili nila ninyo? Yung 2020, magkano ang nabili niyo? Magkano ang per set?
Ang price range po na nabili is about 1,470 to about 1,980 pesos per PPE set. So talagang di hamak na mas mababa ang presyong ito kumpara doon sa presyo nung kanilang binili noong 2015 and 2016.
Yun nga, napakalaki ng diferensya. But anyway, gusto ko lang maklaro yan, ma-sit natin yan, ma-establish natin sa committee na ito. Yung sabi mo kanina, 8 pieces lang yung sa 2015 at 2016. Itong 2020 na mas mababa ang presyo, 9 na pieces or 10 pieces. Anong diferensya doon? Anong piece lacking doon sa 2015 at 2016?
Yung pong sa 2015 and 2016 procurement ay hindi po kasama ang face shield at saka apron. So yun po ang diferensya. 10 ang components nung binili ng kasalukuyang administrasyon kumpara doon sa nakaraan 2015, 2016 na 8 ang components. At wala nga doon yung face shield and apron.
Excuse me, with the permission of Senator De La Rosa, walang galang lang po.
Yes, sir.
May announce lang po si Senate President Soto. Senate President Soto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Considering the importance of the hearing being conducted, and I know that that there are time constraints, I will convene the session at 4 p.m. So you can go on with your hearing, Chairman, Senator Gordon, and then perhaps just a point or two after Senator De La Rosa, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. The Senate President is always ready, will always be recognized in spite of the line. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Attorney De La Rosa, I may continue. Just kidding.
MA lang, sir, MA. Kung sa Bisaya, murag attorney.
Murag attorney. Okay.
Murag attorney sa Bisaya, MA.
Kadjut lang, kadjut lang.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if I may continue, Mr. Chairman, to
Please go ahead.
Secretary Duque. So, kung yung binili nung 2015 and 2016 ay 8-piece set. 8-piece set lang ha, 8. Tapos, yung binili nung 2020 ay 9-piece set. Siyam. Tapos, mas mura pa yung 9-piece set sa 8-piece set. Tapos, meron pang pandemya nitong 2020 at kulang na kulang ang supply. Siguro, hindi pwedeng sabihin na mayroong overprice noong 2020 dahil noong 2015 at 2016 walang sinabing overprice. Again, pure on opinion lang. Hindi ka naman kuha eh. Pero opinion mo lang.
Tama po kayo, Honorable Senator Bato, Mr. Chairman. Kanya kinakailangan talaga ay humantong sa tinatawag natin apples to apples comparison. So yun ang tinitingnan natin at yun po ang aantayin ko na resulta ng pagsusuri. Kung ano ba, baka kasi may mga ibang katangian na andun sa isa, wala naman dun sa isa. At kagaya nga ngayon, itong sinasabi natin, may dalawang bahagi o components na wala doon sa procurement ng PPEs in 2015 and 2016, pero andito ngayon doon sa atin mas mababang presyo na binili yung face shield and face mask nakasama. Kaya naging 10 ang bahagi o components.
Yes, I don't really agree with you na pag sinabi mong we cannot compare, parang ikumpara natin ito sa comparing apples to oranges. Ang sa akin dito is comparing apples in January and comparing apples in December. Parang ganito ang comparison dyan. Hindi, kasi parehong PPE yan eh. So hindi orange at saka apple yan. Apple to apple. But anyway, thank you very much, Secretary Duque. Mr. Chairman, can I ask questions to Attorney Lloyd Lau from PSDBM? Are you still around, Mr. Lau?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, still allowed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lau. My first question is, nagbayad ba ng advance payment sa Parmale bago ito nag-deliver ng PPS sa DOH?
Hindi po. Despite na we are authorized to make advance payments, we constrained ourselves from paying advance payment. In fact, we only paid full payment to Pharmally after full delivery, after inspection, and after acceptance by DOH. So we have to finish everything before we pay them in full. There was never any advance payment on our part. So if they won't deliver, no money is lost on the part of the government, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like the indulgence of Senator De La Rosa again, with your permission, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me just tell Mr. Wang that I got in touch with the embassy already through one of my staff. I'll just ask you to proceed to the embassy. All you have to do is go straight to the Consul General's office. He will be waiting for you. His name is Adrian Candolaba, so the oath can be administered to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Post stays, I don't think Singapore is not that big a city. I think you should be able to do that right away. And you've been there, I'm sure, to get your passport coming here, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you
Do that.
very much. If you would do that, we would be most appreciative. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, I can leave the hearing now and proceed
Yes,
to the
right now
embassy.
you can come back as soon as you get your oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please proceed, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, again, going back to Yusek Lloyd Lau, nag-inspect ba ang DOH ng quality nung dineliver ng Parmali sa gobyerno? Na-inspect ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The formally submitted documents establishing that the items that delivered are of good quality. PSDBM conducted a quantitative inspection, whether it is of appropriate amount, and DOH together with PSDBM also inspected the quality. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, even after the acceptance of the said items, when it was used and delivered already to the hospitals, the hospitals in fact made favorable response to the Secretary of Health and the IATF and NTF that the items that were delivered are very of good quality. Kaya doon kami natuwa kasi the users themselves were saying, ang ganda. So with all the testings and all the inspections, we complied with it. Furthermore, the response of the end users, not only DOH, but the doctors and the nurses responded positively. And if you would like to look at the data, upon arrival of these PPE sets, when they were distributed to the hospitals, the death rate of the health workers and the doctors significantly dropped. April 2 pa lang, 17 na ata namatay na doktor. But when we started deploying these items, not me, when IATF and NTF started deploying these items, we have seen na wala na tayong clamor na namamatay yung mga doctors, namamatay ang nurses, because this time they were confident that they are protected and they continued serving as frontliners. And we on the back end was able to do our job, to deliver it to them. IATF was able to bring it to their hospitals. And with this chain of work by all coordination of all government agencies led to the success of everything. It all started even when Congress passed the law allocating budget. So it's a chain. Lahat tayo nagtulong-tulong. And we are proud of it, to be at least a part of it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Yusek Lloyd Lau. So, babalikan ko lang, klaruhin ko sa iyo, yung sinabi mo kanina, nag-deliver si Parmali, na-inspect at pumasa ang dineliver ni Parmali na PPE sa gobyerno. Tapos, nung kumpleto na ang dineliver, doon pa lang nabayaran si Parmali ng gobyerno. Am I correct?
Yes, we only paid in full after full delivery, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Yusek Lau. personal questions.
Hindi na po ako
Ilang
Yusek.
taon ka na bang nagtatrabaho under President Duterte?
In the government, Mr. Chairman, I started working on June 2016 until
2016?
Yes, in the national government. Sa local government, I was a consultant only for violence against women, child abuse, and trafficking in persons. My job mainly was to prosecute abusers of women. My job was to prosecute child abusers. My job was to prosecute and represent. My job was also to represent trafficked women and children, and we file cases against traffickers. So that started that job in 2005 when I became a lawyer. That became part of my advocacy together with the city government of Davao.
Okay. Yung pagtanggap niyo sa Parmali, ganito, nakatanggap ka ba ng tawag galing kay Secretary Bungo na paboran mo itong Parmali dahil ito ay konektado kay Michael Yang na kilalang kaibigan ni President Duterte? Nakatanggap ka ba ng tawag or instruction coming from Senator Bungo na paboran ninyo itong Parmali?
No, Mr. Chair. I would like to explain to the public para malaman nila. Parmali did not supply PPEs or these items to PSDPM outright. Kasi walang supply nun. Kasi kung may tumawag, sila dapat ang supplier, di ba? Ang nangyari nun, wala talaga. Kahit sino wala. So we have to reach out to China using diplomatic channels. And China responded. Kaya ang nag-supply sa atin, mga foreign companies first. Then later on, saka pumasok si Parmali. So it's a series of events. Nobody called.
Kaya lang, for the record lang ha. May binigyan ka ba ng instruction ni Senator Bongo na paboran ang Parmali?
No, sir. No, sir.
Wala. For the record, ha?
ATF and NTF.
Oh, another question. Meron bang nakinabang dito sa transaction with Parmali? Meron bang nakatanggap ng kickback, nakatanggap ng commission?
No, sir. No, sir.
Ikaw, tanongin kita, na may natanggap ka ba? Wala.
Wala po, sir. These are all legitimate transactions. Multiple companies po sila lahat. Series of transactions yan. And mabilisan yan.
Kaya tinanong ko ito sa'yo, Mr. Chairman, tinanong ko ito dahil in fairness kay President Duterte, I've known him for 35 years. At alam ko, kapag isang tao niya ma-involve sa corruption, hindi yan tatagal. Tanggal ka agad yan. I've seen very close friends when he was still a prosecutor na bigla siyang naging OIC mayor after People's Revolution. Then naging mayor siya for 3 terms. Afterwards, naging congressman siya. Afterwards, bumalik siya sa pagka-mayor. Another 3 terms. Afterwards, naging vice mayor siya kay Inday Sara. Then after that, bumalik naman siya pagka-mayor. Hanggang naging presidente siya. I have seen a lot of good friends, very close friends of President Duterte na kasama niya sa trabaho. Pero since itong mga tao ay na-involved sa corruption, dahan-dahan ito nalalagas. And also in fairness to Senator Bungo, kahit sabihin natin na siya ay isang dakilang alalay lang, kahit senador na siya ngayon, in fairness sa kanya, hindi yan tatagal sa tagiliran ng ating Pangulo kung yan ay gumagawa ng kalukuhan. Dahil alam ko si President Duterte, hindi talaga yan papayag na magkakaroon ng corruption. Kaya kayo, Yusik Lau, I am advising you, bago ka pa lang dyan sa serbisyo dito sa ating Pangulo, ayusin yung trabaho ninyo dahil lahat ng pagkakamali ninyo, hindi man kayo na-involve ng corruption, kung ma-involve kayo ng incompetence, ang latay niyan, ang tama dyan kay Pangulo pa rin. Kaya ayusin yung trabaho ninyo. Hindi ako nagsasabi bilang isang kakampi ng Pangulo. Ako yung nagsasabi dahil nga experience ko ito, nakita ko kung gaano siya magtrabaho, gaano siya kagalit sa korupsyon. Kaya ayusin yung trabaho niyo dahil hindi ka talaga tatagal dyan kapag meron kang ginawang kalukuhan. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Secretary Doke and Yusik Lau for answering my questions. Mr. Chairman, salamat Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Akala ko isnabin mo ako. Salamat.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address this to my good friend Senator Bato. How can I snub you when you are so sincere? All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me.
I will not. I cannot forget your lessons taught to me that it doesn't mean that I disagree with you. I don't like you.
Of course.
Yun ang hindi ko makakalimutan talaga, sir. Thank you for that lesson. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I know your position. Thank you very much. Senator Soto is recognized with the permission of Senator Villanueva because.
very briefly.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just
Time.
while Attorney Lau is still there. Attorney Lau.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Ilang PPE binili nyo?
The total PPE sets quantity is 2,517,000. The surgical face mask is 141.
PPE lang tinatanong ko dahil yun ang tinatanong ni Senator De La Rosa eh.
PPE sets is
PPE binili nyo? Ha?
2,517,000 pieces.
2,517,000
517,000.
pieces. Magkano?
4 billion. No. Sorry. I apologize. The total PPE sets quantity is 12,158,355. The total value is 14,819,762,000 pesos.
So hindi ka pwedeng compare ang apples and oranges. Ano? Tama ba? For ilan billion? 14.8 billion. 12 million pieces. Hindi pwedeng i-compare sa 15 million. Ano?
But
anyway,
we bought it in tranches, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, ano?
We bought it in tranches.
Okay. Tranches, yeah. All right. Anyway, thank you for that. Let me just, Mr. Chairman, ask Chairman Aguinaldo for clarification dito sa statement niya sa hearing sa House of Representatives last September 3. Chairman Mike, nandiyan ka ba? Ayun.
Nandito po, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Something to the effect that there's already been a course and audit for the year and quote kita mismo, and the main observation po na naging ng resident auditor was that there's really a problem with inventory management. Kasi po ang nangyari, a lot of these supplies were procured in April 2020 at the certain price range, kaya lang noong by September of 2020, medyo nagbagsak ang presyo. So the problem was they still have a lot of inventories in their hospitals, in their warehouse na hindi nila na-dispose. Now, meanwhile, itong mga regional offices, regional hospitals ng DOH, ayaw nang kumuha sa PSDBM kasi sabi nila, napakamahal ng sa inyo. We can just go across the street and buy 3 to 4 times less. So yun po yung nagiging problema. It was an inventory management issue. End of quote. Now, gusto kong malinawan, Chairman Aguinaldo, what do you mean by this? Bumibili yung regional hospital sa PSDBM?
Opo, kasi ang nangyari, naging common use supply, Mr. Chairman, naging common use supply kasi yung classification ng mga PPEs, mga face masks, and the like. And so, yung requirement kasi is, because nag-fund transfer nga ang DOH, so yung mga supplies nitong DOH offices and hospitals, kukunin nila from PSDBM. So, in effect, parang...
Binibili nila?
Parang ganon nga po.
Ha? Ba't bibili nila yung binili ng PSDBM tapos ibebenta sa regional hospitals?
Hindi po.
Mga hospital, bakit, ano, that was your statement eh. Kaya ako gusto ko linawin. Dahil sabi ninyo, itong mga regional offices, regional hospitals ng DOH, ayaw nang kumuha sa PSDBM kasi sabi nila, napakamahal ng sa inyo. And we can just go across the street and buy 3 to 4 times less. So I'm wondering how can a PSDBM that was given by DOH their money to procure ay ibebenta sa mga regional hospitals at sa DOH hospitals?
I think Mr. Chairman, I think Secretary Galvez would like to comment on that, on the procedure. Opo.
Sir, Mr. Chair, if I allowed to answer.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, Mr. President, actually sir yung binabay ng PSDBM na yung ginawa ng APR ng DOH. Separate po 'yun sa mga binebenta kasi yun po naka-allocate na po 'yun sa 699. So ibig sabihin yung binenta na pinocure po ng PSDBM, diretso po dinadala po 'yun sa warehouse ng AP Logcom kasi dalawa po yung warehouse natin doon na yun ang kinakargahan ng mga procurement natin directly from a PSDBM. And then also, iba po yun. Ibig sabihin yung common use po na sinasabi po ni Coa Aguinaldo, separate items. So yung procurement po namin, separate din po yun kasi ang po niyan, immediately dinadala po namin kaagad dun sa hindi po binibenta yan. Libre po yan sa mga regional hospitals at private hospitals po, sir.
Is that correct, Commissioner, Chairman Aguinaldo? Dahil hindi yun ang sinasabi mo sa hearing sa House eh. Ang sabi mo, hindi na sila kumukuha dahil napakamahal sa PSDBM.
Tama po si Secretary. Tama po si Secretary, there are two types kasi. Yung merong yung pre-procure nila na diretso na sa Logcom and then it's given free. And then meron din po yung pre-procure through PSDBM na yun nga, they have to in effect purchase from PSDBM. So magkaiba po yun.
Bakit ang regional hospitals at saka DOH, whatever kung ano man yun, bakit sila kailangan bumili sa PSDBM? Pera ng DOH yung pinambili nila.
Hindi po ata lahat yun ng 42 billion po. In fact, hindi pa ata gamit yung buong 42 billion. I think only 31 billion has been used so far. But meron rin silang pre-procure and then pwedeng kunin doon as common use supplies po.
Oo nga, bakit sila sa PSDBM bibili?
As PSDBM kasi po yung nagpro-procure ng mga as common use supplies po.
Correct. Kung procure sila, ibibigay nila dapat ng libre sa DOH at sa mga regional hospitals. Bakit kailangan bumili sa kanila? Or kasabihin nyo pa through them, why? 42 billion nga yung nilipat eh. Sabi nyo nga, hindi pa nga nag-alimit yung 42 billion. Medyo nahihirapan akong intindihin eh. Dahil hindi dapat bumibili ang DOH at saka regional hospitals sa PSDBM. Hindi naman tindero yun eh.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to provide clarity, yung pong PSDBM, meron silang tindahan eh. Meron silang sariling mga supplies na binebenta. Ang magandang tanong dyan is yung mga regional DOH, kung meron nga silang pinamili, kailan ito? At ano itong mga bilang ng kanilang mga pinamili? Para maging malinaw, ibig ko rin pong respectfully requesting the chairman to recognize former USEC Lloyd Lau para siya po nakakaintindi doon sa tindahan ng PSDBM na nagbebenta sila ng kanilang mga common use supplies na hiwalay doon po sa binili naman ng PSDBM para sa DOH. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Aguinaldo, Do you accept that?
Opo, kasi
Na mayroong tindahan ng PSDBM?
actually, ganun po yung nangyayari. For common use supplies, ang nangyayari is there's a certain float na binibigay sa PSDBM and then doon china-charge yung mga purchase. Kunwari, mga ball pens, mga regular supplies. Ganun po yung ginagawa.
Staplers, paper clips, ball pens. Iba ito eh. Ito sa pandemic ito eh. Ang pera galing sa DOH eh. Hindi yan yung mga paperclip at ballpen na binibili ng Senado sa kanila eh. Na mga ibang departamento eh. Iba't ibang departamento eh. Kaya hindi ko maintindihan bakit kailangan ang regional hospitals, DOH, bibili sa PSDBM ng mga hindi hospital, mga equipment eh. Supplies eh. Para sa pandemic eh. Yun ang hindi ko maintindihan. At ikaw ang nagsabi nito. Hindi ko naman mapapansin nito kung hindi mo sinabi ito sa hearing sa House of Representatives eh.
Opo. Yun po, Mr. Chairman, those are the findings ng audit team on the ground. So, yun po yung nakita nila that gaya ng sinabi po ni Secretary Galvez, there was the procurement nung DOH, part of the 42B, na yun nga was being distributed for free. Pero meron rin pong pinacure ang PSDBM at yun ang china-charge nga dun sa float ng mga regional offices, no? And yun yung parang nag-hesitate daw sila kasi nga ang laki na nung price difference dating nung September, no? Nung una hindi naman po ganon. But come September, medyo malaking price difference. So they were also being cautious with yung kanilang finances, no? Kasi nga mas mura nila makakuha sa labas. So yun po yung naging observation.
Sabi mo nga, 3 to 4 times less, tatawid lang sila ng kalsada. That was your statement eh. No? Anyway, siguro, kasama sa mga finding ng COA yan. Kaya gano'n, kaya may mga findings, kaya may mga flagging, ano?
Okay. Senate President, may I follow your thoughts? Just one question lang.
Sige po, Mr.
Chairman Aguinaldo, hindi ba na double book tayo doon? Namili na nga tayo ng mahal, hindi pa naibenta, di lugi talaga ang gobyerno, doble lugi.
Well, because nga the inventory medyo malaki at hindi siguro na dispose kagad, by the time that the prices had already gone down.
And that is what we call in law, sir, isn't it? Lack of foresight, lack of skill?
Partly po. Kasi I think one thing we have to consider also dahil siguro pandemya rin. And I guess maybe from the position of those deciding the volume, takot rin naman sila baka mamaya later on, kulang yung volume, masisisi naman sila. So it could be that, but yun yung naging observation po. There was a lot of stocks. They're saying na baka kulang yung push to actually distribute this or at least get rid of it. Inaabutan na nung time na medyo bumagsak na yung mga presyo. So there was
the other side of the coin, sir. But the other side of the coin, and this is my last comment, the other side of the coin is that it is carte blanche trying that they could use to take advantage of the situation. Mahal, kaya marami namin binili. Ang nakakapagtaka, isa lang ang nakinabang ng todo-todo. Actually, hindi lang isa, dalawa o tatlo na nakinabang na napakalaki na binili at napakalaking kapangyarihan na naibigay kay Yusek Lau na nagbebenta siya. Tapos ngayon, nakabitin tayo ngayon. Ang daming inventaryo, hindi natin may benta. Pinipilit yung mga local government na bumili, ayaw na lang bumili dahil tatawid lang sa kalye, nandun na sila. With the permission of Senator Soto, I think Senator Lacson would like to comment.
I think we're missing something here, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Ang confusion arises from, nagkaroon ng GPPB resolution. I think this was March 8. Reclassifying PPEs, surgical masks, and other items as common use supplies. Ang tinatanong ni Senate President Soto, okay, nanggaling sa 42 billion na tinransfer ng DOH sa PSDBM. So pera ng DOH. Ngayon, the same items that have been reclassified as common use, yun na ibinibenta pabalik sa DOH sa mga regional hospitals, which is under the DOH, I suppose, kasi district hospitals. Kasi ang na-devolve lang naman sa mga local government units, yung function yung pondo na iwan sa central office. If I may say that, So ang confusion, and this has to be clarified, parehong pera pag-uusapan natin, nag-reclassify lang ng supplies and equipment from common use supplies to common use supplies by virtue of the GPPB resolution. I think that was issued in March 8. So, yun lang gusto natin clarify kasi confusing, Mr. Chairman.
Well, who will answer that? Would that be Yusek Lauser?
Perhaps, yes.
Yusek Lau, will you answer?
Mr. Chairman,
Ay,
if I may. Mr. Chairman.
Sino yun? Si ano?
Who are you? Mr. Wayan.
Mr. Chairman, PS kasi has two types of funds. Revolving fund, which we use on our own, which we use to buy common use supplies and equipment. Now, in the case of DOH, they transferred funds specifically for their own need. So every time we receive a request from DOH, we bought it for them. The items that we bought using our own funds, that is what we are selling to the regional, to various agencies. That is the clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Various agencies. Ito hindi various agency ito. DOH hospital. Regional hospitals. Ito pera nila yun.
Mr. Chairman, we bought surgical masks considered as PS tax. One of which is the contract of EMS. At that time, it was priced at 13.50. Due to the sudden price drop in the market, the agencies found it too expensive to buy from our own regional depots. That is why the deliveries of EMS were put on hold sometime in November, if I'm not mistaken.
Deliveries of what?
And when EMS participated in a public bidding last December, they submitted an offer at 2.35. That is why we invoked the clause in the contract with EMS, the right to match, considering that they participated in the December bidding offering surgical masks at 2.35. The original contract was lowered down from 13.50 to 2.35. Had it not been the case, Mr. Chairman, we would have an inventory of surgical masks at the price of 13.50. That is not what agencies would be buying from us, considering the price drop that happened sometime in November and up to December of last year.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, we leave it to the wisdom of the Commission on Audit, no, to decipher what what is necessary at this point. No? But perhaps this could be one of the points of your Blue Ribbon Committee for a piece of legislation na dapat ayusin natin to. Aba, tayo rin may tindero.
Yes, Mr. President. With all due respect, sir. Let me just ask Mr. Wayan, because lumalabas ang nasisisi pa ngayon yung nagbid ng mababa. Yung nagbigay ng mababa, pinakamababa sa lahat, sila pa may kasalanan. Tatanga kayo bumili kayo, tapos yan, bababa namin, tapos hindi niyo mabenta. Ang totoo niyan, namili sila ng marami, masiba sila, kala nila, maloloko nila ang tao na bumili sila ng marami allegedly to protect the people. Nangyari, nasayang yung pera ng tao dahil ang dami-dami nilang binili, tapos ngayon ipipilit nila doon sa mga local hospitals ng DOH na bilhin yung kanilang produkto. Kaya nga sila sabi ko, double book Doble-doble ang tama. So, sinasabi ko lang po, huwag naman natin susihin yung mga ganyan, mga tao na nakipagsapalaran, tapos sisisihin nyo pa. Yan ba sinasabi mo, Attorney Wyatt? Klaseng reason lang yan. Kayo ang namili from the very beginning. At ang nakakapagtaka, bakit ibinigay nyo lahat doon sa mga Chinese suppliers like Farmally, Wayan, pakita natin, ilan yung mga binili nyo ng billion-billion. Ayan, no? Hindi yan, yung isa, yung kanina, yung marami. Ayan.
Pati face shield. Yung face shield ba, binili ninyo rin? Umili rin kayong face shield?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya pala nyo pinipilit yung paggamit sa amin kahit sa buong mundo tayo lang gumagamit. Ang dami nyo kasi binili.
Yan ang gusto kong tanongin, sir. Wala naman sinasabing WHO na bumili ng face shield. Wala naman at gumamit ng face shield. Sapagkat ang face shield talaga, ginagamit ng mga surgeons sa hospital. Dahil pag natalsi ka ng dugo, Ayaw nila mangyari yan. Pero ilagay na natin, bibigay natin doon sa mga nasa COVID area. Nakalagay yung goggles sila. Usually goggles ang ginagamit, pero namili na kayo ng face shield. Hindi ganun karami ang bibili nyo. Pero binili nyo yung face shield na napakamahal. 120 pesos. Can you imagine? 127 pa doon sa Parmalee. Pero pag tinignan nyo yung mga matataas nga, Husaw, yung Parmalee, 8.7 billion. Pagkatapos sa sumunod ay yung Suhaw, 1.898 billion. Nakakapagtaka. Pharmawealth, 1.7 billion. Hapid Erasmus, 892 million. Biosite, Medical Israel, 779 million. I don't have to cite that. Daan-daan milyon ang laki ng kapangyarihan ng PSDBM. Tapos kayo, meron pa kayong ganang sisihing yung nakipagsapalaran ng Pilipinas samantalang lahat ng Chinese suppliers. Hindi naman ako xenophobic, Mr. President. Pero sinasabi, xenophobic ako, that nakalagay the facts cannot be denied. Karamihan yan, Chinese companies, hindi natin napagbigyan at nakalagay sa batas natin, sa bayanihan 2 na dapat preference should be given to local suppliers. Ayan po, babasahin ko sa inyo. Attorney Wayan, nakalagay, policy ng pamahalaan to give preference sa ating domestic bidders. Ayon sa IRR, number RA 9184, the procuring entity shall give preference to materials and supplies produced, made, and manufactured in the Philippines. Sabihin, yung mga katulad nitong mga naglakas ng loob, dapat bigyan sila. Pero huwag nyo naman isisi. Kayo may kasalanan. Mali ang forecast nyo. Why don't you accept that? Nagkamali kayo sa forecast. In other words, panalo kayo sa lamig, panalo pa rin kayo sa talo. Di ba? Di ba, Attorney Wyatt?
Mr. Chairman, I could not comment on that, on how the...
Why can you not comment on that?
I was not yet connected at PSDBN at that time.
Yun ang problema. Huwag ka magko-comment doon sa hindi mo na hinawakan because lalabas yung ginawa nila. Dapat sila ang mag-comment. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
A very quick interjection, Mr. Chairman. The GPPB resolution dated March 9, 2020, that listed the items submitted by the DOH for inclusion in the list of common use supplies and equipment does not include face shields.
In fact, to follow your point, Senator Pangilinan, di ba para silang goma nung una, magpe-face shield tayo. Tapos, inatras. Tapos bumalik ka naman sa face shields. Ni-require pa. Nakalagay naman sa buong mundo, ilan bansa lang, halos walang bansa na nagpe-face shield, tayo lang.
And just to add to the point raised by the Senate President, hindi ho kasama doon sa common use. Bakit binili?
Correct.
Bakit binili yung hindi kasama? Tapos masks lang ba ang binili o pati face shield ba binebenta? Pero bakit biglang merong face shield na hindi naman required at wala doon sa common use? Sinong supplier ang malakas na naisingit itong face shield bilang bibili ng billion na wala naman doon sa common use at hindi rin required ng WHO?
Galing pa ang utos sa pinakamataas.
Mr. Chair.
IATF has no... I'm sorry, I want to listen to the people who bought it. Were you the one who bought it, sir?
Sir, actually, sir, that's an ITF resolution that we will require the face shield. It is an ITF.
May answer then.
That's why it was included in our procurement. We included in our procurement because it is an ITF resolution that face shield is included in our minimum health standard.
Let me ask you a question then, Secretary Galvez. You did it on your own?
No, sir. That is a recommendation of the ETSPA Act, our medical expert. It was decided by unanimously by the ITF and the NTF.
Again, with the permission of President Soto, who might these people be? Sino yung mga yan?
So maybe Secretary Duque can answer that.
Mr. Chairman, susugan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Secretary Galvez. Yung proseso po kasi, yung nag-recommend strongly as to the use of the face shield as an extra layer of protection on top of the mask, social distancing and ventilation and frequent washing of the hands. Yung HPA Act, this is the Health Professionals Alliance Against COVID, Isa po yan sa mga recommending body of experts. Kasama din po yung Technical Advisory Group of Experts. We will
Please answer my question.
Yes, sir.
My question is, who are these people? Who are these sacred cows or these, whatever you want to call them? Sino yung mga yan? They're faceless to us.
Yes, the experts are the following. The Technical Advisory Group of Experts consists of Dr. Edsel Salvania, Dr. Isa Alejandria, Dr. Ana Marie Ong Lim, and then of course the group representing the HPAAC, we have Dr. Antonio Dans and Inday Dans and other experts. In fact, ang face shield is also included in the WHO standards for healthcare workers. So kasama po ito. For mga healthcare workers, kasama po ang face shield.
For healthcare workers, Mr. Chairman, hindi ano sa naglalakad sa kalsada o sa mga pumapasok sa kung saan mga mall o restaurant na ano, because you should have Secretary Duque, you should have consulted also aside from your consultants na yan or experts, you should have consulted the engineers like a civil engineer is specializing in wind dynamics is saying that basically what the face shield is doing is you're becoming a vacuum cleaner. Ano? When there's COVID in the air, you would be sweeping all the particles in the air based on the configuration of the face shield. Ay, hindi pa pwedeng bakit sa buong mundo tayo lang? Ano, in China and in other places, it's or face shield or mask. But if you have a mask, you don't need a face shield. Pagkatapos, hindi nyo kami masisisi kasi una, tayo lang gumagawa. Isa. Pangalawa, sang tambak yung binili nyo. Oh, ba't hindi kami mag-iisip? Kaya nyo pinipilit para magamit dahil napakadami yung binili. Di ba? Ganun na magiging mentality ng mga kababayan natin. Ipagpatawad nyo, pero ganun ang nagiging nangyari. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Duque?
Yes,
In
sir.
fact, I remember hearing the Senate President way back when he said, sino kaya ang magaling na lalaki na nag-recommend itong face shield na ito? I remember that in our thread, no? And let me just first housekeeping muna. Let me call all these so-called experts. Have you said already to us na tatawagin namin niya ngayon?
We will provide you the list, Mr. Chairman. Plus,
you already mentioned some. We will call them already because
certainly.
Sasabihin nyo lang, basta ito mga experts ito. Let me cite to you, sinabi ni Senate President Soto ng araw, sino yung genius na yan? Pero let me cite to you what the CDC and the World Health Organization says. Can you show us the World Health Organization and the CDC, please? World Health Organization on face shields. Face shields are designed to provide protection from splashes of biological fluid, tumatalsik na dugo. And that in the context of COVID-19, face shields are used by healthcare workers in hospitals, hospital lang, together with other personal protective equipment as they treat patients. Current laboratory testing standards only assess face shields for their ability to provide eye protection from chemical splashes. However, the WHO specifies that face shields can be used as an eye protection against respiratory droplets, can be in conjunction with face mask. It has the potential, but it did not recommend using it. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, face shields are not as effective as protecting you or the people around you from respiratory droplets. It added that it cannot be used as a substitute for face masks. Both the WHO and the CDC do not have recommendations on making wearing face shields a policy. Pero pinilit niyo yan. Limpak-limpak ng face shields ang in-order nyo. Ang laking bilyon ang inabot yung mga face shields yan. Daang milyon. So the long of the story, the short of the story, is PSDBM and all you folks out there, hindi ko kayo nilalat, is a kingdom unto itself. May sarili kong kaharian, answerable only to the President, given what we have seen, Tama si Senate President Soto, the law has to be changed, either abolishing it or repairing it if it still can be salvaged. That's just the point of this committee. Gusto naman namin proteksyonan ng mamamayan na yung mga perang binayad natin sa mga buwis, dapat hindi masasayang. Di bali ko, naiwan yung pera dyan eh. Hindi naman naiwan yung pera eh. Nilabas na siguro yung pera yan eh. Yun ang problema. So,
Just a quick point on the face shield.
yes,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yung IATF resolution mandating face shields, when was that acted upon? When was that passed? Kailan pinasa yung IA?
It was December 2020.
December 2020.
Right.
Pero binili yung face shields ng first quarter ng 2020, hindi ba?
Yes, di ba parang rubber band yan, urong sulong.
Oh, so in other words, the mandate.
Nakita malaki ang kikitain. Malaigo, hindi naman ako nagiging konako.
Reiteration.
The mandate was required after the billions or a billion worth of face shields were bought.
Mr. Chairman, yung mga face shields na binili, kasama po part of the PPEs. Yung IATF resolution, I'm having my staff check on this, Mr. Chairman. Meron po kasi noong December 14, 2020, IATF through resolution number 88 reiterated the use of face shields for all persons. So this is an IATF policy, Mr. Chairman. And we again reiterate that what we procured are for healthcare workers. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I just want to add here, that same order was retracted by PRRD on June 2021.
Mr. Chairman, there was, you are right, there was a retraction by the President, but eventually, when the President had invited the technical advisory group of experts, the top experts said that for outdoors, it is not going to be mandatory. It's going to be permissible. But the President, this is during his Talk to the People program, had instructed that no, because of the variants that are happening, he wanted to make sure that there will be an extra layer of protection, and so he decided that the face shield ought to be used even outdoors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot accept that reasoning because the night that the President said, that wala yan, wala talagang pakinabang yan, alisin nyo na yan. And I will tell DOH, he said so, o the following day. Di ba? Wala pang 48 hours, Mr. President, sinasabi ngayon, bumaliktad ng Presidente. After Secretary Duque said na after he consulted with these four, kung mga H-TAC o sino man sila, kailangan 48 hours nga yung swab para kausapin ng Presidente. Saan nila nakasausap? Nagpunta ka agad sila sa Presidente the following day?
Nag-Zoom po, Mr. Chairman, nag-Zoom meeting po. Zoom meeting po yung meeting and that's documented, Mr. Chairman. We will produce the transcript of the same, Mr. President.
Kaya nga, they started convincing the President again. Dapat kami nakausap ng Presidente, hindi kayo. Yun ang tama dun eh.
Well,
yes,
I rest my case, Mr. President.
Can I have?
Kung bakit hindi nire-require ng WHO at saka ng CDC tapos biglang i-require natin. Senator De Leon is recognized.
Yes, thank you. Just a few questions on the Secretary. Is it true that you purchased from PSDBM the face shields at 124 pesos on April 29, 2020?
Mr. Chairman, can I defer to Yusek Lloyd Lau, who knows the exact pricing point? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With all due respect, can we request the Secretary to remove his mask when he answers our questions, we can hardly hear him. So I go back to my question. Is it true that DOH bought from PSDBM face masks at 124 pesos per piece on April 29, 2020?
Did you say face mask? Can I just clarify?
I'm sorry, face shields. Maybe I forgot. Face shields. Yes, I have the, yeah.
Having it verified, Mr. Chairman, perhaps PSDBM might be able to answer it more authoritatively. But I'm still having it checked, Mr. Chairman. Can you give me just a little more time? Thank you.
Yes, that's why I want this clarified. Because from what I see as records, you purchased from from PSDBM face shields at 124. Now maybe, and then are these the same face shields that PSDBM purchased from Blue Cross at 120 pesos?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, may I just ask the USEC Carol Taino to give a rejoinder to the question? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USEC Carol Taino.
Blue Cross.
I could hardly. Anyway, what's the response? Is it, yeah? Is this true or not? Did you purchase from a PSDBM face shields at 124 pesos on April 29, 2020?
Andiyan na po si USEC Carol Taino, Mr. Chairman, the head of the Procurement Supply Chain Management Office.
May I request that whoever is the staff of the good secretary relay the answer to the secretary and for the secretary to answer this. Please don't pass me off to your director or whomsoever. Yes, you can consult your director as to whether the statement I am making is correct or not. But please answer respond to the question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Yes, we confirm that we have procured face shield from the PSDBM.
For 124 pesos. That's there is a purchase request. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
All right. Is this same face shields? Was this the same face shields purchased from Blue Cross at 120 pesos on on April 22, 1 week before it was purchased by DOH?
The source of the procurement from the face shield that we do not know, sir.
Yeah, but you purchased it from PSDBM.
Yes.
Is
Through
that
the
correct?
virtual store. Yes, sir. Opo.
And the inventory at that time came from Blue Cross, which the PSDBM purchased at 120. Okay, now I'll go to my question now. Mr. Secretary, when you moved 42 billion to PSDBM, was it to replenish or was it to purchase the inventory of face shields, face masks, etc.?
Mr. Chairman, my documents will show that when we downloaded through the agency procurement request or the APRs, this started on March 26, spanning through several months until December 4, 2020. And the
Please, Secretary Duque, answer my question. When you moved 42 billion, was it to replenish or to build up the inventory of PSDBM for the supplies?
No, Mr. Chairman. Definitely, Mr. Chairman. So yung PPEs po ang amin.
In what concept did you transfer this? There, we will only transfer it for on the role of the PSDBM, and I hope the chairman of the COA listens. When you move 42 billion, it's either you move this to DBM in the concept of a procurement entity directing PSDBM to purchase it for you, or you transfer this money to build up the inventory for common use supplies. Hindi po ba? Dalawa lang yun eh.
The former is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If I am correct, then in what concept did you move these funds? Did you move these funds to PSDBM as the agent of DOH, or do you move it to PSDBM so that they will have an inventory of these so-called common use supplies and equipments, so that when the government agencies, government hospitals would need this, they do not have to go through bidding. There, in other words, the PSDBM became a virtual store where these government agencies simply place their purchase orders. So which one? I'm interested, Mr. Duque.
Yeah, the first one is correct, Mr. Chairman. We had to download through the APR for them to purchase the needs of our healthcare workers.
So okay, to purchase. When you requested them to purchase, did you request them to purchase in your behalf? Yes or no?
It was an APR that I signed. In fact, 9 of 14 APRs were signed by Yusek Caro Taino, and I did sign 5.
I'm sorry, Mr. Duque. We're running out of time. Just answer my question. When you move 42 billion to PSDBM, did you move it in order that they can purchase for you the medical supplies and equipment which are now classified as common use, or did you transfer the 42 billion so that PSDBM can build an inventory from where the public hospitals can get the supplies? Which one?
The first one, Mr. Chairman, the procurement of these supplies as common use supplies and equipment on our behalf, Mr. Chairman.
So you consider, so PSDBM was your agent at that instance when you moved. Is that correct?
I cannot use the word agent.
What were they?
Well, they were the procuring entity of the national government based on.
They were the procuring entity of the DOH, right? They were the procuring entity of the DOH, right or wrong?
That is correct.
What I'm asking is, in what capacity did PSDBM receive this? Did they receive this 42 billion as the agent of DOH, or they received this in order to build up their inventory of common use supplies? And Mr. Duque, Mr. Secretary, you admitted that you purchased face shields from PSDBM. Which face shields were purchased from Blue Cross and was funded by the 42 billion, which was transferred to by your authority, moved over to PSDBM.
I have to check that, Mr. Chairman. I will have to confer with the PSDBM Yusek Tainio.
Mr. Secretary, it is most disappointing that you moved 42 billion to another agency and you cannot even remember what was the nature of the transfer? I mean, that's not 42 pesos. That's not 42,000. That's not 42 million. That's 42 billion. And you cannot even answer me now. What was the nature of the authorization to PSDBM? I'm asking a very simple question. When you ask PSDBM to purchase this, were they purchasing this so-called common use supplies as your representative and agent and in your behalf, or did you pass on to them the 42 billion so that they can have an inventory of medical supplies worth 42 billion? Very simple question.
Mr. Chairman, I stick to my earlier rejoinder that we procured this as part of the common use supplies and equipment.
You purchase this as common use supplies and, I'm sorry?
The common use supplies and equipment, and that is the concept, that is the basis for our downloading through the agency procurement request, as stipulated in the
After the procurement is made, who now owns the supplies? PSDBM or DOH?
The DOH, Mr. Chairman.
DOH. So why did you purchase face shields from PSDBM if DOH is the owner? Why was there a suggested retail price? And the suggested retail price was already so high that the agencies did not want to buy it anymore.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of Senator Drilon.
Yes, sir.
Yes. To summarize yung point na nire-raise si Senator Drilon, di ba double payment yan? Nag-advance ka, tinransfer mo yung pera, tapos bibili ka uli, sarili mong pera ginamit.
Yeah.
It's a case of double payment.
Paliwanag po yan, sir. And not only that, may commission na 4%.
Nagamit per service fee.
So, ito talagang hindi ko maintindihan. Maliwanag pa man eh. Tinatanong na namin simple lang. Ito po ba nung binigay niyong 42 billion, ang sabi nga ni Senator Recto, pabili. Pabili. Ibig sabihin, kung bumili ang PSDBM for and in behalf of DOH, the supplies are properties of DOH, logically. Now, why is it that you purchase your own supplies? Bakit po binili nyo yung inyong sariling supply? At mas mataas pa by 4 pesos in this particular instance? Wala po tayong, hindi natin paliwanag ito siguro, ano?
If I may, the purchase of the DOH, these are loose face shields and surgical mask pieces. Hindi po siya kasama doon. Kasi pinamigay din namin ito, hindi po siya kasama doon sa PPE sets. So these are separate items. The PPE sets will be accounted for, can be accounted for with the document trail, with the paper trails, Mr. Chairman.
It's not a question of accounting. For the last 20 minutes, I've been trying to get the correct situation, and I keep on getting answers which are not precise. I have a very simple question. When the PSDBM purchased the face shields, did they purchase this in behalf of DOH, or did they purchase this as part of their inventory?
The first one is correct, Mr. Chairman.
What is correct?
They bought it in our behalf, Mr. Chairman, based on the GPPB resolution.
They purchased it in your behalf. So why did you purchase it back from them if they purchased it in your behalf? You are the owner.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I have no information of the same that we purchased this. Can I just respectfully ask Yusek
All right.
Carol Taino to please clarify this particular
Yeah, we have no more time, but anyway, you'll have time to research. Now, the next question is, and this is because this is in relation to the finding of COA. If you said it was purchased in your behalf by PSDBM, didn't the rules of COA, the internal IRR, require a memorandum of agreement? Because these were you were designating PSDBM as your agent, your purchasing agent. You are the principal. The money is never is still the funds would still be with the DOH, and that is why that's why there's a MOA required under the rules, because you entrust to them funds of your department. Now, so please explain this, because under what you're saying now as the nature of the transaction, in effect, these masks, shields, etc., are properties of the DOH because the budget came from the DOH, and by your own declaration, DOH simply asked PSDBM to purchase it for DOH. Now, you purchase it for the DOH, and yet the PSDBM, when they moved back the merchandise or the supplies to DOH, DOH paid 4 pesos more than the 120 pesos na nanggaling din sa DOH budget. Mr. Chairman of the COA, can you clarify us on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, kasi kung stock in trade din or nasa inventory na po ng PSDBM yan, yun yung sinasabing hindi na kailangan ng MOA kasi you're just getting the items and then i-deduct na lang dun sa float na the amount of money that you already transferred beforehand. Kaya lang dito, it might have been a combination. There might have been some stocks, but then mukha namang there was really a requirement for them to purchase for DOH. Kaya nga nag-fund transfer. And in fact, as clarified by Secretary Galvez, itong mga binili were those that were distributed or being distributed sa DOH regional offices and the like. Kaya nga po we were requiring the auditors were requiring a MOA.
That is why, since they were just purchased, since PSDBM purchased this for and on behalf of the DOH, there should have been a MOA under the rules of the COA.
Yes po.
All right. That's all I wanted. And here, there was no MOA signed.
Wala pa po.
Wala pa.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I may just respond very quickly. The PSDBM has been of the position, and they have these documents to say that the legal basis for the procurement by PSDBM of these common use supplies and equipment is supported by the letter of instruction number 755, the GPPB resolution 03-2020, and also PSDBM section 4 of executive order EO 285. But I will just give you the copy of these documents, and that has been reiterated in a document that has been submitted to me by Attorney Paul Gimbarda of the procurement and supply chain. Now, I would like to read out to you the one of the recommendations of COA in their consolidated agency annual report. Nakalagay po dito, management of fund transfers. No? We recommend this was given to us when the AAR, the CAR, was submitted. No? A, we recommend that the Secretary of Health, A, to direct the heads of the operating units to prepare, amend, and submit the duly signed MOAs and henceforth require MOAs prior to transfer receipt of funds. So, meron po silang recommendation and I have asked the PSDBM na kailangan may MOA. This is the recommendation of the COA. But the PSDBM, it is invoking that there is no need because by virtue of the GPPB Resolution 03-2020, they can procure for us these items which have been identified as common use supplies and equipment by virtue of another resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, as every lawyer will tell you, in the situation that we see today, or when these purchases were made, from your own assertion, DOH retained the ownership of the budget. Now, you authorized DBM to purchase. You changed the nature of the asset from being cash in the budget to face masks, face shields, etc. So you should still own that asset, which you now distribute to public hospitals, etc. But in this particular case, that same asset of that same asset of the DOH, which is now in the form of a face shield instead of a cash of 120 pesos, it was sold to you for 124. Doesn't that bother you as a, and then it is sold to you at 124, ginamit ang pera ng DOH para bumili, para pinagtubuan. Ha? Ito talaga tubong lugaw. Talagang pera nyo na, binili, sabi mo, pabili mo ako ng face shield. O, sabi ng DBM, ito na yung face shield, bilhin mo sa akin ng 124. In the simplest terms, something is wrong with it. And then they made 4 pesos in this example, and then they make 4 pesos as a profit, and then may commission pa sila using budget and funds allocated by Congress to DOH. I leave there, Mr. Chairman. I think it's almost 4 o'clock. This is something that will be beyond explanation. I don't know how they will explain this. And then, just one more point. PSDBM said there is a suggested retail price. If there is a suggested retail price, that means they are selling their asset and it should be bought at this suggested retail price. If DOH simply put this in the hands of PSDBM as an agent or by agent of the procurement entity, which is DOH, why should there be a suggested retail price? Hindi naman pag-aari ng DBM yun, ng PSDBM. Why is there a suggested retail price? SRP. Huh? And therefore, they're saying the suggested price is this. You buy it at this price. The funds come to us, goes back to us because kami ang nagbenta. But ang pera galing sa DOH. Something, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I understand is that the budget that was used to buy these common use supplies and equipment is separate from the money utilized to purchase the face shield. These are loose items of face mask and face shield.
What was the budget of PSDBM for 2020? I assure you that they do not have that kind of a money and a budget to be able to purchase 42 billion pesos worth of common use supplies, which are medical equipment. Kaya hindi mo pwede sabihin budget yan ng PSDBM. Yung budget po galing sa DOH. Sabi
That
nyo,
is correct, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. This is evidenced by our APRs. The documents are with us. These are the agency procurement requests that we downloaded.
which you purchased, which you gave to PSDBM. This is a purchase agency purchase request. Ang binenta sa inyo, yung binili nyo rin.
Hindi ho, Mr. Chairman. I beg to disagree. But anyway, I will look into this. Give me a little more time to clarify this, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go into it. This must be explained. Because if you cannot explain this, may sabit po kayo. Pag hindi nyo napaliwanag ito.
On the record lang, Mr. Chairman, we
Kung sinabi nyo ito ay, kung sinabi nyo na ito ay nilipat lamang para makapagbili ng medical supplies, ay di yung supplies dapat pag-aari niyan ay DOH.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Pag-aari talaga ng DOH lahat itong mga
face shield.
APR.
Ba't yung binibili?
Bakit nagbumili kayo ng face shield na binenta ng Blue Cross sa PSDBM na nanggaling din sa inyo ang pera na pinagbili ng face shield? Anyway,
again, Mr. Chairman, these are additional new items, Mr. Chairman. But anyway, we will look into this and make a report in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
1:30. I think we've run out of time. Thank you very much, Senator De Leon. I was just going to point out that the quantity bought at 120 pesos is 1,317,711 pieces. If you're going to distribute that to 699 hospitals, as reported, or I think that was the value given to me by the number given to me, you would have to give each hospital 1,885 face shields for all the people in that hospital. I don't know whether they can finish that, Mr. President. But the point made, I think, by Senator De Leon is very simple. Kung pag-aari nyo yan, bakit nyo pabibilin sa kanila yan? That's all there is to it. All right, on that note, the chair would like to thank everybody. We will have the same people who are coming in next week. We will have to do it on Friday at 1:30. We start Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon. Hopefully, we can get purchase on what has been happening here. Certainly, the people need to get their questions answered. I get a lot of texts about that. I'm not trying to rush this to blame anybody. We're trying to be as fair as we can, but the trouble is, there is a paper trail that I'm merely following, and that's all there is to it. So, on that note, Mr. Wang is advised to come back here. I think he went to the embassy already. We will just get a message from the Philippine embassy that he has taken his oath, and we will have him there. I apologize to all the rest of the members. When we start, Mr. Villanueva will be first, followed by Mr. Villanueva will be first, followed by Mr. Villa. Mr. Villa has already asked questions, followed by Mr. Lacson, Mr. Pangilinan, Mr. Pacquiao,
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Poe, and Ms. Cayetano, I'm sorry, Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Angara, and Senator Villar at the next hearing. That will be the listing. Thank you all very much. And this hearing is suspended until Friday, September 10. September 10th. This hearing is suspended, and thank you all very much.
Tayo ng pag-compute ng PPEs. Kasi ang hindi naman